This boy was the last student to take the academy's entrance exam, and he believed it was nothing but a waste of time. After all, none of it posed a real challenge for him. Evan had fought these kinds of monsters countless times before, and his unique ability was to grow stronger. Every time he defeated powerful foes, he could even absorb different types of attributes. He had been summoned to another dimension, where this academy was established to train the mightiest warriors, destined to one day conquer the Tower of Babel. Evan still didn't quite understand how the rules of this world worked, but he remembered reading a book as a child that told the story of this tower. He accepted the challenge and effortlessly crushed everything in his path. The moment he passed, he was teleported directly into the academy. With only a few minutes left before the ceremony began, people were shocked because the deadline for new students had already passed. But their shock quickly turned to laughter when they saw he was merely a human. It was then that Evan realized the students at this academy weren't human at all. There were all kinds of different races, and to make matters worse, he could see everyone's attributes, and they were all unbelievably strong. A group of humans called out to him. They told him that inferior races were meant to sit in the back, his spot already saved among the so-called inferiors. But Evan noticed something odd. These students, who were supposed to be the weakest, actually possessed monstrous attributes. That guy was dangerous, that girl was a monster, and the other one had even higher stats than anyone else in the vicinity. Until this moment, Evan had considered himself a monster. But now, he realized he had a long way to go to reach their level. He introduced himself to a girl named Ruka. She was so cute, he couldn't resist her beauty. Next, he greeted another girl, but unlike Ruka, she had sharp, intimidating eyes. In truth, she was intrigued by the artifact hidden on his arm. He revealed it to be Eva, a sentient artifact. The girl's name was Dalia, the daughter of a Murim master. This made Evan wonder if she used martial arts and controlled ki to create explosions. Everyone laughed at his question. The girl blushed, admitting he wasn't entirely wrong. The blonde-haired boy's name was Slade, and it seemed that only he and Ruka were truly human among them. But before they could chat any further, a brilliant light interrupted them. The ceiling above parted, and a deafening sound suddenly echoed. Everyone's bodies were crushed by an overwhelming pressure. Ruka, Slade, and Evan felt true terror. The pressure was insane. Evan knew it was coming from the sky, but he couldn't comprehend what it was. This marked the beginning of the entrance ceremony. At the Union Academy, a tradition held for 2,557 years. Congratulations, everyone. Later, the 4 special admission students gathered in their professor's office. Professor Yumina. She asks if they found the headmaster's speech interesting, and an awkward silence fills the room. Breaking the ice, Evan says it was incredible and asks, was that giant eye the headmaster? The surprise on Yumina's face is genuine. Dalia thinks to herself that the headmaster's presence was concealed by powerful magic. So how could this newcomer possibly have seen him? Yumina confirms that yes, that was the headmaster, an entity who rarely reveals himself. And then, she turns to Evan, informing him that he will have a private meeting with the headmaster later on. Next, she addresses all of them, formally introducing herself. As the professor assigned to their special class for the next 5 years, her message is clear. Their success is her success, so you must do the best you can. She advises them to be wary of the envy and hostility from the regular students. They will see you as outsiders who don't deserve to be there. Stick together. She reminds them that from today on, they are a team that will climb the tower side by side to the very end. She announces that the academy has prepared a welcome gift for them. A brilliant light fills the room, and in each of their hands, a necklace with a pendant appears. Is this a student badge? Asks Slate, and Alara explains that the pendant is much more. It's a badge, a pass to the facilities, and a personal teleportation device. To demonstrate, Slate accidentally touches the pendant, and in the blink of an eye, he, Logan, and Russ disappear and reappear in the same spot. Completely bewildered, Alara smiles, and adds that the pendant is the only way to enter the tower, so they must take good care of it. The 3 of them leave the room, confused as to why Yuan stayed behind. The ever-watchful choir boy suspects the reason. It's probably because he was the only one who looked directly at the headmaster. The scene changes, and Yuan is sitting hunched over in an uncomfortably large chair in a silent, imposing room. He can only think that he did something wrong to deserve a private meeting. A powerful, calm voice echoes through the room, coming from a figure sitting in the shadows. Yuan Ban, says the headmaster, face me. There is no reason to be afraid. After all, this is not my true form. In the imposing room, Yuan continued to stare at the floor, intimidated by the headmaster's presence. The calm, ancient voice echoes again. It's all right, you can look at me. Hesitantly, He finally lifts his head, and the sight completely confuses him. There was no one in the headmaster's chair. Instead, sitting on the desk was a simple cloth doll. The voice was coming from it. "Should I call you headmaster or chancellor?" Yuan asks the doll. The reply is straight to the point. "You can call me master." The master then explains the reason for the meeting. He says that he usually doesn't interfere in the students' development. If they are weak, then let them remain so. His only goal is to witness, with his own eyes, the one who will finally reach the top of the tower. Yuan processes this information in silence. To the master, it was a spectacle, but to him, the tower was his family's legacy, something he was willing to risk his life for. What did this mean for everyone else? Why had so many gathered here with the same goal? Breaking the silence, he looks at the doll and asks the fundamental question: what exactly is the tower? The cloth doll is quiet for a moment, and then reveals, the tower is a path to the divine, a kind of trial. The answer echoes in Yuan's mind, as he tries to understand if divine referred to gods or something else entirely. Before he could think too deeply, the master continues, stating that in Yuan, he sees the greatest potential he has found in centuries. That is why he will make an exception to his rule of non-interference. The doll points one of its cloth arms at Yuan, and at that moment, the identification badge in his pocket begins to glow intensely. "What's happening?" the frightened protagonist asks. The master explains that he has expanded Yuan's privileges, giving him unrestricted access to any dungeon outside the academy so he can hone his skills before facing the tower. Outside the academy? Yuan questions, but his question is cut short by a portal, opening up beneath his feet, starting to suck him down. As he struggles to keep his balance, the master gives him one final instruction. "If your progress is remarkable, I will grant more privileges." "What privileges?" he screams. As he is swallowed by the darkness, the last thing he hears is the doll's voice. "The privilege of exploring the tower alone. I will be waiting eagerly." The journey is instantaneous and disorienting, and Yuan falls from the portal, landing on something unexpectedly soft. "How was the meeting with the director?" asks a gentle voice. Looking up, he finds himself in the lap of a female teacher with flowers in her hair, which makes him leap to his feet. With his face completely red, she laughs and says the director always dismisses his visitors that way. She then takes Yuan's identification document, and her eyes widen. "Unbelievable," she whispers. "The director gave a student permission to leave the academy." She explains how incredibly lucky he is. The chance to explore dungeons freely and grow stronger without the school's restrictions. Only then does he understand. It was not a punishment for being weak, it was a gift for being promising. The teacher sighs with a hint of envy, and with a bright look, she recommends he visit a city called Ruka, famous for its beautiful temple. Sometime later, we see Yuan walking down a long stone road with an enormous city on the horizon. He remembers the teacher's request for 1 or 2 bottles of alcohol as a souvenir, and he smiles. The exchange of information was worth it. His mind then wanders to the last conversation he had with his grandfather. In the memory, the old man hands him a small pouch, asking if he was prepared. Inside the pouch, a pile of gold bars gleamed. "It is the legacy of our ancestors," his grandfather said with a smile. "Gold has value in every world." Before, carrying so much weight would have been dangerous, but with his inventory, it was the perfect preparation. He takes out a few bars, feeling the weight of his heritage and responsibility in his hands. Finally, he arrives at the city. Ruka is a vibrant metropolis where ancient architecture blends with fantastic technology. Flying cars and motorcycles crisscross the skies, and Yuan watches them, mesmerized, awestruck, and distracted. He is stopped by 2 city guards. Their initial suspicion turns to immediate respect when they notice the academy's insignia on his shoulder. They salute and explain that the peace in the city is maintained thanks to the protection of the academy and the chancellor. Seeing that he was a newcomer, the guards offered to help with anything he might need. "Anything at all?" Yuan asks, a mischievous grin forming on his face. He then points to the sky, toward a flying motorcycle. That was speeding by. "I want one of those," he says, his eyes gleaming. "How much does it cost?" Far from the academy, Yuan was tearing through the skies around Ruka, accelerating his new flying motorcycle over open fields, and diving off cliffs to feel the wind on his face. The feeling was one of pure freedom. The purchase had been an impulse buy, but it was an impulse that was well worth it. When he asked the guards about the price, they told him the basic model cost 250,000 rones. Yuan, not knowing the exchange rate, simply took out one of his gold ingots and asked how much it was worth. The guard's reaction was one of pure shock. That single gold ingot, as he would soon discover, was worth over 7 million rones. As he flew, Evie, his faithful snake-like weapon, materialized on his shoulder. Excited, he asked what she thought of the ride. He had infused the motorcycle with the concepts of demon and phantom, transforming it into a living artifact, a sister for Evie, whom he named Lilith. The two seemed to get along well, and together, they explored this new world. But back at the academy, that freedom had been replaced by an unbearable headache, and Owen was slumped over the table, while Slade stared at him with a furious gaze. "I'm disappointed," the blonde said, placing a glass of water in front of him. The reason for his anger was that after the group's first meeting, Owen had simply disappeared without saying a word. He apologized, blaming the professor for insisting on drinking with him, but Slade wasn't convinced. "What is that?" asked Gwen, the white-haired girl, pointing to an emblem on Owen's shirt. He explained, a little embarrassed, that he had been appointed class president. Slade seemed to agree with the decision, but Gwen immediately interrupted him. "I am the strongest. The position should be mine," she declared, looking directly at Owen. Slade grew irritated with her arrogance. "You always act like you're the best," he retorted. The argument heated up when Gwen revealed that she knew about Slade's plan, to try and climb the tower alone. Caught by surprise, the swordsman stammered, while Rico, the pink-haired girl, watched everything with curiosity. Tired of the fighting and nursing a headache, Owen put his head on the table. He analyzed his new team: Slade, a proud and headstrong lion; Gwen, a tough street cat who easily made enemies; and Rico, a docile puppy. Sighing, he raised his hand to get their attention. "The class president doesn't have to be the strongest," he argued. "If that were the case, they would just make all the decisions by themselves. The real job of a leader is to unite the group." After a long debate, Gwen finally yielded. She stood up, and looking Owen up and down, accepted the decision. "But know this," she said, with a sharp glance toward Slade. "To get what we want, sometimes we have to put up with unnecessary things." As she walked away, Slade was trembling with rage, and Owen wondered how he would ever get those two proud individuals to work together. Taking advantage of the silence, Rico approached with shining eyes. "Hey, Owen, where did that cute little white snake go?" Owen's first mission as leader began with a challenge during the first practical class. On a training field with the other classes, a student from Class 1, with a body of stone, started challenging the special admission students. The regular students, who already hated the special admissions for their preferential treatment, grew agitated, all of them wanting a chance to fight them. Owen just put on an innocent face, but Slade had expected this, knowing the resentment the other classes held for them. In the midst of the chaos, the stone-bodied student, whose name was Rector, noticed Professor Lumina's brooch on Owen's uniform, a symbol of his status. Enraged at seeing a weakling with such an honor, he shouted, demanding to be the first to fight. The professor, finding the rivalry interesting, looked directly at Owen. "All right," the professor announced to the crowd, "Owen, you will be Rector's opponent." Meanwhile, in her office, Professor Lumina was reading the reports from the joint class with disbelief. A practical key combat between classes on the very first day was a disproportionate and arrogant decision, and she wondered who could have designed such a hostile curriculum. Back on the training field, the substitute teacher was announcing the confrontation. Owen calmly raised his hand with a charismatic smile. He tried to be respectful. "Professor, with all due respect, my skills are not suitable for combat." The professor adjusted his glasses with a sarcastic smile. "Nonsense. -3 points from your grade for lame excuses." It was clear the professor wanted to humiliate him. Thinking fast, Ian tries another approach. "I was accepted through a special admission for unique skills that don't involve direct combat." The attempt to escape only angers the professor more, who yells that he won't tolerate disrespect. -5 points. Ian raises his hand one last time. "All right, I'll fight," he says, to everyone's surprise. "But give me 1 week to prepare. I guarantee I'll be ready." The declaration is met with a shocked silence, followed by whispers and scornful laughter from the stands. To them, it was the confession of a coward. A young woman with blue hair and a witch's hat watches skeptically, doubting he could do anything in just 7 days. The professor, however, sees a golden opportunity with a venomous smile. He agrees. "Excellent. The fight between Ian and Hector is set for 1 week from now. And to ensure everyone can enjoy it, it will be broadcast live on the Academy's website." It was exactly what he wanted. A public humiliation. Ian faces his opponent, the stone giant Hector, and activates his eyes. The stats were brutal. 5 times more health and 10 times his physical strength. An overwhelming difference. Even so, a plan began to form in his mind. As he calculated, he noticed the worried looks from Slade and Russell. He needed to get stronger to keep up with these monsters. Suddenly, he sees Do-hyun stretching on the side of the field. She turns to Class 1 and announces in a cold voice, "You wanted to see the skills of the special admission students, right? I'm a combat specialist. Who's first? Ian analyzes her and is stunned. Her stats were so absurd that his eyes could barely process them. She was a double S-class powerhouse. The class's arrogance vanishes in an instant. The crowd that had been screaming for a fight was now in a terrified silence. Tired of waiting, Du Hyun points directly at Hector with a predatory smile. She beckons him with a finger. You, the one who was barking the loudest. Come here, I'll crush you. The stone giant freezes, sweat running down his rocky face. His target was the seemingly weak newcomer, not this calamity in the form of a woman. Ian realizes that if that fight happened, his opponent wouldn't recover in time for their duel in 1 week. Despite having no sympathy for Hector, Ian runs up to his classmate. Don't fight him, he's my opponent next week. Do Hyun looks at him, surprised. I'm just defending you, she says. He thanks her for her concern, but states with conviction, I need to prove my worth with my own 2 hands. Please understand. An intrigued smile appears on her lips. I thought you were just a guy with a few tricks up his sleeve. Maybe I was wrong. Satisfied with his answer, she turns to the crowd one last time. Anyone else? She asks, but everyone avoids her gaze. You all bark like rabid dogs, but when the cage door opens, you run away with your tails between your legs. As Ian and the others sighed in relief, the humiliation inflamed the hatred of the regular students in the stands. A new, powerful, and arrogant voice echoes across the field. Who are you calling a dog? Girl. Everyone turns to a blond man with imposing horns, who exuded an overwhelming aura of power. It's always the weak who travel in packs, he says, with a disdainful smile, growling to protect their little group. Little dogs are a pathetic sight. Do Hyun's attention turns completely to him, and a new, much more dangerous confrontation was about to begin. The horned man smiled with palpable arrogance, certain that no one there could challenge him, but Evan saw something more. That man's power was on a completely different level, even among the prodigies. Who is he? Evan asks. Slade replies with a tense voice. That's Orthama, regent of the Catuous dimension. He belongs to one of the 10 great families that rule the highest-ranking dimensions. When Orthama came down from the stands, even his own companions looked nervous. He approaches the substitute teacher and demands the fight be made official. The teacher, with a malicious smile, takes out a recording device. He's going to broadcast everything on the Academy's internet, Slade explains. Slade's surprise is twofold when Evan not only understands what the internet is, but also takes a device from his inventory and accesses the Academy's channel. Bruce and Slade join him, amazed as they watch the screen on the live broadcast. The teacher's smug face makes his goal clear, to publicly humiliate the special admission group. But Evan looks at Do-kyung, who was already in the center of the arena, and knows things wouldn't go as the teacher planned. The 2 combatants face each other, their auras already distorting the air around them. Make the first move, says Orthama with disdain. Do-kyung extends her hand in a dismissive gesture. You're the newcomer here. I'll give you the first move. Insulted. Orthama raises his hand, and with a voice that echoes with power, he orders, kneel. A tsunami of invisible force explodes from him, a crushing pressure that not only hits Do-kyung, but sweeps across the entire arena. In the stands, students fall from their seats. Slade feels the air being ripped from his lungs as if he were being crushed. Ruka, terrified, grabs Evan's arm, trembling. This is a distortion of natural law, Evan murmurs. Slade looks at him, shocked by his perception. But in the center of it all, Do-kyung remains motionless, unfazed. A dark and threatening aura, a bloodlust that felt like sharp glass in the air, erupts from her. With a simple and elegant hand gesture, she dissipates Orthama's pressure. As if it were a breeze, the teacher's jaw drops. Orthama's team is speechless. Even Evan, who knew she was strong, realizes her power was even greater than he had measured. Your power is as ridiculous as those horns of yours, she retorts, her voice icy. In the blink of an eye, she disappears and reappears in front of Orthama, landing a devastating kick to his torso. Caught by surprise, he barely manages to raise his arms to block. The impact drags him backward. You won't use the same trick twice, she warns. And the hunt begins. What follows is a massacre. Do-kyung moves like a fluid and lethal shadow. Her attacks are a blur of punches and kicks that Orthama, used to fighting with his overwhelming power, can't keep up with. He tries to counterattack, but his movements are slow and predictable. She dodges with ease, responding with a clean kick to his chin that makes him stagger. She's dominating a regent, Slade whispers in disbelief. Evan watches everything, not with surprise, but with a cold analysis. His ability suppresses the opponent's movements, but it doesn't work on her. He's not used to fighting with his body. Slade turns to him, impressed at how he could notice such details. In the midst of that frantic fight, Orthama felt increasingly humiliated with every blow he took. Is that all you can do? Talk too much? She taunts him while dodging another desperate blow. Pushed to the limit, Orthama's reason shatters. With a cry of pure fury, he unleashes his entire aura, his eyes blazing with fire. How dare you humiliate me like this? He roars, energy exploding around him. I will never forgive you. You will pay for this insult with your life. Facing the storm of power and hatred, Dokyun just stares at him with the same cold, defiant gaze, ready for whatever came next. Facing the blind fury of Kalin, Dokyun remained calm, a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. That is a concept someone like you shouldn't discuss so frivolously, she says, as her own menacing aura begins to condense, ready for a counterattack. She prepares to advance, but she is interrupted. The sound of applause echoes in the arena. It was Professor Yumina, who entered the battlefield. With her mere presence, the hostile auras of both fighters dissipated, and a vast field of flowers sprouted from the stone floor, filling the air with the sweet scent of spring. Surprised, the two combatants watch the petals floating around them. But with unquestionable authority, Yumina scolds them. The Academy does not encourage unnecessary fights. Save that strength for the tower. Furious and humiliated, Kalin grinds his teeth, turns his back, and leaves without a word. You are very strong, Professor, Dokyun comments with a rare tone of admiration. Pleased with the compliment, Yumina smiles, and Dokyun returns to her group. What did you think of the fight? She asks Yuan. He replies that just watching was a great help, but his sentence is cut short by a headbutt to his back. Startled, he turns around and sees Ruka, who is trembling with fear. Using him as a shield to hide from Dokyun, he calms her down as the white-haired warrior observes them, oblivious to the panic her aura was causing. Meanwhile, on the field, Yumina was publicly reprimanding the assistant professor, making it clear that his attitude was unacceptable, and that a simple apology wouldn't resolve the situation. Then, she gracefully walks over to Yuan and points to the representative pin on his chest, and with a deft gesture, she adjusts it. For a class representative, dignity is everything, she says with a wink. The gesture, so casual and intimate, provokes a wave of envious and furious glares from all the guys around. Yuan sighs. Instead of helping, the professor had only added more fuel to the fire. After the battle, the gossip spread like wildfire. The video the professor posted to humiliate them had the opposite effect. The recording showed Dokyun's complete domination over Kalin, and the comments exploded. Soon, two figures became the center of attention. Dokyun, now nicknamed the Silver Queen, and Yuan, the master negotiator who had skillfully bought time for her fight. His interaction with Professor Yumina, at the end of the video, only fueled more theories, and the special admission students became the biggest celebrities in the academy. Reading the comments with their group, Slade was trying to decipher the internet slang, completely lost. Isn't it strange that they're talking about us? Dokyun says, before dropping a bombshell. But that guy, Kalin wasn't the strongest in their class. She recalls the blue-haired girl in the witch's hat. There was at least one other person there more capable than him. Yuan admits he didn't notice, as he was too focused on her fight. The conversation is interrupted when they notice Ruka is sitting apart, still terrified of Dokyun, unable to get close to her. Seeing that the situation was untenable, especially since they were roommates, Yuan decides to act. He opens his inventory and takes out a glass jar. I think I know how to solve this, he says. It was a jar of special Elichire jelly. As soon as he opens it, an incredibly sweet and inviting aroma spreads through the air. Russell's head snaps up instantly, her eyes fixed on the jar. Yuan spreads the golden jam on a piece of bread and offers it to the group. Alice and Dokyun take a bite, and their eyes widen. This is delicious, exclaims the blonde. Even Dokyun's heart of ice melts for a second. It's amazing, she stammers, smiling, and Yuan turns and calls to Russell, who was already practically drooling. Come eat with us. Hesitantly, she approaches and asks for a piece of bread. As she takes the first bite, her eyes fill with pure happiness. The delicate flavor and the calming effect of the elixir begin to melt her fear. And as Russell savors her bread, Yuan hands another piece to Dokyun. Consider this a favor, he says casually. Upon hearing the word favor, Dokyun's expression changes. She stands up, a sudden decision in her eyes. Before Yuan can react, she pulls him by his tie, bringing his face close to hers. While he's still holding a piece of bread in the air, she says with sudden seriousness, in exchange for the jam, I'll give you a private martial arts lesson. Before Yuan could answer, the world around him dissolved. They were in a Spartan training room, a reflection of the environment, focused and disciplined of her mind. Dokyun picks up a wooden sword. Don't move carelessly, she warns. With a simple movement, the blade cuts through the air, creating a light gust of wind. She settles into a battle stance. In the next instant, An intense pressure emanates from her. She lunges forward, her movement a blur, a perfect strike, so fast it pushes the air before it, stopping the sword's tip just millimeters from Yuan's nose. He stares at her with a blank expression, processing what just happened. This, she says, is a strike, an attack without a hint of doubt or hesitation. He found it hard to believe a human could execute something so perfectly, but in that brief moment, his power did more than just observe, it learned. A new concept emerged in his mind. Penetration. As he was lost in thought, trying to understand why he had learned that specific concept from Dokyun, she calls him back to reality. Focus. A strike doesn't have just one form. She begins to execute a series of attacks in the air, each one subtly different from the last. How many times should you strike? With what force? What should you imitate? There are countless variables, she explains, but the ultimate foundation is the one where only a single thrust is necessary. Never forget that. Her words and actions, from one who had mastered a concept to its purest form, carried the essence of truth. She hands him the sword. Your turn. Holding the wooden weapon, Yuan asks her not to laugh at his imitation. If you copied me perfectly on your first try, she smiles. My 10 years of training would have meant nothing. He moves, mimicking the stance and strike she had shown. The moment his strike cuts through the air, Dokyun's smile vanishes. She couldn't believe it. He had somehow captured the essence of the strike just by watching it once. But Yuan wasn't satisfied. He felt something was off. Until now, he had focused on blending various concepts, but her lesson made him realize his mistake. He needed to strengthen and deepen one concept at a time. Taking off his shirt for more freedom of movement, he focuses. He repeats the movement, thinking, why penetration? The answer comes like a flash of lightning. Because the original user, Dokyun, believes in it with all her soul, that the true essence of a strike is to hit the target. With this thought in mind, he pours all his focus, power, and conviction into a single attack. The result is completely different. The thrust is immensely more powerful, as if he and the sword had become the very personification of the concept of a thrust. Stop, she orders, seeing the effort. Exhaust him. He drops to his knees, panting, as a flood of system notifications fills his vision. Martial arts concept learned, swordsmanship concept absorbed as a sub-concept. He looks at his stats, and his jaw drops. His attributes had skyrocketed. The swordsmanship concept, which had barely budged before, had risen drastically. His combat skills had literally doubled. I never thought I could lose like that, she murmurs, impressed. Embarrassed, he scratches his head and says he was just imitating her, and that he only learned so fast because she was a great teacher. The compliment catches her by surprise, and she turns her face to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. Satisfied, Yuan thanks her and offers an elixir as payment. A single elixir isn't enough compensation for this lesson, she says, and he tenses, unsure of what else he could offer. Seeing his worry, she smiles. Don't worry, she says, a playful glint in her eyes. I'll collect my payment over time. Be prepared. With the atmosphere completely shifted, she reminds him of their next lesson, and they teleport away. Yuan was still pondering her enigmatic smile when the scene shifts to the academy corridors. Russell and Slade are walking, distracted by a phone. Suddenly, Russell bumps into a group of students from another class with hostile glares and threatening auras. The group's leader slams his hand against the wall, blocking her path. Where do you think you're going, cutie? He says, a contemptuous smirk on his face. The bully kept blocking her way, but Russell, though visibly annoyed, refused to be intimidated. Seeing the scene unfold, Slade didn't hesitate to step between them. What do you want with my classmate, Zrenia? He asks, his voice as cold as ice. The aggressor glares at him, annoyed. Get out of my way, you insect. At that very moment, Yuan and Dokko teleport into the hallway. The sudden arrival of the now famous Silver Queen changes everything. Recognizing the warrior who had humiliated Hortima, the group of bullies instantly backs away, but not before throwing a veiled threat. Russell hides behind Slate, thanking him for defending her, and Yuan notices the restrained fury in his friend's eyes. This wasn't over. Moments later, in the classroom, a professor, an elderly man, was lecturing about the history of the Union. But for the bullies, the class was just another opportunity to continue their harassment secretly. They start taking photos of Russell, whispering malicious comments among themselves. The young woman tried to ignore them, but her distress and discomfort were obvious. Both Slate and Yuan felt their anger rising. It didn't matter what world it was, Yuan thought. Human wickedness was always the same. Unable to control himself, Slate suddenly stands up, catching the professor's attention. Excuse me, but some students are disrupting the class. The old professor simply asks for quiet and, without paying much attention, returns to his lecture. Seeing this, the bullies quietly mock Slade, calling him naive, and accusing him of trying to show off. The taunts escalate as they ask if he and Russell are dating. That's enough to make silent tears begin to stream down Russell's face. That was the last straw. With a sharp snap, Slade breaks a pencil in his hand, ready to explode. But before he could rise, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. It was Yuan. "Calm down," he whispered gravely. Slade replied in disbelief. "Causing trouble here will only make things worse," Yuan said, showing his phone screen. "Just watch." On the screen, a YouTube live stream was running. Slade understood immediately, and a mischievous smile spread across his face. He turned to the bullies and said aloud, "Please, keep laughing. The audience is loving it." Confused, they looked around but saw nothing. What they didn't know was that right behind them, little Ivy was holding a camera in her mouth. She had been recording every word and every laugh from the very beginning. In seconds, the live stream's comment section exploded, with hundreds of outraged messages. "Nice move," Diego Yun commented quietly to Yuan, who simply replied, "They messed with one of us. They weren't getting away with this." By the time the Three Stooges finally realized what was happening, it was already too late. They tried to hide and desperately searched for the camera until one of them spotted the little white snake, but before they could reach her, Ivy disappeared in the blink of an eye. The commotion caught the teacher's attention, who, this time, lost his patience. "Your names, and get out of my classroom, now," he ordered. As they were being kicked out, the teacher grumbled that he would give them low grades, but Yuan thought the punishment was too light. But Rutil, with a more relieved expression, disagreed. "It was enough," she said, thanking the two of them with a genuine smile. "I'm okay, thanks to you." The moment of gratitude united the group. Even Diego Yun showed a rare, subtle smile. They agreed that things had gotten easier with Yuan as class president, but the peace didn't last long. After the class ended, the three expelled bullies were waiting for them in the hallway. Frightened, Rutil hid behind Yuan. The group's irritation returned in full force. This time, the aggressors weren't empty-handed. They were armed. Facing the weapons pointed at them, Slade took a step forward with a dangerous calm. "What do you want?" he asked, staring down the three armed bullies. Slade remained unfazed. Their leader demanded an explanation for the humiliation of the recording, which he claimed had ruined their grades. Yuan glanced over and noticed the substitute teacher watching from a distance, doing absolutely nothing, even after seeing his students draw their weapons. This was the law of the lower dimensions, in its purest form. The shouting started again, but Slade, with a frightening calm, just looked at them and said a single word: "Barbarians." The insult was the trigger. The leader lunged forward, his sword pointed. "What did you say, you inferior creature?" In response, Slade unsheathed his own sword with a casual, almost careless motion. A fan of golden light sliced through the air. The bully's sword shattered into two pieces, the blade sent flying. The shock was absolute. Yuan, analyzing the strike with his eyes, saw the golden energy enveloping Slade's blade and learned a new concept. Meanwhile, the aggressor trembled with fear. Slade advanced slightly, placing his golden sword against the boy's neck, who collapsed to his knees in terror. "If you had just asked politely," Slade said in a cold voice, "I would have listened." His personality seemed to have changed completely. He became cold and authoritarian. While the bully's friends hurled insults, Slade turned to the teacher. "What is the punishment for students who attack their classmates with real weapons?" The teacher, caught off guard, averted his gaze, and said the academy encouraged sparring, but I never agreed to a fight, retorted Zane. The professor tried to turn the tables, accusing him of drawing his sword first and lying about not seeing the previous offenses. Zane's fury exploded, and the golden aura on his sword intensified. Before he could do anything, he felt a touch on his cheek. It was Dalia, with a simple touch. She dissipated Zane's aura, bringing him back to reality. Stunned, he made his sword vanish while the professor, seeing that he had lost control, left muttering. Dalia then reprimanded Zane, and Jace realized that the golden sword seemed to affect his friend's personality. Later, during a meal, Jace reprimanded Zane for his impulsive attitude. Regretful, the blonde apologized, insisting he could control the sword. Dalia interrupted the discussion, reminding everyone of Professor Yuna's warning. If they continued to display so much power, the hostility from other students would only worsen. She then turned to Jace. "You're the representative. What's the plan?" Jace thought for a moment. The problem was the academy's system based on prejudice and birth status. He asked the group what is needed to win the favor of the masses. "Power," they suggested. Jace smiled. "Something else, something we already have." He made a square with his fingers imitating a camera. The plan was simple and brilliant. Create a YouTube channel to showcase their daily activities, build a positive public image, and change people's perception of them. The first recording was a training match between Dalia and Owen and a reluctant Zane. To force him to fight seriously, Dalia attacked him for real, throwing him to the ground and taunting him until he finally fought back with everything he had. While filming the spectacular fight, Jace explained to a worried Rylan that showing their true abilities was the best way to intimidate future aggressors. The channel was an explosive success. The fight video went viral, and other videos showing the group in casual moments, playing games, having tea with Professor Yuna and Rylan, making funny faces, while trying new foods won over the public. They became the biggest celebrities in the academy. The next step, a live stream of their first tower climb. On the scheduled day, a crowd gathered to watch them, and Yuna praised the initiative, and the group prepared. Jace, still in his school uniform, stood out from the others who were wearing combat gear. With conviction, he adjusted his tie and stated that this was enough. Yuna teleported them to the tower's entrance, where they were met with looks of admiration and curiosity. He announced that they would stay for 3 days and 2 nights, and with a floating mini-camera recording everything, he led his team into the greatest challenge of their lives, wishing his ancestors could see him. Inside the tower, the rules were different. As Yuna had explained in a previous meeting, the floors or rooms constantly changed their layout. Death was not permanent. Defeat usually resulted in being teleported back to the entrance with the student pendant, allowing a return to the same point. However, she admitted there were areas where death was indeed the end of the line. On the first floor, they faced claw reapers, viscous monsters that were easily sliced apart by Zane and Dalia. Meanwhile, Jace was trying to extract the concept of fire from a torch, but to his surprise, his power didn't work. Distracted, he was almost attacked, but Evian protected him, transforming into a chain of thorns. It was then that Rylan sprang into action, revealing a savage side with red eyes and sharp claws, tearing the creatures apart with ferocity. Dalia sensed a more powerful energy gathering and alerted the group. John used his eyes and saw an obelisk forming a summoning circle. "Rachel, destroy it now," he ordered. With a devastating blow, she shattered the obelisk before the elite monster could appear, getting its core as a reward. At that moment, Slade noticed something. Rachel's hair, once light pink, now had multicolored streaks. John explained that this was the manifestation of Rachel's furnace heart concept, which burned emotions to generate power. Worried, the girl asked if she had been scary. Darian, with her usual coldness, said that if she lost control, she herself would stop her, which only made Rachel more uneasy. John intervened, promising to help her control her power, and the group was transported to the second floor. The new scene was a green field. John took the opportunity to analyze the core that Rachel had obtained, learning the concepts of acid and fusion. He fed Ivy the acid and infused the fusion into his own weapon. Monsters in the form of evil spirits began to appear. Darian destroyed one with a blast of energy and provocatively suggested that John take care of the entire floor by himself to accelerate his growth. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the challenge. Stretching out his arms, he summoned Ivy, who, upon passing through a magic circle, transformed into a massive firearm. With a command, the weapon began to fire continuous bursts, annihilating the spirits in seconds. Slade watched in shock, wishing his kingdom had such firepower. Darian, though impressed, noticed a flaw. The weapon was useless in close combat. As if to prove her point, a spirit silently slid up behind John, opening a gigantic mouth, ready to swallow him whole. His friends shouted a warning. The protagonist, noticing their reaction, turned and came face to face with the abyss of the monster's jaws. Ignoring his friend's concern, our main character made a sword appear out of nowhere and faced the evil spirit. With a single vertical slash, he dispatched the monster that tried to attack him. His 2 companions, whose hearts were in their throats, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Slade, however, was dumbfounded when he saw the protagonist holding a sword. After all, he himself had strengthened his own sword with various attributes, preparing for when things got serious. As for the pink-haired girl, she had no idea the protagonist knew how to fight with a sword. He humbly explained that it wasn't quite like that. He said he was still far from being as good as Slade or Darian. Hearing this, the young woman smiled, thinking his humility was well-deserved, and feeling proud of how much he had improved. But the protagonist didn't stop there. He continued to advance, alternating between shots with his gun and sword strikes, destroying all the spirits. Evil that appeared in his path. The monsters just kept coming, only to be defeated one by one. Now, besides using Ivy, he also wielded the sword with impressive skill. Every move showed everything he had learned up to that point. Smiling, the protagonist commented that although he wasn't the best, he was trying to evolve with each battle. After defeating most of the spirits, he rested his sword on the ground and sighed tiredly. He looked at the others and announced that there were no more enemies nearby, only the last one remained. With that in mind, he summoned Ivy and transformed her into a chain, ordering her to bind the last spirit. With the monster immobilized, he said they could take a break before finishing the job. As they caught their breath, the white-haired girl knelt down and touched the remains of one of the defeated spirits. That's when she noticed something interesting. The tip of the protagonist's sword had melted and disintegrated the monsters. She quickly understood that he was already using the skills he had acquired in the previous room. Light also couldn't hide his surprise at what he saw. And as for Ark, she didn't hold back her praise, saying his last attack had been excellent. She began to think aloud, commenting that his style was much better than just swinging a sword without any strategy. Slade got all irritated by the comment and asked why she was treating him like an amateur. And in the middle of their argument, the protagonist reached his hand into his inventory and pulled out an ice-cold energy drink. He opened it and began to drink calmly, laughing at the two of them arguing. Seeing this, his three companions stared at him, all of them angry, wanting to know what he was drinking, and of course, wanting a sip. He just pointed to the can and said he had no more, commenting that this kind of drink could be bought outside. No one believed his excuse. After all, unlike him, no one there could simply go out and buy something. Annoyed, he put the can back in his inventory, grumbling that he would only use it again when he was really tired. This comment caught the attention of the white-haired girl, who decided to take the lead from that moment on, realizing that everyone had rested. The protagonist hurried to destroy the last monster, and in that same instant, a magic circle appeared. Under each of their feet, as they were transported to the next room, the protagonist closed his eyes. He wanted to take a look at his own attributes. A window appeared in his mind, showing more than 10 different attributes. Seeing this, he was excited about his score. He would already be at the Academy's intermediate level. However, he realized that to be more efficient, he needed to focus on strengthening his swordsmanship skills. The strength difference between him and a certain Erator was about 200 points, and there was no way he could close that gap in a weekend. But since he was learning martial arts from his classmate, he thought he might have found a way. He knew it wasn't enough just to acquire skills. He had to evolve them. Thinking about how to improve, he considered asking his classmate to teach him a little more, but he quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it would be unfair to burden her while he was racking his brain trying to figure out how to get stronger. Several gusts of wind came at him. The problem was that he was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the danger. For a moment, he still thought he was being transported to the other room, but that's when a voice started screaming his name. It was Slade, and he was falling. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes and realized the situation. The four of them were in a freefall. With the wind whistling around them, faced with that scene, the protagonist panicked for a second. Looking down, he tried to understand why the hell he was falling from the sky. Rhea seemed even more desperate, fighting against gravity and holding her skirt down so the wind wouldn't lift it. He looked down again, still not understanding anything, but this time he noticed something that made his blood run cold. Down below, the ground was covered in sharp spears, all pointed upwards. Thinking fast, he summoned Ivy, who immediately transformed into a chain. With a precise movement, the chain wrapped around Rook, saving him from becoming a skewer by a hair's breadth. Relieved that it worked, he sighed but continued to hold the chain with all his might. But there was a trap right at the transition point. As he tried to make sense of the situation, he heard someone call his name. Looking back, he saw the young pink-haired woman. She was stuck upside down on the ceiling, and her suggestion was obvious. He needed to move, and fast. But instead of acting, he froze, shocked at the sight of her hanging like that. Just as she finished her warning, he heard a huge noise. One of the walls was opening, launching a shower of spears in his direction. Terrified, he thought quickly. He couldn't let the girl he was holding by the chain fall, no matter what. Without hesitation, he gave a sharp pull on the chain, launching her upwards. At the same time, he had the idea to summon Lilith while still controlling Eva. The young woman screamed in fear from the pull, but she had to be thrown at that exact angle, so the spears would pass by her without hitting her. The protagonist's swift movement caused the spears to crash into one another. As the girl began to fall again, he was already there to catch her in his arms. She blushed slightly at the closeness as he asked if she was all right. Now, the two of them were calmly riding a flying motorcycle. He apologized for pulling her so hard earlier, explaining that the situation was complicated and he had no other choice. As he spoke, more traps activated all around them. He just smiled, and with great agility, began to dodge the axes flying towards them, destroying them all before they could get close. Suddenly, it became clear that Slade was different. He now had 2 pairs of dragon wings on his back. With his divine sword in hand, he walked among the shattered axes, wondering what was going on. He remembered his meeting with the professor. She had said the traps would only appear after room 20, but they were only in the 3rd room, and the difficulty was already at this level. Flapping his wings to float, Slade saw a flying motorcycle pass through the room and wondered when his friend had obtained an item like that. The protagonist on the motorcycle was annoyed. He accelerated, dodging the traps that appeared at every turn. Behind him, Rush still remembered how he had held her just moments before. Now smiling to herself, she hugged him from behind, feeling completely at ease with the situation. Startled by the sudden hug, the protagonist was distracted for a second, and that was enough for an arrow to hit the motorcycle. He began to weave between the columns of the room, trying to dodge the weapons being launched at them. The danger was getting closer and closer, until a flash of light blocked some of the blades. The protagonist stopped the motorcycle and, looking to the side, saw Slade floating there. He wanted to know why his friend was just standing there watching. Looking closer at Slade's appearance, the protagonist was stunned and asked, "What are those wings?" But the blonde-haired boy had a question of his own. Pointing to the motorcycle, he wanted to know where it came from, saying it looked like an item from the Yuan world. The protagonist then asked about Darka, worried she might have fallen into a trap, but the situation was quite different. She was moving with incredible agility along the tower walls. The protagonist didn't know where she was, but he trusted that she wouldn't fall into a trap so easily. And he was right. The young woman was dodging the blades like a professional, always with swift, precise movements, keeping an eye on everything. Now, no longer worried about her safety, Slade asked what they should do. He remembered the manual said they should. The protagonist asked Slade to race to the other side of the room so he would have time to analyze the pattern of the traps. As Slade flew, the protagonist watched and noticed something. All the traps were chasing a single person. Slade. That's when he realized maybe the traps were targeting whoever was moving. He remembered the situation with his classmate from the beginning, and finally understood they needed to avoid moving. Without a second thought, the protagonist put his hands on his head, frustrated for not having realized this sooner. Meanwhile, his classmate was trying to warn him about another arrow coming in his direction. The arrow hit the floating motorcycle. Annoyed, the protagonist pulled the arrow out and held it firmly. He needed to warn the others to stop moving, but if they did, how would they clear the stage? Holding the arrow tighter, he finally noticed something. A reaction was happening to it. Looking closely, he saw that the arrow was being absorbed. This was new. Since the first room, he had been trying to absorb concepts, but it had never worked. Now, he looked at his sword. Could his intuition be right? He wouldn't know, unless he tried. So he decided to grab the sword. His companion, not understanding a thing, simply watched. And before her very eyes, he began to absorb the sword itself. They were both shocked as the sword dissolved in the protagonist's hand, turning into golden dust. He received a concept, but it wasn't what he expected. Instead of sword, he received the concept of cutting. This reminded him of the thrusting technique his companion had been teaching him. While he was thinking about this, Cal asked him to look in a certain direction. When he looked, he saw Slade surfing on a wave of traps. After getting off the wave, completely annoyed, he leaned on his sword. All of this had happened because he let his guard down. Thinking that only the weapons were dangerous, he had fallen for the trap. Slade's vision began to blur, and he realized he could barely defend himself from the dozens of new traps that were appearing. At that moment, the protagonist didn't just stand by. He was on Lilith, his hoverbike, and had to leave Cal behind to help Slade. Before leaving, he had already apologized to her, and the girl understood he didn't want her to get involved. As the protagonist sped over the waves, racing toward his friend, he gained more points for his water concept. Everything happened as he expected. What touched him was water, but he received the concept of waves. Finally, he began to understand his power and the reason why he hadn't received the concept of the sword before. As he sped forward on the motorcycle, Daku was jumping from pillar to pillar, analyzing the situation. She was surprised to look down and see the protagonist on the motorcycle, with waves of energy emanating from its sides. He was heading towards Slade, because he realized that the state of a substance at the moment it manifested determined the concept he acquired, just like the trap that had aimed for his neck had previously given him the concept of decapitation. With this in mind, he charged towards the activated arrows and spears, all raining down on Slade. He shouted to Slade, telling him he would handle the situation, and accelerated on the motorcycle. It was in this moment that he willed his all-seeing eye ability to activate. The arrows were drawing ever closer to Slade, who was screaming for help. The protagonist closed his eyes, extended his hands toward the weapons, and activated his power. When he opened his eyes, a written word appeared on the tip of each blade, a concept he could understand. The intent of each weapon was revealed, and now, they were all aimed at him. The blonde guy was in disbelief at what had just happened. He had been saved. However, the protagonist was now the target of all those weapons. He grabbed one of them, but he didn't want to take them one by one, afraid that the concepts would mix and lose their essence. So, he released a massive amount of energy, linking the concept in his hand to all the others of the weapon concepts. When he finished the process, an intense golden glow appeared and surrounded him. The plan to infuse the concepts was a success. From across the room, the pink-haired girl watched everything. The traces of the golden glow made the scene even more beautiful. Calmly, she held out her hands, letting the golden dust from the destroyed weapons settle upon them. With a faint smile, it was obvious she was satisfied with his progress. He finally stopped the motorcycle a few feet from Slade, who ran towards him. The protagonist was happy to see his friend was okay. Slade looked surprised by what he was carrying and asked what it was. The protagonist admitted he didn't know, he just said it appeared when he gathered all the weapons. While the two were talking, a new trap was activated. They immediately went on high alert, but to their relief, the two girls appeared. With incredible and synchronized movements, they deflected the swords with their strikes, preventing anything bad from happening. Cal sighed in relief, while the white-haired girl took the opportunity to scold them again. The protagonist was so impressed with the girl's performance that he didn't even mind the scolding. Slade, on the other hand, didn't like it at all. With the last trap neutralized, the four spheres of light appeared once more, and the room began to shift. As they were transported, the protagonist simply watched the duo bickering again. Slade questioned why she always wanted to play the hero, arriving at the last minute just to show off. The protagonist found it inspiring. Even though they were always fighting, he knew one would always save the other. In response, Dalia simply stated that she waited on purpose until the last minute to surprise everyone. They were transported to the fourth room. Now, at least the protagonist could get a good look at the monsters. Before being attacked, they were giant spiders. Looking at the creature before him, he had no idea what it was, or what its power was. Slade explained that this was a unique monster, the tower spider, and that it could appear anywhere. With that, he drew his sword, ready to lead and protect his friend. However, even after Yuan's attacks, the spiders hadn't suffered a single scratch. Dalia, however, positioned herself in front of everyone, telling them to step back. Looking at the protagonist, she told him to watch her next moves carefully. She concentrated energy in her hands, forming a cannon-like attack. With one powerful shot, she hit a large number of spiders at once. The blast of energy left the protagonist speechless. Her attack was far more powerful than Eva's bullets. It was then that the young woman told everyone to leave the final attack for the protagonist. Looking at him, she smirked and boasted that she was a phenomenal teacher. A little embarrassed, he smiled back, drew his sword, and asked Slade to cover his back. He charged forward to face the spiders, grateful for the chance to finish them off. However, Slade and Dalia, who were watching, were very worried, and for good reason. When the protagonist slammed his sword against the spider's carapace, the blow had no effect and just made his hands tremble. He tried again with more force, but the shell was too thick. After the failed attack, it was the spider's turn. Its eyes glowed, and it leaped towards him. Sensing the danger, he jumped back, narrowly escaping. But he didn't give up and charged forward again, this time remembering to use a thrust. At least now, he managed to hit the spider's head, but it still wasn't enough to defeat it. The pair grew excited, seeing that he was finally making some progress. Even so, the protagonist knew he couldn't continue with such weak attacks. He was frustrated. Just the thought of the tower's spiders being too strong for him was enough. Suddenly, he remembered something he should have thought of before, the concepts he had absorbed in the previous room. He hadn't used any of them yet. Seeing that this was the perfect moment, he infused the concept of cutting into his sword. As soon as the weapon received the concept, it began to release small lightning bolts, and with a simple swing, it emanated a powerful aura. He decided to test if it would work. Against the spiders, the sword moved quickly, cutting through the creature with incredible ease. The feeling of finally landing a blow was amazing. Slade was shocked by his friend's instant evolution. Even Doha was surprised but didn't comment to avoid drawing attention. After the attack, the protagonist felt he had made a clean cut, but something seemed strange. He began to wonder if he had swung the sword with more force than necessary, and tried again. Seeing his determination, Slade and the pink-haired girl advanced to help. Doha, after watching for a while, realized he had done something to the sword. It allowed him to cut the spiders with ease. She continued to watch as he kept cutting them down, trying to improve his skills with every strike. She knew that normally, when someone strengthens their weapon, they just end up swinging it, without technique. But the protagonist showed no signs of this flaw. She hoped that even if it took a day, he would understand the true essence of a cut by himself. Watching him, she found herself remembering her own story. After overcoming the 3 calamities, She was proudly called the greatest prodigy in the martial world. And now she realized she was watching someone just as good as she was, someone who made her own talents seem small. Unaware of all this, the protagonist continued to swing his sword. He was focused on destroying the tower's spiders. While fighting, and without knowing what his friend was thinking, the protagonist felt a chill. Slade, seeing him look around, asked what was happening. In that moment, his gaze met Jude's, who upon seeing him, ran over with drinks in his hand. Just then, the four of them received an external message. It was the same message for everyone. A warning from the director to leave the tower immediately. The protagonist didn't understand the reason for the rush. Russo noticed that something was bothering Doha. The peace didn't last long. Russo shouted, warning that the enemy was coming. Everyone looked and was terrified. 2 giant portals opened, and hundreds of spiders began to pour out of them. Now they understood why they had to leave, and it didn't stop there. More dimensional cracks began to appear. When they tried to use their student cards, they realized they had no signal. With the notifications not working, the group was completely trapped. Slade had already drawn his sword, preparing for the worst. They knew this was the dangerous situation the professor had warned them about. One that could be the end of them. The portals covered the room with spiders. They were on the floor, on the walls, and on the ceiling. They advanced without leaving any room to breathe. Russo and Slade were the first to charge into the fight. Faced with so many spiders, the protagonist was terrified. He had never faced anything like this. He remembered the meeting where Professor Yumina revealed there was a high chance of dimensional pirates invading the tower. She explained that due to abnormal invasions, safe areas could become hostile, and the number of monsters would multiply, and the difficulty would increase unpredictably. Now, they were living that exact scenario. An explosion blew a passage through the wall. The protagonist, on his floating motorcycle with Russo on the back, followed the others to a more spacious area. Seeing the spiders pouring through the new entrance, Slade was furious. Ruka growled with rage, and the glow in the spider's eyes intensified. In a well-organized swarm, they all invaded the room where the group was. They seemed to be endless, commented the white-haired young woman. Before attacking again, she used her energy blast, aiming at a group of spiders and firing, eliminating several at once. Seeing her determination, Slade also joined the battle, and together they began to inflict heavy damage. Dako and Slade were already getting worn out. Ruka, too, after using so much power, had most of her hair darkened. She barely spoke. She only growled, driven by the desire to destroy all the spiders. The protagonist knew that if her hair became completely dark, things would get ugly. Dako, noticing her struggle, stopped her attack and approached, commenting on Ruka's worsening condition. Dako admitted that she herself couldn't last much longer without a break. Hearing that she was getting tired, the protagonist didn't think twice. He pulled an energy drink from his inventory and handed it to her, saying he would hold off the spiders while she drank. She took the drink, smiled, and asked if he really thought he could handle this alone. "You bet," he replied, pulling a grenade out of thin air to show he was prepared. He pulled the pin and got ready to throw it. "Watch this," he said, launching the grenade over the spiders. A strange power enveloped the device, causing it to explode in mid-air. It created a wave of fire that engulfed most of the monsters. The blast was so powerful that the hot shockwave forced Slade to fall back. He shielded himself with his sword, and as he did, he saw the protagonist rush past and asked what kind of power that was. "I put a lot of effort into this weapon," he replied, telling Slade to get some rest. He knew Dako should still have plenty of energy, but he couldn't rely solely on her. He pushed forward, unsure how long the spiders would continue to appear. He was trying to buy as much time as possible for his friends when suddenly he received a notification. The blood poison on his sword had increased to 15, and the cutting concept had risen to 2. Surprised by how quickly it leveled up, he glanced down at the sword in his hand. He noticed it was turning red. Although he didn't know how blood poison worked, he kept fighting, figuring he'd find out soon enough. When he used the sword against the spiders, a huge amount of energy was released with the slash, and something surprising happened. The trajectory of his slash seemed to have changed, becoming longer. He realized the cutting concept increased the sword's power, and the blood poison increased the attack's range. The catch was, for this to happen, the sword had to drain his blood. The protagonist was a little spooked by the weapon. Realizing he couldn't use it too often, Slade approached, admitting he was impressed. He remarked that the protagonist was showing off something interesting yet again. Seeing Slade and Dako approach, the protagonist asked where Ruka was. They both said she was probably around somewhere, wiping out spiders. He wanted to insist they rest, but they claimed they had already recovered. As they prepared to take over for the protagonist, Slade noticed that the number of spiders had dwindled. Hearing this, They looked toward the passage and saw the stream of monsters was slowing down. This could only mean one of two things. Either the battle was ending, or something much stronger was on its way. And Ruka felt it too. A strange energy made her growl. She stopped in front of a specific spot, just in time to see a portal, larger than any before it, begin to form. It was then that the elite tower spider monster entered the room. The protagonist was shocked, watching the enormous spider, several times larger than any other, emerge. Light shouted to get his attention. "There's more than one elite monster," he cried out. This caught the protagonist's attention. He turned around and understood the reason for his friend's despair. There wasn't just one giant monster, but two. They were surrounded. Light became extremely nervous, asking what was happening while he freaked out. Dako calmly continued to drink her beverage. Unlike everyone else, Russell was getting increasingly irritated. Baring her fangs, she charged at one of the giant spiders, attacking without a second thought. Light grew a little worried, but the protagonist said it might be a good idea and that they should coordinate to help. They agreed to split up. Light and Russell would take care of one spider, while the protagonist and Dako would deal with the other. Positioned in front of their spider, the protagonist raised his sword. All that confidence seemed to have vanished when facing a monster of that size. Seeing his hesitation, Dako, who had already finished her drink, approached and whispered in his ear, "You said you could handle this easily with my help, didn't you?" She pulled away, tossed the empty can back to him, and materialized her own sword, and she stepped in front of him to lead the attack. "Now let's pay the price for that sweetness of yours," she said, facing the giant spider. Startled, the protagonist wondered why she had drawn her sword. She was obviously demonstrating her technique for him. Noticing his curious eyes, she gave him a sharp look and said irritably, "I just don't want to get my hands dirty. Don't get the wrong idea." But that wasn't entirely true. After analyzing what he had been learning for so long, she knew he was still missing one move. To master it, and she was determined to show him just this once. A powerful blue energy began to gather. As she prepared to strike, she wanted the protagonist to pay close attention. Her eyes glowed with the same blue hue as her energy, but in the brief moment she extended her arm for the attack, the protagonist lost his concentration. The reason was simple. On the other side, Russell had lost control, and instead of attacking the spider, began to attack Light. He tried to defend himself with his sword, but the girl was furious. Neither of them noticed that their elite spider was advancing. The spider leaped and shot a jet of webbing to capture the two of them. Light was caught by surprise. Thinking fast, he threw Russell away so she wouldn't be caught with him. With that, he was left alone to be ensnared in the web. The young woman landed on a pillar, snarling at the spider, which snarled back. With all this chaos, it was impossible for the protagonist to concentrate. Noticing his distraction, Dako reprimanded him. "Where are you looking? Just look at me." He claimed he was looking but admitted that he was worried. The moment he said that, she moved her sword with her energy. She executed the movement slowly so he could watch. "It's all right," she said. Then, the giant spider in front of her simply fell, perfectly divided in two. The strike Dako used was a simple bottom-to-top movement. With that single cut, the protagonist could see the enormous gap that existed between his level and hers. The spider just fell, its body parts scattering everywhere. After seeing that, the protagonist began to receive several notifications about new concepts, so many that he started to get a headache. He had just understood super advanced techniques, and several other concepts had also leveled up. The power he saw, it was similar to what he felt in Hortima's force field. Trembling from a headache, he wondered how anyone could put so much will into a sword. The concept was so deadly and so alive that it gave him the chills. With his vision blurred, the girl suddenly approached and asked if he had watched her strike closely. He complained that she got too close, and she simply tossed a violet sphere at him. With the sphere in his hand, he realized it was overflowing with energy. He was happy but wondered if he should really keep it, since she was the one who had earned it. Smiling, the girl said it was his reward, and that he shouldn't hesitate, just accept the gift. From a distance, Slade saw the two being friendly and became furious, shouting for them to stop chatting and go help him. He had been trapped in those webs for a while and was very worried. This was because Rachel, who was in berserker mode, had already defeated her spider and was now completely out of control. Our hero looked at the young woman, startled. Seeing Slade's situation, Doko just commented, "He's a complete loser." Our hero knew that if they charged forward, they would be defeated in a second by the out-of-control girl. He looked back and declared that the only person who could handle the situation was Doko. She didn't look the least bit happy about having to solve all the group's problems again. Meanwhile, the completely out-of-control young woman began to eye the others. The protagonist tried to reason with Doko, asking for help. Since it was a completely abnormal situation, and he was insistent with a good argument. She couldn't say no. But then she noticed something. With that, she decided to move and began to stretch. Seeing this, the protagonist got excited. Looking at him, she stated that she would keep the beast entertained, but in return, he would have to defeat the other spider. Mid-sentence, Doko cut herself off and advanced toward Rachel, still provoking her with words to draw her in ever closer. She said she could have a lot of fun with that out-of-control girl, and the more she provoked her, the more Rachel fell into a state of blind fury. At least Doko got what she wanted. Rachel charged at her with her claws, leaping from the dead spider. Doko simply dodged the first attack and jumped back, continuing with the insults. With each of Rachel's strikes, she executed a simple move to deflect it. After several attacks, the girl couldn't even touch a single one of Doko's white hairs. Now in the place she desired, Doko grabbed Rachel's wrist and threw her to the ground. With the impact, a bit of reason returned to the young woman's head. But it still wasn't enough. Seeing this, Doko let go and made a few more taunts, telling her to stop blindly attacking someone stronger. And telling her to get up, she stated that she would entertain her just enough to keep her conscious. While hearing the young woman growling, the protagonist watched the two of them fight. Seeing that he was distracted, Doko reprimanded him. And with that, he materialized his sword to fight the spider. Even facing that giant monster, the girl believed he could win, if he had observed her strike correctly. He asked her what she was basing all that confidence on at that moment. One of the spider's enormous claws struck the ground very close to the protagonist. He barely managed to dodge. From a distance, Slade saw his friend almost get hit. Although the spider was greatly weakened, he had still underestimated its strength. Seeing that he was being provoked even by a spider, he got so irritated that he gritted his teeth. Knowing what to do, he summoned Eva. This time, not just one chain appeared, but several of them, interwoven with magical symbols, bound a large portion of the spider, which showed its utter frustration. Slade was stunned to see his friend had managed to capture the monster. Doko also glanced back for an instant. Averting his gaze from his own battle, the protagonist charged with his sword towards the chained spider, but not all of its legs were restrained. The free ones tried to strike him, but he dodged repeatedly with the help of Eva, who was holding down most of the legs. And with the concepts of seaver and blood poison imbued in his sword, he was ready. He got as close as he possibly could, hatred burning in his eyes. He struck the giant spider. The blow landed, but it wasn't nearly strong enough to take it down. Watching it all unfold, Slade was skeptical, wondering why the attack had failed. While Russell dodged attacks without much effort, Doko watched the protagonist with his sharp eyes. The young man retreated a few meters, wondering why his attack had been so weak as he stared at his own blade. He finally realized that the blood poison hadn't activated properly. Just then, the spider, which had been trapped, began to shatter the chains to break free. It made sense that one of his skills had failed. Once the spider was loose, it was ready to strike. It immediately unleashed a strike with its enormous legs, an attack that could have ended his journey right then and there. The giant spider shattered the chains and lunged at the protagonist, kicking up a cloud of dust. Doko froze, leaving himself wide open for an attack. However, when the dust settled, everyone could see the spider collapsed on the ground while the young man stood, holding his sword. Immediately after, his sword dropped, and he too collapsed, overcome by mental exhaustion. He remembered what had just transpired. Just as the spider's leg and his sword were about to meet, he had changed the angle of his attack at the very last second. He was trembling as he retrieved his sword, knowing that if he had taken that blow head-on, both he and his weapon would have been obliterated. He wondered how he had managed to perceive the movement. For a moment, it felt as if a split second had stretched into an eternity. It was then that a notification popped up. By deflecting the attack, he had mastered the concept of flow. Understanding what had happened, the protagonist struggled back to his feet. Praising his friend in his thoughts, he approached the spider again. He understood that he wouldn't be able to perfectly imitate his swordsmanship, but he knew what he needed to do to improve. With his sword in hand, he faced the spider, challenging it. Sensing the hostility, it raised its legs to strike again, but this time, he swung his sword continuously, defending and deflecting the blows. While watching, Slate recalled a swordsmanship concept called deflection, which involved parrying or redirecting enemy attacks. If applied correctly, it could create an opening in the opponent's defense. Slate knew this was only a tactical concept, and reality was much different, yet his friend seemed to be achieving the impossible. Even without any experience, he was already displaying an impressive level of skill. Watching how he deflected the attacks, Slate wondered if he had truly never held a sword before. After parrying another strike, the protagonist finally found the opening he had been searching for. Using the concept of deflection for frontal assaults and spinning his blade to defend against a lateral strike, he managed to continue advancing, inch by inch. He began to see the path to victory, but another fight was still dragging on. Over with the girls, Russell was still out of control, but in a flash, she was disarmed, tripping over Daku's feet. Daku calmly took her down while continuing to watch the protagonist fight. She found it unbelievable. She thought he might learn something from her technique, but instead, it was he who was showing her something entirely new. She remembered that there was a martial art that used flow as its essence, but few people dared to use it, as it was a skill that required capturing a brief moment, something almost impossible, but she was watching the protagonist do it repeatedly. Now it was the spider that was under pressure. The white-haired young woman knew that using this technique continuously was risky and required enormous effort. That's why most people like Slade looked for easier techniques, but she had always wanted to master the martial arts, and now she felt as if he were offering her that opportunity. While Daco was having fun, Rutil stood up again in the meantime. With a bit of her senses back, she made a few moves, while Slade begged to be freed. Daco didn't care about either of them. He just wanted to get back to watching the fight. She realized that just deflecting the attacks wouldn't be enough for him to win. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist advanced towards the spider, even while being threatened by one of its legs. He continued his movement as Daco watched while he used the enemy's strength, spinning rapidly, and combining two skills, and before her eyes with the sword spinning in a horizontal motion. From bottom to top he managed to cut the giant spider. The blow was perfect and hit its target. The spider began to howl in pain. Slade was speechless while the slightly blushing white-haired young woman was thrilled to see the protagonist's success, who had overcome that arduous battle, and now just watched the giant spider fall. With the defeat of the giant spider, his body fell to the ground. Soon after, it was Book One's turn, who also collapsed, defeated by the stress and fatigue of the battle as the protagonist sighed. System notifications began to arrive, informing him that his external and internal concepts had been temporarily synthesized. He felt the great changes occurring in his internal code. At the same time, he heard Slade's call, who was trapped in spiderwebs. The situation became complicated when Daco also asked for help to contain an uncontrollable wild beast. The protagonist felt overwhelmed. He had barely defeated an elite, and everyone was already relying on him to solve everything amidst the chaos. Slade explained that the webs required magic to be undone, while Daco warned about the seemingly infinite resistance of Rutil. Seeing the two argue about who should be helped first, the protagonist had an idea. His solution was to absorb the concept of the web that was holding Slade. With this, he acquired the web's concept, and immediately used it to feed little Eva. Using this new power, he created net-like chains and threw them in Rutil's direction, immobilizing the uncontrollable girl on the ground. The protagonist then warned that it was impossible to break free as the chains drained magic. As she squirmed to escape, the chains tightened around her body more and more, until the scene made both him and Daco blush with embarrassment. Slade quickly covered the protagonist's eyes, who was upset for being the only one who could no longer see, although the situation was resolved. The environment transition did not occur. The chains, however, worked, and Rutil's hair began to return to its original pink color. The protagonist noticed that his student card was active again, and asked the others if they should leave. Everyone agreed, but were suddenly startled by a red shadow that appeared near them. The shadow, like an illusion, began to murmur that they had passed the test, not knowing how to react. The group watched the shadow condense in a circle of intense internal energy. This circle moved, shaped itself into a red light, and finally, it transformed into a woman who offered them the chance to form a contract with the 10,000-eyed observer. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the professor waited anxiously. Her expression showed her deep concern as she clutched the ID. Suddenly, a large teleportation portal formed in front of the tower, and when the dust settled, she saw her students with the protagonist at the lead. Mina ran up to them, repeatedly asking if they were all right. The protagonist reassured her, saying that everyone was fine. The professor confessed her concern, explaining that they hadn't left even after the evacuation warning. In response to her question, the protagonist asked to go somewhere more private before explaining, speaking for the group. He said they were caught in an irregularity after transitioning to the fourth room, but admitted it was difficult to put everything that happened into words. Professor Yuna then revealed what she knew. She said, the irregularity was caused by an outside intruder who had taken out a student. She explained that these intruders are dimensional pirates who hunt new students to steal their identities, which prevents their resurrection and traps them in the tower forever. So, as for the invaders' fate, she revealed they managed to escape. The white-haired girl, Alara, interjected, questioning if these events didn't feel like a test. She argued that, if intruders could invade the very essence of the academy, the tower, and nothing could be done about it, then the institution couldn't claim to be the best in the multiverse. Professor Yuna disagreed, explaining the harsh reality. The academy protects its students, but inside the tower, they are on their own. If the tower chooses the invaders over the students, the academy cannot interfere. That is the will of the tower, and it must be respected. Agitated, Ilara repeated the professor's words with disdain. Grabbing her ID, she stated that she hated the situation and would rather teleport away than continue the conversation. And so she did, vanishing before a helpless Professor Yuna. Seeing this, the protagonist stepped in. He asked the professor to understand Ilara's reaction, because something terrible had happened in there. Intrigued, Professor Yuna asked him to tell her exactly what it was. He thought for a moment, searching for the best way to explain that. Before they returned, they had an encounter that left Slade and Rutil visibly uncomfortable, one that he himself didn't know how to put into words. He revealed to the professor that they had encountered a constellation. It was known that the constellation was comprised of patrons or transcendental observers, who watched over various dimensions. But, when they found someone of interest, they would form a contract with that person. They were transcendent beings who exerted influence in this dimension. They could offer powerful magic, special abilities, and mighty artifacts. However, they demanded a great deal in return, but so far, no one had ever refused. Everyone knew that in a world where power is precious, there was nothing sweeter than their tempting offers. The constellations were attractive partners, which was why the professor couldn't believe that the observers were in the same world as them. The protagonist revealed that the 10,000-eyed observer had spoken to them. He also said that this observer had a strange voice and promised them power in exchange for meeting its demands. The professor, without truly knowing the real story, found it all incredible. She had a radiant expression as she spoke, even with the professor so excited. The pink-haired girl, as well as Slade, were not the least bit excited. After the protagonist asked the professor if that was truly amazing, and she confirmed it. He then asked a difficult and sudden question. He wanted to know what the academy's stance was about it. At first, the professor was surprised by the student's question, but stated that the academy, officially, valued neutrality. When she said that deep down, they encouraged contracts. The protagonist understood the point. Hearing all this, internally, he couldn't believe that a place like the academy had no defenses. Returning to reality with the professor's insistent questions, who wanted to know what the observer's request had been. This question made Bunny 1 even more tense, and he revealed that the request was an elimination. The professor was shocked by what the protagonist had said. She was confused and wanted him to be clearer in his answer. It was then that he revealed the whole story. The observer promised to contract 2 of them if they agreed to eliminate the other 2, so that was the reason why the group was so upset. He told them that back in the tower, the strange voice of the constellation had spoken to them, making a strange proposal and swearing loyal love. The man extended his hand to the 4 of them, hoping that one of them would move first and quickly fulfill his request. Our main character remembered gritting his teeth at all that nonsense talk. He wasn't going to join in, and hoped that Doku wouldn't either. Looking to the side, our protagonist noticed that his friend was gathering energy. The girl's deep eyes were trembling from the amount of power she was exuding. He told Yumina that Doku was asking them to leave her alone. But the professor was saddened. She understood that the young woman had released her energy to force the constellation to leave. After he finished telling the story, the professor asked if this meant they couldn't enter the tower. Our character was counting on the tower for his duel against the rector, and not being able to use it was super inconvenient. He thought he would have to train with the time he had left. He called the professor and said he was thinking of sending what happened in the tower as a report along with the recording he had made. She said that was fine, but if possible, she would like to hear more about it over a meal. But when he looked at the girl, he knew that wouldn't be possible, not after everything that had happened. The protagonist explained that they were both visibly exhausted. Physically and mentally, she was devastated when she understood how her students felt in the end. The professor praised the 3 of them for a job well done. Our main character was very grateful for her consideration. She promised to do everything she could, so that this situation wouldn't happen again, hoping that none of them would think ill of the academy. With that, she told everyone to rest well. Zayed said goodbye to the 2 of them as he and Rushal left using teleportation. Meanwhile, our character asked them to give his regards to Doku. He was about to leave as well, but the professor asked him to wait a moment. She said she had a question to ask, and warned him that she would be direct, then worriedly asked why the observer hadn't simply promised contracts to 2 of the 4, but instead had chosen him, Doku, and Ion. The professor's question shocked our protagonist, but in the end, he confirmed her question deep down. He knew the observer wasn't just trying to pit them against each other, he seemed to want to sift something from the sand. And the observer pointed at them, stating that they could definitely reach the top together, but only if they got rid of the dead weight. When they saw this, both the blue-eyed blonde and the pink-haired girl were devastated. That being who had appeared out of nowhere and seemed like an enemy before, was now trying to make the two friends fight our protagonist and the white-haired young woman, were surprised by the proposal. The being was promising that as long as they eliminated the other two, all the climbers would gain more shining treasure. They should take advantage of this, because that's how the world worked. After telling her everything, and reminiscing with Professor Yumina, he returned to the dormitory, finding him curled up in the fetal position. He looked at his roommate, asking if Slade had even bothered to take a shower. Our protagonist approached Slade, trying to break the ice by saying that the way he was sitting was impressive. Kane turned to go to the bathroom, while his roommate tried to say something. Slade asked if he was trying to humiliate him. Rolling his eyes, the protagonist was startled by the question, not knowing why his roommate thought that. His roommate apologized, saying that he actually just wanted to vent a little. He said that the protagonist could insult him if he wanted, since he was a nobody. All of this made the protagonist feel bad for being near Slade. A few minutes later, for the first time since entering that room, Slade lifted his head to look into the protagonist's eyes. He said that he hated him. This left the protagonist unsure how to react. Although our protagonist also wanted to express his own hatred, he had to be content with just thinking it. So he had to endure and wait, thinking that Slade's naivety might be useful after all. Our protagonist decided to sit and listen to what his roommate had to say. It was then that he said to Slade that he could say whatever he wanted. He wouldn't mind. However, Slade just continued to sit there, depressed, but he decided to speak. He said that he was also important in his own world. He was one of the most talented, and from what the protagonist knew of Slade, he already expected him to be talented in his world. Slade's father, his family, and even his companions had said he was exceptional. They praised and commented on his talent, even giving him the holy sword, entrusting him with unparalleled power. He said that, thanks to everyone who trusted him, he managed to form a contract with the holy sword. Bora asked why he was so worried, but the protagonist still tried to tell Slade that he was talented. He didn't need to take the words of that ridiculous entity into consideration. While listening to what the protagonist was saying, Slade's eyes widened, because for him, the situation was different. Then Slade used the protagonist's words against him, claiming it was easy to ignore the entity, since he had been the one chosen. Slade, deeply offended, continued his complaints. To begin with, they were divine beings. They were transcendent beings, much stronger and more recognized than humans. He couldn't believe that the protagonist, Kane, could refuse so easily. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised by the question. He more or less understood what Slade was trying to imply, and then lowered his head, stating that he had rejected it because that kind of proposal was useless. He also explained that there were many ways to stand out. Slade, however, claimed that he was saying that only because he had overwhelming talent, and he, to be honest, said that if he were to receive a choice from a divine being, he would hesitate. Our protagonist couldn't believe that. He was hearing Slade say that he wouldn't reject it so easily. He said that maybe he would have even made that choice, but the fact is that he felt resentful and scared. Faced with this frightening revelation, our protagonist couldn't say anything. After his shower, he sighed several times while drying his hair. He looked around and noticed that Slade, now calmer, had gone to bed. Sensing that he was calmer, our protagonist looked at him for a moment. He even thought he was asleep and decided to leave. But at that moment, the young man called out to him. Slade, now with a guilty expression on his face, apologized to our protagonist for crying like that. He also said that what had happened was not just his fault, and so he apologized for acting that way. Since his friend was calmer and apologizing, our protagonist gave a slight smile. He said it was okay because they were friends, after all. Upon hearing those words, Slade had to struggle not to cry. Our protagonist said he could listen anytime and then announced that he had to leave for a while. After that, he opened his inventory and took out a mug of hot chocolate, planning to leave it for Slate. As he placed the mug there, he said that the things they didn't like would go away after they had something sweet. After leaving the room, the protagonist thought for a moment. He felt that he had changed since the first time he was there. While he was still thinking, the young white-haired woman approached, and he did not even notice her presence. She quickly got close to him, her eyes sparkling, and said that he was back now. She also said she was relieved that she did not have to go in. When the young woman approached him so quickly, he was surprised. He asked what she was doing in the boys' dormitory. She told him to be quiet. She said it was not a crime if no one found out. Before he could say anything, the girl grabbed him by the collar. Now sitting on a bench in an area of the academy, Our protagonist asked her if she had come there just because the attached cafe was too crowded. She said she had only gone there after slowly wandering aimlessly for a while. However, she said she was curious about how the useless Slate was doing. Our protagonist scolded her for talking like that. She questioned if he was not just telling the truth, and the problem, according to her, was that everything came from his sword. She asked if he did not feel it too. She said that a lot of strength, the body's heightened instincts in combat, and even Slate's special abilities, everything came from the sword. Shamelessly, she added a few more traits to her long list of complaints against Slate. She also said that he could not even understand the situation. Our protagonist, feeling frustrated, asked her to stop, but she finished by saying that in difficult times, Slate even lost his courage and spirit. She was not satisfied with just talking about Slate. She also pointed out Rutil's flaws. With that, our protagonist sighed. He did not know if she just wanted to provoke his friends or show that she was worried. In the end, he just looked up at the sky and asked if she was okay. This question caught her by surprise, so he had to be more detailed, saying that she had been acting strangely ever since she met the divine being. She had even shown her irritation with the professor, and he asked if she was okay. The young woman was startled, blushing in a moment of shyness. She asked if he had figured it out, with his abilities. He just tilted his head back, returning to his normal position. He took out some more hot chocolate, for both of them from his inventory. Handing her a hot chocolate, he revealed that he did not need any abilities, as she revealed everything through her expressions. Duko did not know what to do about the protagonist's concern. She calmed down, simply taking the hot chocolate. Then she took the first sip of the drink, wondering if he was comforting her. After the first sip, she said the drink was sweeter than she thought. But our protagonist wanted to know what she expected from a drink made with cocoa powder. Then she remembered the observer she met in the tower and revealed her thoughts to him. She wondered if her two friends thought the same thing. So many ideas revealed by her surprised him. The beings they found in the tower existed only to destroy, in pursuit of desires. She questioned the protagonist, asking if he thought that both the being and she had the same way of thinking. Faced with this question, the protagonist was once again surprised. Knowing he wouldn't be able to answer, she answered for him. In essence, it was the same thing. She thought that if the two of them weren't of any help, she would have considered discarding them. Her words startled the protagonist. She realized that if she had been more radical, she would have been led astray from the idea of choosing only the best. She could have easily overlooked Slade and the incompetent pink-haired girl, Doku, and she blamed herself for the uselessness of the other two. She thought she shouldn't have had such thoughts. Our protagonist, not knowing what to say, took a sip of his drink. He looked for some inspiration in it. After a moment, he heard the girl reaffirm that this was indeed what she thought. For a moment, he decided to look at her and said that she was also naive. She blushed and turned her face away from him. She had just vented her deepest thoughts when she asked if he thought the other two had any talent. It was clear that he believed they did. Meanwhile, Slade, in his room, was staring at a cup while our protagonist was talking to his friend. He spoke of his qualities, noting how he had a tendency to rely too much on a holy sword. Slade, in his room, picked up his cup of hot chocolate. Since Slade couldn't handle the circumstances, the protagonist thought the same was also true for Rual, as she possessed an incredibly strong ability. The problem was that all this potential was being thwarted by her various internal struggles. If they could both overcome and correct their weaknesses and flaws, he knew they would become great fighters. So, he tried to convince his colleague that their talents would surprise them both. The white-haired young woman tried to follow the protagonist's train of thought but lacked the same insight. In silence, she showed by clutching her sides that she didn't have the same confidence in their friends as he did. The problem was that she didn't believe in others, but she decided to believe in the protagonist. He was initially surprised by this, and it encouraged him to hear her say that if their two friends trained, they would get stronger. The girl suddenly stood up and said that if it was as he was saying, that if the pair managed to overcome their challenges and grow, she would admit that he was right. However, if the outcome wasn't to her liking, he would have to take responsibility. Our protagonist didn't like what she was saying about him having to take responsibility in any way. Nevertheless, the young woman left him behind. He was left with all the surprise and doubts he still had. As she leapt away, she warned that if he wasted even 1 minute of her time, it would be his fault, and he would be held responsible. However, she said her goodbyes and told him to find the other two naive people. The next morning, an intense battle was already underway. In the training room, our protagonist watched the battle with a distant look on his face, even as they tried to fight with their bare hands. Slade even tried to charge at Doku. However, all of his efforts couldn't prevent the girl from throwing him straight toward our protagonist. Slade trembled on the ground, looking for his friend, in a completely opposite direction from where he was. Dragging himself toward the protagonist, Slade was crying. He asked the protagonist what was going on, insisting on why he was the only one being hit by that barbarian who insisted on striking him so callously. Just then, she approached the two of them, snapping her fingers. She startled them even more, explaining that this was physical training, so it was only natural for some hits to land harder as a reality check. She reminded Slade that he wasn't like Van, who learned things quickly. Leo then said he would need his sword, but his friend, his trainer, wouldn't allow it. The frustrated blonde boy asked the protagonist to give him his sword. However, our protagonist insisted that he get it by his own means, since he was being trained by his colleague, Dalia. Looking at Slade, he wanted him to believe in them, at least this one time, that it was all for his own growth. Reluctantly, seeing that our protagonist was very insistent, Slade agreed, lowering his head. He stood up, thinking this might mean something. He was determined to trust and try, but the moment they were preparing to start again, the encouragement was just a foot approaching his face. It was his colleague Dalia, who decided to catch him by surprise after having told him so many times not to do that. While our protagonist was surprised at how quickly his friend approached Slade, she continued to land her blows to train him. Slade truly needed all the reinforcement he could get. She thought he shouldn't just confirm with his eyes, but feel the attacks coming his way. As long as he didn't understand what was happening, she would continue to attack him repeatedly. She took the opportunity to hit him more times and, annoyed, told him to watch his posture. He needed to react quickly. Not just with his eyes, but he should feel where the attacks were coming from, while the young woman continued to throw taunts at him. As for Slade, our protagonist watched the fight with his all-seeing eyes. He realized that currently, Slade's stats were dropping one-sidedly in real time. Normally, Slade was a monster who could easily handle a Dean, but for some reason, things had changed. Now that he had to avoid using his sword, his skills seemed non-existent. Still watching the fight, he thought this change had been caused because of the sword. So, Slade's condition might be even worse than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the girl continued that intense fight. She wasn't just launching physical attacks, but psychological ones too. She needed him to understand quickly. She kept asking if the real Slade wasn't a person but simply a sword. Even though he denied it once or twice, he continued to get hit. But, tired of his friend's taunts, he began to react. A strange power started to surge through Slade's body, like powerful flames, and he tried to take the initiative for the first time, attempting to throw a punch in Dalia's direction. This left the girl completely surprised. There was an explosive energy heading towards the young woman. However, Dalia dodged just in time. Still, one of Slade's attacks caused a huge shockwave of air, leaving our protagonist speechless at what had just happened. Beside him, Cal also didn't understand how something like that had happened. Everyone watched as the young blonde boy transformed into a woman, her curves now pronounced, and her hair was now long. The moment Slade stopped hiding and gave up, what he was suppressing was released. Dalia observed Slade's appearance and became very annoyed. However, it was at that moment that the power around Slade began to fulfill itself and gather. It was an intense glow and a light coming directly from his chest, making him writhe in pain. It was so intense that he crouched on the ground. As our protagonist ran towards him, he could do nothing as his white-haired friend stopped him, telling him not to worry. Because her friend was okay, upon seeing the boy revert to his original form, she felt that he wasn't the true problem, but it also wasn't an easy one to solve. Sitting on the floor, there he was with an expression of disbelief. Approaching and looking at Slade, Dako asked if he knew what his problem was, and it was at that moment the confirmation came that she and Bon were right. Slade felt he couldn't go on like this, but he asked her to continue fighting with him. She gave him a strange look before accepting his request. She said that before that, she needed to apologize to Slade, because she had been wrong. Seeing the young woman apologize in front of him, he became embarrassed and even scratched his head, saying she didn't need to apologize. Dako's next words truly wounded him, saying she thought he was naive and clueless. No, a completely naive and clueless person in that moment. Russell tugged on Bon's shirt, saying they should train too. At that moment, he wasn't paying attention to the young woman. Our protagonist's eyes displayed a strong, golden hue as he observed Slade. Two concepts were being released from him, the spirit of a demon and the spirit of a saint. The protagonist didn't know how two such different powers could exist in the same place. He thought this might be the cause. He even wanted to talk to his classmate but decided to do it later. First, he apologized to Russell. The girl accepted his apology, saying it was all right, but that she wanted to train. He instantly remembered what she became like after transforming. She also thought it could go wrong, but believed he would find a way. He quickly summoned his snake, knowing it would be the only way to restrain her, in case the transformation occurred. Even so, he was hesitant, but the girl was firm in her conviction. She wanted to be able to control her own power so she could help everyone. Determined, he decided to accept her request. He went to the rack where there were some wooden swords to choose from. After picking one, he tossed it toward the girl. She caught the sword with a curious look. Unlike the battle between Dako and Slade, our protagonist wanted him and the girl to determine their own rhythms. He didn't want them to be like the other duo, and the pink-haired young woman understood his reason. And when they both had their wooden swords, our protagonist asked if they could begin. As the young woman said she would do her best, something came to the protagonist's mind. He thought this was what he had always dreamed of. For his university life, this was the slice of youth he had imagined. Not a chaotic fight of powerful blows without purpose. It was young people encouraging one another. Just thinking about it made our protagonist smile with a slightly flushed face. Realizing how lucky he was, the young woman, seeing the boy lost in thought, asked if they should start. As soon as the two decided to begin, the beautiful pink-haired girl unleashed all of her power, baring her claws. 5 minutes after the beast showed its face, the room was filled with demonic energy and dust. As a terrified protagonist quickly summoned his snake, Eve, he asked her to transform into a chain and hold the girl down. The chains once again coiled around the young woman's body, draining her energy and leading to the exhaustion of her power. Shortly after, her power dispersed, and she regained consciousness. You could see how relieved he was. He now looked like he was about to collapse. She ran to him, worried, asking how many times this had happened. He said he had already been through this, more than 10 times. The young woman was sad, regretting that she had left him so devastated. But he didn't want her to feel bad about it. He gave her a light pat on the head. He showed a bright smile, and reminded her that he had promised to help. Still with his hand on the young woman's head, he stated that he was already prepared for this. At that moment, the pair was startled, when someone approached. By the look on the white-haired young woman's face, you could see just how irritated she was with the protagonist. You could see the disdain in her eyes as she held Ruth by the legs, irritated that while she trained hard, the protagonist was gently talking to the beast. He was taken aback by her comment. Russell tried to defend the protagonist, and hearing this, Dako crouched down and asked if she had ulterior motives. She then added that training with a distracted mind was disrespectful to her opponent. While the young girl was still sitting on the ground, head bowed in guilt, Dako seized the opportunity to make her feel even worse. After all that, our protagonist turned and saw that the young girl was dejected. He realized she was very sensitive when it came to Dako. He knew that Ruth hadn't had enough time to tend to her own mental well-being. Even so, she was trying her absolute best. With that in mind, he announced to everyone that everything was fine. Dako was curious about what he was trying to say. In response, he revealed that he had recently made a request to the professor. He asked if, when he left the floating island, he could take one of the rabbits with him, and the professor had agreed. Dako, assuming he would choose her, thought his request was wonderful, but his next words shattered her expectations as he spoke to the pink-haired girl, that from that moment on, he would be taking her with him. Not only was the white-haired girl stunned, but the blue-eyed blonde was also not pleased. Russell could hardly believe he had chosen her. The next day, our protagonist took her to a women's clothing store. He was sitting on a bench while explaining a few things to the others on his communicator. He had already told them he wouldn't be staying out all night and would definitely be back before dawn. Dako was fuming as she spoke with the duo. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked to the side. The pink-haired girl emerged, having changed into the clothes Van had picked out, a white shirt paired with a pink skirt. This gave the young girl an adorable look that perfectly matched her hair. She then looked at the protagonist and asked how she looked, worried that the outfit was a bit too revealing. He quickly brought a hand to his mouth, trying to hide a joyful grin at the sight of her. After that, the two left the shop and began to stroll through the streets. She was mesmerized by everything she saw. The protagonist crossed the street, calling out for her to walk a little further, explaining there was more than one shopping district. As she tried to follow the protagonist, she suddenly found herself lost in the middle of a dense crowd. By the time she realized it, a sea of people had appeared around her. She tried to rush, afraid of losing him completely. Just when she thought she was truly lost, someone approached and took her by the arm. It was Van, who had pulled her out from the middle of the crowd. He apologized, saying he'd forgotten it was her first time in a place like this. Ruth's face flushed as Van held her hand. He knew the department store district was always crowded. He quickly turned away to hide his own blushing face, and so he missed seeing the deep blush on hers as well. The two walked on in comfortable silence. At one point, they stopped to eat various street foods like meat skewers and crepes. They also visited a sweet shop that had plush toys, where Van won her a small penguin. A little while later, they ran freely through a square, startling a flock of white doves that took flight, making the scene even more beautiful. Ruth was having such a wonderful time that her cheeks were flushed with excitement. The two were having a blast, and soon, it was time for lunch. The pair sat down at a restaurant to eat, where he asked her if she was enjoying the food, since it was all made from monster meat. But for her, it was perfectly fine. She found it absolutely delicious. And for him, who was also eating this kind of food for the very first time, he could tell it was even better than he had imagined. Ruth was in awe. She couldn't believe she was eating such fine meat and wandering through the city. As she ate, her thoughts wandered, and her expression shifted rapidly. He, who was eating a piece of meat across from her, noticed the change on the young woman's face. Seeing that she looked worried, he asked if something was wrong with her, or if she didn't like the food. But the reason was different. She felt extremely agitated after so many walks in such wonderful places, and he was surprised to find out why she was so sad. She was wondering if what she was doing was fair, since she didn't even know if it would help her abilities. Our protagonist pressed his lips together, irritated and quite annoyed. In the next moment, he thought it was important to show her the concept of worry and asked her to look at his hands for a moment, saying that the worry she was feeling was taking form. He said that, until recently, his ability could sense the fury in her, but now, he said, it was different. Just by spending some time together, he had managed to capture those emotions. Ruth agreed with the protagonist's words, thinking about the problems they were facing at that moment. He thought she could finally see the symbol above his hand. At that moment, the protagonist closed the hand that was holding the worry, clasping it with his other hand and dissipating the concept of worry. With a big smile, he showed her his empty hands, stating that the worries were gone. The young woman was mesmerized by the glow dispersing like tiny stars before her eyes. She wasn't just excited by the glow, but also by the words she heard. When Van promised to always solve her problems, hearing his promise, she agreed because she found everything he said fascinating. It felt like magic, as if it was coming true. Our protagonist's mind flashed back to their last battle, when she had attacked him so aggressively. The young woman then changed the subject. Speaking more shyly, she said she wanted to meet the best. Our protagonist was curious to know who Ruth was talking about. Of course, she was talking about Hokuyan. Ruth smoothed her hands in a calming gesture. She said that Roko could be scary, but it seemed she really liked Van, and he quickly disagreed with that. It was more like she treated him as her possession, like a sword. Ruth began to laugh when she heard the protagonist's comment. She found it hilarious that he was comparing himself to a weapon. He didn't understand why she was laughing, as he found the analogy strange. However, she said she felt relieved. Surprising our protagonist, she gave him a beautiful bright smile as she said she thought he was an omniscient mage, or something like that. Our protagonist didn't understand what she meant, or why she was getting so close as she spoke. She took our protagonist's hand, telling him it was time to go if he had finished eating. Her smile was now much more beautiful than before, showing that her worry had truly vanished. She said that, as a way of thanking him for everything he had done for her that day, she would pick out an outfit for him. The young woman walked ahead, smiling, while he carried the shopping bags. Back at the academy, Professor Yumina was in a meeting in a dark room. With her was the camera robot that Van had given her. He seemed under pressure, but she asked him to hold on a little longer because it would be over soon. Watching the recordings, one of the professors became furious because information about the tower was spreading. They were going to find out who allowed them to ascend the tower. He also disliked inferior beings for their transgressions. A blue-haired professor asked if there was any way to stop this information about the tower from spreading. Another professor said that even so, there were no violations in the videos shown. The professors were still fuming when someone demanded silence, making it a point to address the professor. Yumina, he declared that it was a clear violation and demanded to know how she planned to take responsibility for it. Faced with the professor's accusations, she simply stared back at him, keeping her emotions in check, unlike the robot beside her. A while back, Yumina had watched the footage captured by the protagonist. She facepalmed, realizing they had truly gone too far. When Ben said he wanted to climb the tower and record a video, there was no reason to object. She thought it wouldn't work. She already knew that external machines and artifacts were useless inside the tower, yet Ben had defied all common sense and actually delivered results. As she finished watching the footage from the small robot, Yumina was certain that Ben still didn't grasp the full picture. It wasn't just about him bringing back a recording from the tower. It was the fact that Ben had created a device that could function inside the tower, an incredibly difficult feat. The complications didn't stop there. He wanted to publish the video on his channel, knowing the subject would grab everyone's attention. This kind of rebellion would make his group gain more favor from the academy's students. and she was a little worried about that. The information about the tower, which they had worked so hard to get, would be spread carelessly. She wondered if he would regret it. However, he claimed that the fruits of their hard work were meant to be shared. Besides, other than Tick, his recording robot, there was no other way to film in there, so he would essentially have a monopoly. He planned to edit and remove certain subjects like the constellation, but before the video was published, he believed. She had always been on his side, believing his progress would be incredible, but she also knew there would be repercussions, something he was already well aware of. This was exactly what Yumina herself had wanted when she spoke to him earlier. The incident was bound to attract attention from both powerful figures and ordinary people alike. So, Ben stated he wanted to solidify his position, then asked the professor if she wouldn't feel more secure by having them under her wing. She gave a small smile, finding his admirable nature almost unbelievable. Responding to the protagonist, she said that if he wanted to feel safe, he should avoid causing accidents. She already had high expectations. She felt that the things Ben had created would generate something immense, so she fell silent. And back in the meeting, the professor asked what she was thinking about what Ben had done and accomplished. She decided she would support him. So, she asked the professor, was filming and publishing a video of the tower merely a personal issue? Therefore, it wasn't their place to discuss it. She made it clear that she didn't understand what he meant by wanting to hold her responsible. Professor Alex Canton was the one pressuring the professor, acting against her students. He started to laugh. He called her a beautiful liar, raising his voice to incite the other professors, asking if he was the only one who felt that her argument sounded like a blatant attempt to defend her student. Just then, the blue-haired professor told Canton to be quiet. She, Talia Liriana, from the Department of Artifact Creation, asked Yumina to tell her who this student was. Yumina stated that he was just an ordinary student. However, another professor from the Department of Aura Combat Studies couldn't accept that. He argued that there was a limit to such selfishness, and that information about the tower belonged to the academy. Yumina confronted the professor, telling him his words were strange. The reason no one had ever filmed inside the tower until now was because it blocks. But Professor Canton interrupted Yumina with a smirk, hiding his own ulterior motives, demanding she explain the principles of the ability, and Yumina remained silent, listening to the question from across the table. Thalia also spoke up, claiming to have spent 200 years studying these matters. She knew very well that artifacts created outside, the tower did not work inside it, especially filming equipment. It was common knowledge that no circuit could handle the waves required by the tower. The more she researched, the more convinced she became that external machines would never work inside. Hearing all those words, Professor Yumina added that her student had succeeded. This made Thalia much more curious. She said that was what she wanted to know, who this boy was. She was irritated because he came from a dimension that didn't even have mana, and that made it seem as if only he were special. The moment she finished speaking, she noticed something. The artifact that had filmed that recording was now with Yumina. The blue-haired professor revealed a determined, academic gaze. Putting on her gloves, she demanded the artifact, but Yumina quickly hugged the small robot, refusing to hand it over. She said she was asked to bring the artifact to the meeting, but that this was her student's achievement, and she couldn't let anyone else touch it. One after another, the professors argued against her. Suddenly, someone raised their hand, asking everyone to stop. It was the professor in the corner of the table next to her. This professor was the vice principal of the academy, and head of the Department of Constellations. Putting a finger to his lips with a smile, he asked everyone to be quiet so the heat of the discussion could die down, and everyone agreed. However, after a moment, he himself broke the silence, calling out to Thalia. Suddenly, the professor became extremely shy upon hearing the vice principal's praise, as he thanked her for her efforts in dedicating 200 years to research, and acknowledged that she was a fitting person to judge. It seemed the artifact made by the student was indeed special, the professor stammered. After hearing her confirmation, the vice principal said this must be a hard fact for the professors to accept. When the professors questioned what he was saying, he made sure to explain, summarizing, that the student in question had been recognized by the tower. Upon this revelation, the professors were shocked to hear such a statement, because the student had only been in the tower for a single day. A professor tried to argue with him, saying his statements were reckless, even though he was the vice principal. But he didn't care about the commotion, merely shrugging. He said they could believe it or not. He also said there was another reason he was special. Then he asked the student's professor to explain, asking if she wouldn't like to reveal something more in the videos so the professors could understand. The situation worsened as they became furious. Upon hearing that the professor was hiding something, the vice principal then said he would tell them everything. he revealed that the student and his classmates were the ones chosen by the constellations. The professors noticed the rage Thalia was feeling. She couldn't believe that someone who had climbed the tower for the very first time. It was at this moment that Yumina told the vice principal that her students had made contact with the constellations, another student achievement. Responding to her claim, he asked her to answer the question he was about to ask, as the vice principal, with complete honesty. Had her 4 students signed contracts with the constellations? She wondered for a moment why he was pushing so far. Still, she spoke the truth. None of them had signed a contract, which sparked great curiosity in the vice principal. Making a decision, Zenon informed everyone present that he would also consider Ben and John, and all the other students of Class 11 as his own. Hearing this, the professors were stunned, quickly asked him to reconsider. They reminded him that he himself had said that none of the students had made a contract with the constellations. The vice principal, seeing that they didn't understand, made a point of explaining to him it didn't matter if the contract had been signed or not. The important thing was that they had been chosen by the constellations, which already proved they were exceptional, leaving Yumina surprised. After stating that other constellations also wanted them, he began to pressure the other teachers with this. No professor could refute Zenon's words, not even Alex Cantone, so Zenon continued saying that he was the professor who guided the students chosen by the constellations. And if Van Ruan were chosen, he would also be his student. In the end, he faced all the professors. With his golden eyes, now that all the professors had accepted, the vice principal followed his agenda and introduced the new topic. Yumina was lost in her thoughts, head down, seeming to understand that the meeting wasn't to decide how to treat Van. The vice principal's words conveyed the principal's intentions, and he continued talking about the students. Everything became more evident the more he spoke. Addressing topics that confirmed his message, he was conveying the principal's warning, stating that the professors could make requests to understand the students' abilities. After hearing the vice principal say that Van was untouchable, the professors remained silent until the end of the meeting, after he stated that he hoped they had understood and wished them a good weekend. The vice principal disappeared and Yumina sighed in relief, never imagining that her student would receive so many favors from the principal. In that brief moment of relief, one of the professors approached her, Alex Cantone, inviting her for a drink at a bar. He said he wanted to toast the student's success with that man's invitation. Yumina turned green with disgust but didn't respond. She just teleported to another place. The professors, noticing her reaction, quickly tried to console Cantone the next day. Several people surrounded the protagonist in the cafeteria. Many people wanted to introduce themselves. Everyone wanted to be friends with Van, even offering him an invitation to the student council. The protagonist was startled by so many people and so many requests for dates. On the other hand, Dooku met up with the other 2 colleagues, and they wondered what was happening with all the commotion. Light explained the situation and asked if Dooku remembered the channel. He revealed that the channel had gone viral by now. It was difficult to find someone in the academy who hadn't yet seen his videos. Hearing the explanation and looking around, seeing several people watching the video created by Van, Dooku thought that Van's ideas and skills were truly excellent. However, Ruka, observing the scene, thought about Dooku's reaction and what was happening at that moment. The protagonist placed his tray on the table, asking what was happening that morning. Tired, he couldn't help but put his head on the table due to everything that was happening. The protagonist also wanted to tease Light, saying that he had many fans and should be nicer to them. They were surprised by a loud voice that caught Van's attention. Someone was saying it was a joke to cause such an uproar. With manipulated images, some boys were bad-mouthing the protagonist's group. They looked in Van's direction, saying that he should just wait, because the next day, all his lies would be exposed. The antagonist then remembered that the next day would be the day of the scheduled duel with Erector. It would be the day he would face the stone boy Erector. After hearing all the insults from those guys, he realized they were the exact ones who would be rooting against him in the duel. Light also agreed with the protagonist's assumption as Ruth offered her support, wiping his mouth after the white-haired girl finished eating. She said he should respond in the best way possible, especially for those who were watching and supporting him, and gave him a beautiful smile. The next day, the protagonist stepped into the arena, where the assistant professor was informing them that the duel would be broadcast live. If they both agreed to have the fight recorded and broadcast live, they had to sign the document that appeared before them. To his surprise, there were several precautionary terms for the duel, stating that if someone was incapacitated or surrendered, the duel would end. The big guy approached the protagonist, suggesting a negotiation, which surprised Ben. He thought the man was a channel subscriber who had watched his videos. However, the Man of Stone asked Ben if he was scared. He stated that Ben could surrender, but for that to happen, he would have to crawl between his legs and bark like a dog. Only then would he accept the surrender. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised, even though the fight was being broadcast to the entire school. Only 2 classes were in the arena. The troublemakers who were part of Hector's class were cheering for him, hating Ben, Hortima, who was defeated by the white-haired girl last time. She looked at the arena with a curious gaze. However, her eyes were not on the fighters, but on Doko. She was with the other two, trying to check with Slade about the reactions. He informed the girl that the broadcast viewers had already reached 10,000, and many were cursing Ben. Doko had already expected this. In a best-case scenario, the people who liked him thanks to the videos would only be a few, so she wanted this to happen now. While many people were watching, Ben would prove if he had the strength to reach the top. The protagonist was thinking about Hector's words about crawling and barking. This made him smile to himself. He never imagined he would actually hear something so pathetic. It was so ridiculous that it seemed to have come straight out of a third-rate soap opera. So he caught Hector's attention, who gave him a menacing look, asking if he had prepared a lot just to provoke him. Hector returned the same smile to the protagonist, asking how long he would be able to act so calm. The protagonist shrugged, stating that Hector should find out for himself by fighting him. Saying this, the protagonist drew his sword and taunted Hector, who was now irritated. Grinding his teeth from the provocation, he now seemed to be seething, asking the assistant professor to declare the start of the fight. Soon, hearing and granting his request, the assistant professor raised her hand and announced that it was now Ben versus Hector. With permission granted, he almost instantly charged towards the protagonist. Relying solely on his superior size to win, Hector's steps made the entire arena tremble as he threw his large fist toward the protagonist, who remained motionless. When the fist was about to reach Ben, he simply moved, his legs shifting quickly. While his eyes remained focused, the protagonist internally praised Hector for taking the initiative, but his sword moved, and he slipped past the big guy. As he wondered what Hector could possibly do being so slow, Ben's blow struck his opponent's face as if crushing a piece of paper. With that single strike, Ben knocked Hector down, taking the advantage in the battle for a few seconds. He thought that to face that rock, he knew it was more efficient to use the reverse method he and the others had practiced in the training room. The day before his encounter with Rochelle, everyone had told our protagonist that mastering any technique required trial and error. Therefore, he understood that to truly master it, he needed to use it against a new opponent with a new type of attack. Only then could he say he was truly mastering the reverse method, moving from theory to practice. He would now put it into practice. The protagonist held his sword, ready to block at least one of Dako's strikes, trembling with fear. But he knew she was teaching him this method, so that Hector couldn't even touch him. As the protagonist executed the technique moments ago, he felt the truth in those words. Unlike Dako, Hector was in much worse shape. He managed to get up, still wondering what had just happened. However, before he could even process it, another attack was launched in his direction, and Hector fell to his knees. Meanwhile, the protagonist observed the effect transmitted by his technique the moment before his attack landed. The protagonist had infused his sword with a wave of energy. Thanks to this, the stone body of Hector transmitted the energy like a shockwave, causing aggressive damage and leaving Hector furious. He even demanded to know how Ben was managing to hurt him. Crouching down to meet the big guy's eye level, Ben mockingly apologized and told him to stop complaining. Looking Hector straight in the eyes, he said that if he didn't want to continue, they could stop right there. Those words made Hector even more furious. Enraged by the provocation of such an insignificant human, he got back on his feet. He charged at high speed towards Ben, but the protagonist was too quick and dodged. Hector was livid. He couldn't believe that a mongrel from a lower dimension was looking down on him. Hector screamed these words furiously. The more he yelled, the more it grated on the protagonist's ears, who then understood what was happening after those screams. Several concepts materialized around Hector's arm. They stretched upward, growing much larger, and Hector's hand slammed into the arena floor. It caused a massive tremor. Even so, the protagonist scoffed at Hector internally, thinking that he was far too naive. He thought Hector should have at least tried a different method after failing the first time. He wasn't interested in strategy. His eyes burned with the fury he was holding back. He tried to crush the protagonist with his massive body, but luckily, Ben was quick enough to dodge his attacks. Hector continued to attack in the same way, stretching out his hand to try and strike the protagonist. However, the protagonist's sword, fused with concepts, slashed through the air. The large stone arm cracked and was now being sliced apart by the protagonist's attack. Faced with several identical attacks, Ben had no choice but to counter in the same way he did the first time. Taking massive damage, Hector screamed in a mixture of pain and hatred. While the fight was unfolding, many people were watching and following the live broadcast, including even the directors. They were keeping an eye on what was happening. Even though it was supposed to be an irrelevant fight, the head director was watching intently. Many people were watching, unable to understand what was truly happening. "Light," said the young woman with pink hair. Everyone's reaction is to be expected. They couldn't believe it even when they saw it with their own eyes. But now, everyone has to accept that. Compared to when he first arrived at the academy, the protagonist is many times stronger, and that's undeniable. The students from Class 1, and even their director, couldn't believe it, because their classmate was being completely overwhelmed right from the start of the fight. Now, they were all wondering if the skills shown in the channel's video could actually be real. Even the substitute professor was shocked to see how easily Hector was defeated. He knew that just 1 week ago, the boy had been so weak that he had to ask for a week to train. The professor had no idea what had happened to Cain in just a few days. While the professor handled the message he received from the faculty assembly, Cain wondered what to do next. Hector was in front of him, unable to move. To him, attacking someone who couldn't even twitch a muscle was ridiculous. He stood there for a moment, watching him, hoping he would get up to continue the fight. Just then, he heard the professor raise his arm and announce that the match was over. The professor's announcement caught them by surprise. It was the decision of the faculty observing the match, and he declared the duel concluded. As the professor spoke, Hector's eyes blazed with hatred. The professor had deemed him unfit to continue fighting. Despite Hector's fury, the assistant professor announced that the duel was ending immediately. Even as Cain tried to speak up, the professor affirmed that no objection from either of them would be accepted. Cain gritted his teeth in frustration as the assistant professor ordered him to leave the arena. With no other choice, he left the arena, muttering and drawing his sword in frustration. He was furious that he didn't get to decide the outcome himself. He was angry and frustrated, but at least he hadn't lost. The sorrow in his friend's eyes was plain to see. As he sadly walked out of the arena, he heard Hector call him an insect, telling him to wait. Even though the assistant professor had declared him incapacitated, Hector refused to lose to someone like that insect. Looking Cain dead in the eye, he vowed to end this humiliation once and for all, even if it meant defying the professor. With that resolve, he charged at Cain. His arm morphed, becoming sharp, and pointed as he screamed his murderous intent. The assistant professor was horrified. He screamed for Cain and Owen to dodge as fast as they could. Cain, however, simply readied his sword again, refusing to back down. Even facing Hector's furious eyes, he remained calm and motionless. As the giant roared, Cain knew that his opponent had already been told to stop, but wouldn't. He thought his sheer size made him superior, that he was untouchable, and that he didn't have to follow the rules. With that in mind, Cain infused his sword with certain concepts, observing everything. Cain knew the fight had only stopped on the professor's whim. Now, this man was driven solely by his wounded pride, so he raised his sword. He was ready to end this as quickly as possible. Now, his eyes glowed, a different color, filled with a determination never seen before. He was ready. The moment his opponent tried to land a blow, Cain simply slashed. Hector's eyes rolled back in rage and agony, and Cain knew he had done the right thing. After so many insults, he couldn't take it anymore. Hector's screams died in his throat as he finally realized what had happened after Cain's strike. Hector had lost his arm. The students from his class clapped their hands over their mouths, their eyes wide with shock. They couldn't believe it. Not even Cain's friends could accept what they were seeing. Everyone started shouting at once. Meanwhile, a system window popped up in front of Cain. He eyed it suspiciously, reading the message. It said that if he wanted, he could absorb the monstrous power from Hector's severed arm. Meanwhile, the assistant professor was telling the stone-skinned man not to move. He would be taken to the infirmary. The giant lay on the ground, trembling and gritting his teeth in excruciating pain. Now, he was paying the price for his arrogance. The assistant professor was taking initial measures while the protagonist looked away. Now, our protagonist was receiving a lecture from the assistant professor, who had already said he was just supposed to dodge. The protagonist tried to explain himself, apologizing, since the incident happened so fast that it was difficult for him to process. The professor was outraged, because the protagonist's excuse was foolish. But while the professor was angry with the student, he received a notification asking him to stop. The vice principal would give him the answers he wanted. Next, the assistant professor showed the message from the vice principal to Ben. It greeted him and announced that the speaker was the representative of the teachers. He said that from that moment on, he would be asking the questions, and Ben should answer honestly. He wanted to know if he truly couldn't have avoided it. The teacher's representative warned that their powers were so conflicting that even the professors decided to end the duel. Now, he demanded an answer from him, one that could be accepted by everyone, and insisted on knowing why he didn't avoid the attack. Our protagonist just stared with a grim expression, without any answer. Our protagonist thought that even after gaining his ability, he had never deeply reflected on what the so-called spiritual words were. Now with the question consuming him, he felt a terrible pressure from beyond the screen and wondered who that person was. So he asked the person on the other side how they had guessed that he didn't dodge the opponent's attack and instead counterattacked. He believed that a student who disrespected the authority of the teachers and acted as he pleased deserved to face the consequences. The person on the other side wanted to know if he was saying the teachers were the authority. Our protagonist agreed and continued, saying that furthermore, in an official match where the rules must be strictly followed, this was necessary to prevent other students from disrespecting the rules and attempting sneak attacks. As they exchanged messages, the group of teachers could hear everything that was happening. He continued, saying that, if he had responded peacefully in that situation, the impression that he was weak could have spread, and that the rules wouldn't need to be followed. When dealing with a student from a lower dimension, it wasn't just the teachers or the principal and vice principal who could have access to Ben's words, but the entire academy. Several people watched the screen, where he spoke about the rules and about people from lower dimensions. He continued, saying that even though he had adopted the attitude in a short time, he believed his actions were justified. The vice principal found it interesting when the student said he acted to defend the academy's principles. The vice principal knew he was responding intelligently. Knowing that there were many ears listening in, he realized the boy had a superior intellect, for he expanded the problem from between two people to the entire school. Besides just trying to act smart, the vice principal said the student's words were correct, stating that students who disregarded the rules of the match deserved to be punished according to the regulations. However, punishing a student for a mistake was his and the academy's duty, not something a student like him could handle. Our protagonist realized that he was dealing with someone of equal or superior intelligence. The assistant professor smiled upon hearing Ben's conversation, and the vice principal thought that regardless of the nonsense being exchanged, his opponent was strong. With that, the student said that if the vice principal was right, and if he had infringed upon the authority of the teachers, he apologized, and concluded by saying that in any case, he was willing to accept the punishment for what he had done. The vice principal was satisfied to hear this and said that it was all right, and that he wasn't asking to discuss the punishment. These words left the protagonist relieved, but the assistant professor, Denon, was left speechless, thinking he had understood, believed the young man possessed enough eloquence to win the favor of a constellation. He announced to everyone that he would accept Van's self-defense as justified. These words made Slade and Ruth happy. The assistant professor even tried to argue with the vice principal, who told him to stand still and stop his embarrassing behavior. Furthermore, the assistant professor was also scolded for not handling the students correctly. He failed to show the necessary decisiveness during the match, and said the right arm was an easy matter to resolve. Closing the matter, an announcement was made for the students watching the match to return to their seats. As the announcements were made, Dalia was relieved that everything had ended without further incident, and Slade agreed with her. The principal also said that student Van had put in great effort and could leave at that moment, showing his courtesy. He bowed to the assistant professor, who was seething with rage, and then left. He was turning to go when he seemed to notice something. The communicator also said, "See you later." However, when he turned and looked, there was no message on the screen. Van felt it was happening again. After the incident, he regrouped with his friends, who were happy to have him back. Leo said that the swordsmanship skills he used at the end were incredible. The protagonist said it must have been because of the tower. Dalia praised him, saying she enjoyed watching him now that he had gotten stronger. She asked him what it was like to gain a new power and if he found it useful. A little embarrassed, he scratched his head and said it was all because she had trained him so diligently. Dalia flustered the protagonist when she mentioned the stone man's arm. She startled him even more when she said she knew he had absorbed it. This made him remember when he was in the arena and the message appeared. He hadn't thought it was possible. The system message displayed several possibilities from which he could choose. To be safe, he only took a tiny bit, and when it worked, he thought what was happening was unbelievable. He took a little of each and saw that all the traits were incredibly powerful. Until that moment, he couldn't manipulate the essence of living beings at will. He told his friends that he could now take specific parts by severing them. His expression turned grim. As he explained that he ended up absorbing the power from his opponent's right arm, Dalia asked him if that wasn't a good thing, and why he was acting like it wasn't. He said that at first, he was happy about getting stronger, but later, when he realized he wasn't fighting a monster like before, he shared with his friends that, after everything, he felt abnormal and uneasy. The white-haired girl shouted at him to raise his head, saying there was no reason to speak such nonsense. She reminded him that his opponent had stepped up, with murderous intent. She told the protagonist that in a kill-or-be-killed situation, he should know which choice to make. Those words from his friend brought some comfort to the protagonist, hearing her say that he shouldn't feel guilty for making his choice. After calming down a bit, He said he was overthinking things and apologized to his friends. Dalia told him he couldn't just go around chopping off the arms of the so-called special class students. While the girls were bickering, he seemed to have received a message that made him extremely worried, even causing him to shout. His cries startled his friends, who had no idea what was going on. The message was about a mandatory additional course. It was a class on the constellations of Babylon, taught by Professor Zenon. He taught them how to effectively gain support from the constellations, and how to intelligently negotiate contracts with them. This knowledge and preparation were useful in avoiding the constellation's wrath. Now this course was being offered to Class 11. Everyone watched as the people from the lower dimension began to pass by. It was commented that the bargain boy was walking around with his head held high, and the protagonist felt uncomfortable with the stairs, as the protagonist and his friends went up the stairs. They heard various comments from people who were for and against them. Looking back, he saw that all his friends were upset and apprehensive about the comments, making a mysterious expression. He said to his friends that the more people were cursed, the longer they lived. While walking, he was pulled by the wrist by Rochelle, who seemed to want to say something to him. She was worried about what had happened the day before and feared that more people would start to dislike them. Upset, she said, that everyone said what they wanted, without even knowing what kind of person he was seeing, the sadness in her eyes. The protagonist tried to calm her down, saying that everything was fine, placing his hand on her head. He asked her not to worry so much about these things, and thanked her for all the affection she was showing him. However, those who were watching them were not liking that intimacy at all. Light and Daria found it unnecessary. They had already gone out together over the weekend, and now they were in perfect sync. Daria asked the pink-haired girl if she had enjoyed the clothes she received so much. Rochelle, who always remained silent in the face of provocations, asked Daria if she was jealous. Leaving Daria disconcerted, she became angry and snapped at Rochelle, asking if she wasn't tired of being beaten by her. Rochelle made it clear that she knew the young woman would continue to hit her one way or another. Standing at the door, they checked if it was the same classroom. For the constellation of Babylon, Light was sure there had been a class last week, but he didn't know what would happen if people liked them mixed with the others. He was afraid of what the older students might think, but the protagonist asked them not to worry about it. Mustering his courage, he held the doorknob to open it and start attending the course. He replied to Slade that everyone would think that talented young people were joining them, but upon opening the door, even the protagonist looked quite nervous at the number of people. Everyone looked back when the door opened, seemingly staring at each of them. Daria thought that because they were older and more experienced, even she couldn't ignore their skills. The pink-haired girl was visibly intimidated. Just like Slade, the protagonist also didn't feel comfortable with all those people around him. Zenon, as soon as he saw the students, said that they, from Class 11, were welcome to his lecture. The protagonist, looking at the vice principal, couldn't understand what his power was. Nothing about him was revealed, and when the man spoke, the protagonist realized that voice was the same one from the duel. Zenon began by saying that the purpose of his classes was to understand the tower and the constellations. He told the people who joined the class that day that he would first talk about the tower. He started by saying that at first glance it seemed like a huge structure, without descriptive principles or purpose. He said the tower was no different from a living organism. The class seemed a bit boring to the protagonist. He explained that it might seem like they were claiming rewards for clearing the rooms. He said that's not what happened. It wasn't because they found some rewards that the tower would gladly welcome them. It did this to separate the most outstanding climbers among everyone, and for these, it gave better and more exceptional treasures. There was also transcendence, like mediums. This was a basic condition for any intelligent being to be able to reason like a superior. It was a fragile system that could be turned upside down by a single, irregular intruder, through non-standard routes. All that talk from the professor seemed like nonsense. The protagonist didn't believe any of it, although he remained silent. He was always thinking about something. It was at that moment that the Chancellor's mass email was sent out. The protagonist remembered this happening. Shortly after, the intruder entered the tower, and if he assumed that the irregular phenomenon with the spider swarm in room 4 was caused by the intruder, the problem was that the difficulty in room 1 had also seemed strange. Those things were definitely elite monsters. It was strange if the tower had only started acting strangely after they arrived in room 4 and the intruder got in. The strange things that happened in rooms 1, 2, and 3 couldn't be explained by that. But now, with the professor saying the tower could be a living organism, things seemed to fit together better. If you changed your perspective, it might be that the tower didn't change the difficulty just because of the intruder, but because everyone had started to climb. This solution seemed much simpler now. He didn't know if the insane difficulty was really the tower thinking for itself and setting the challenges. There was a moment when the protagonist's struggle with his thoughts was so great that his friends beside him started to notice, as did the professor, who, although he said nothing at first, cracked a smile, thinking he was achieving his goal. The protagonist was already sweating from thinking so much, but he still pressed on, thinking that if the tower were a system, it would choose those people just as Professor Zeno was saying. He glanced to his sides and thought there was no better place. He believed his class had encountered difficulties and situations, incomparable to the others. He thought that if that was the case, the second phase would be even better, with more gold, more events, and magic items. He was reflecting on what had happened in the tower room when someone asked if he had figured it out yet. The professor, having caught the protagonist's attention, said that there was a barrier all around them, and many students hadn't discovered it yet, and he congratulated Liam and Ryu for finding an orb on the first day of class. With that, he told everyone present in that class class 11 was fully qualified to continue with the lectures. Zeno raised his hand, tossing something into the air. Then, a simple violet sphere landed. The professor said he had a question for student Liam and asked what he saw when he looked at the sphere. Liam, even staring hard, couldn't see anything because it was immeasurable or unknown. Being honest, he said that he couldn't see anything. The professor asked him to concentrate a little more and check again, although the protagonist said he couldn't see a thing. The professor insisted that he concentrate a little more because there should be something there that he could see. Despite seeming to be genuinely trying, the words immeasurable and unknown were all he could perceive. He had to try and discover the secret of that orb, and for an instant, somehow, his eyes widened at the thought. He managed to see the orb's core concepts: barriers, separation, and protection. He said that besides that, there was something he couldn't understand. The professor asked him to close his eyes and rest. The professor just smiled and thought that young student had discovered the three main abilities of the orb. As the protagonist rubbed his eyes, looking tired. Observing now, he knew why the principal was placing so much faith in him. Pointing at the orb, the professor asked the protagonist if he understood what it was. Being honest, Ban said he didn't understand a thing, which made the professor say he was very honest and that he wanted to highlight for everyone the importance of expanding one's thoughts and stimulating the imagination. He also said that if they wanted to use their abilities in an advanced way, they needed to develop the power of thought, the driving force behind it all. Now, the protagonist didn't know what any of that had to do with the orb. He wondered if someone with high cognitive ability or imagination could control the orb. He agreed, saying that if one day someone had the ability to understand, analyze, and develop themselves, they would be able to expand that ability. Smiling and in a strange voice, the professor said that when that person managed to do so, the orb would transform into a pseudo-god. The professor's words were exaggerated and frightening, and the students were staring. But for the protagonist, it all continued to be very tedious. The professor insisted, saying that it might be difficult to understand at the moment. He said that as the lecture progressed, everyone would gradually understand. Concluding the lecture, he said, their assignment was to try and imagine the possible applications of everything discussed from beginning to end. The protagonist found it all very complicated, and had one question. If a god was a god, then what was a pseudo-god? He didn't know if it was something similar to a god or just a false one. His thoughts were interrupted when Slade called for Ban to leave, just as Ban was asking someone from his class to explain the lecture again because he hadn't understood it. Meanwhile, Slade said he thought the protagonist would summarize it perfectly, but his eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead at Hortima. After the shock passed, he managed to ask Hortima what he was doing there. The scowling young man replied that he was the one asking the questions. He wanted to know where she was, and Slade could hardly believe he was talking about their classmate. Suddenly, Doku arrived, asking why everyone was gathered together. Smiling, she said with an ironic tone that she thought something serious had happened. The protagonist, feeling awkward and not wanting to make things worse, didn't know what to say. Hortima approached the white-haired young woman and confirmed if her name was Doku, saying he had business with her. She continued her sarcastic tone, asking if he was making another duel request, and adding that if he wanted to hurt her, she wouldn't stop him. He moved closer, saying that dueling inside the academy seemed a bit difficult. As she was speaking, the young man got down on one knee and told her it wasn't a duel request. He then took out a beautiful bouquet of flowers and offered it to the young woman, who stood furiously before him, leaving everyone stunned. Hortima then asked the young woman out. As he blushed with embarrassment, the people behind them stared wide-eyed, never imagining such a scene was possible. And just like them, the cold-hearted young woman remained expressionless. No one could believe that the proud and arrogant Hortima had fallen for the woman who had completely defeated him. Our protagonist wondered what kind of taste a person would need for that to be possible. Remembering that Ban himself had been defeated by Doku many times, Slade asked if he wasn't answering his own question. Being called a masochist in a not-so-subtle way really affected our main character, who passed the same feeling on to Doku. Doku was surprised that Bon couldn't understand another man's heart, since she was about to, asking what kind of plan she thought Hordem was plotting. Hearing talk of a plan, the three of them stared at Doku with surprised expressions, making her realize they truly didn't seem to grasp the situation. Doku was certain that Hordem was plotting something because his eyes were completely devoid of affection. The main character had to disagree with Doku, saying there was no way. It doesn't seem like that's true. I mean, you're incredibly beautiful. The sudden compliment caught Doku completely off guard, making her blush and tremble with rage. Doku questioned how the dense Van could say something like that so casually. Seeing that Van didn't even understand what he had done, Slade advised her not to fall for his tricks. While Doku argued with Slade, Ruth wondered if there was truly another motive behind that confession. She was worried about a certain expression he had made at that moment. With Hordem still kneeling, Doku crossed her arms and dismissed him. Leaving Hordem behind, she called for her group to move out. It was then that Ruxia glanced sideways at Hordem and was surprised, because his face wore a sad expression. During training, our main character received some information. By exposing his presence to so many beings and engraving his existence into their minds, Van unlocked a new concept of language, charm and honor, which were immediately raised to 10 points. The protagonist was surprised, as he had just published a new video on his channel. Looking at the information for the concept, he discovered that charm could captivate and influence others, while honor stabilized his dignity by being recognized by many beings. Although he couldn't complain, Van wondered how these two concepts could possibly help him climb the tower. Ruthie, who was standing in front of the protagonist, was surprised to hear him ask if his face had changed in any way. Shyly, Ruthie lowered her head and replied, well, I think Van is very handsome." The main character choked in surprise, saying that wasn't what he was asking. Meanwhile, Doku, who was listening to the entire conversation with her super hearing, was starting to get annoyed. Suddenly, Ruthie heard Slade shout that he was training with Doku, and then felt a strong gust of wind slam into her back, knocking her to the ground. Doku called out to the two who were flirting, "Train, focus on your training, and when you're resting, just rest." Poor Slade, who after taking a beating, was being carried by Doku. The protagonist also tried to ask Doku about his face, but the flustered girl slapped him while blushing. "Seriously, didn't you hear what I said? Focus on training. If you keep this up, I'll make you two train until tomorrow." With Doku's threats, Van and Ruthie returned to their training, while a tired Slade begged for a rest. Van and Ruthie immediately began to spar, exchanging blows. The two moved all over the training room, using every inch of available space. Ruthie's claws clashed against the main character's sword, and after images of energy were left in their wake. Trying to get some rest, Slade commented to Doku that Van seemed much stronger, and he was curious about whether he should stop focusing on the dungeons and return to the tower. Doku thought Slade was being too hasty. In her opinion, even though Van had improved, he was still far behind Slade and the beast, Ruka. She could tell from the very beginning that the clash between the two was only even because one of them, Ruthie, was going easy on the other. In any case, Doku remembered that the next day, they would return to the tower. She wondered if Bon had already figured out how to deal with the beast inside Rutil, because otherwise, nothing would be different from last week. Ban was also aware that if they didn't find a solution quickly, they would end up repeating what happened last time. In the midst of battle, he activated his all-seeing eye. For the past week, he had been observing Rutil, which helped him discover a few things. Her violence was activated using any emotion as fuel. Depending on the emotion used, her state would change drastically. When an intensely negative emotion was used as fuel, she would rage until she lost control. But when positive and calm emotions were used, the violence inside Rutil would diminish, and her emotions would stabilize. Knowing this, Ban continued to fight against Rutil to observe her even more, and learn more about how her power worked. In battle, intense emotions were naturally amplified, making violence something inevitable. The more emotional fuel was spent, the more aggressive Rutil became. However, Ban wanted to try to change that fuel. He wanted to use something more positive. The fight continued until Ban gained an advantage, and used the flat of his sword to push Rutil, whose hair was completely dark. The duo who wasn't fighting watched their combat. Rutil was pushed, falling to a sitting position on the ground, and due to exhaustion, Ban fell to his knees. However, the fury in Rutil was at its peak. Gritting her teeth, she refused to give up. Seeing that it had come to this, Ban realized it was time to try his plan. To show that he wasn't just messing around for the past few days, the protagonist extended his hand, creating a magic circle. He was going to prove that the time he spent with Rutil served to collect parts of her emotions, whether she was happy, having fun, or at peace. Ban not only collected these emotions but copied them directly from her essence. Immediately, upon releasing the essences of joy, happiness, and laughter, Ban moved toward Rutil, wielding those emotions. He hoped they would work. He directed them at Rutil in an attempt to make his friend absorb them. However, a strike stopped him from getting close to her. In a fit of rage, Rutil managed to hit Ban's hand that was holding the emotions. The main character was slightly surprised. In front of him, Rutil was grinding her teeth fiercely. The girl stood up instantly, grabbing Ban by the waist like a rugby player, and with the momentum of the movement, she threw him to the ground, falling on top of him. The protagonist felt the impact heavily. Straddling Ban, Rutil had a demonic look. With a great roar, she attacked the protagonist with her sharp claws. Immediately seeing the danger, Darko and Light ran towards them to prevent the attack. However, a chain was faster than both of them. The chain wrapped around Rutil's arm, stopping her attack. A second chain appeared, grabbing her other arm and immobilizing her so she could no longer attack. Seeing Rutil's expression, the main character grew worried, but he soon noticed that the color of her hair was lightening. When Rutil returned to normal, the main character asked if she wasn't moving faster. After transforming, finally, Ban could rest, relieved, seeing that the beast in Rutil was calming down quickly. Still, it could be dangerous to have to tie her up. Every time they argued, he couldn't help but wonder if there wasn't a better method to calm her down, some condition for it. Pulling the protagonist from his worries, Rutil thanked him. Ban didn't understand why she was thanking him, since he hadn't solved the problem completely yet. However, Rutil hastily shook her head and thanked him, because now she could at least fight a little. She already considered it a significant improvement, and was happy to have him by her side. Ban began to blush at Rukal's words. Quickly, Dako approached him, staring intently. The protagonist was surprised by Dako getting so close, and had to invent an excuse, claiming they were working hard. As Dako stared at the protagonist, Slade also approached, relieved that no one had gotten hurt. However, Dako thought there was something more important. She started staring intently at Rukal, drawing everyone's attention, including her own, and worrying the main character. Dako analyzed Rukal for a moment, remaining silent, and then backed away. No, it's nothing. She decided to end the day's training right there so that everyone could rest. Staying behind, Rukal looked at Dako with melancholy, filled with doubt and sadness. The next day, the group headed for the tower. When they arrived, Slade tried to ask Dako for permission to use the holy sword. At least once they were inside the tower. He was worried about the difficulty they would face, as it would affect the fate of the four of them. However, Dako reminded him that they had all agreed to build a solid foundation without rushing. This was only their second exploration in the first semester as rookies, so she didn't think they needed to worry. The main character agreed with Dako, although Slade didn't seem so convinced. The more he used the holy sword, the more dependent on it he became. Faced with the concept of a demonic spirit imbued with the Holy Spirit, Ban was no longer sure it was truly a holy sword. In any case, it would be better to keep Slade away from that negative influence. Slade understood he couldn't use the sword, but he asked her not to blame him if he passed out in the tower. However, in response to his plea, he was met by a demonic Dako, and just like her, Ban also showed his cruel side. We won't blame you, but don't forget, millions of subscribers are watching the video. As he said this, Slade cried. The main character accessed his internal codes. His stats appeared, along with the points for his learned skills and essences. With everything making sense, he also got his Snake F and the Teak recorder ready. He would be relying on those two for this journey. Before they entered, Rukal approached the main character. I'll do my best inside and listen to everything you say. The main character thanked Rukal for her dedication, asking her to believe in him, as he too was getting stronger in combat. With a bright smile, Rukal was ready to rely on Ban. Jealous, Dako looked down on Rukal. I just hope you last. At least until Saturday night. If anyone gets eliminated, I'll punish them severely. Meanwhile, Slade tried to insist that they give him the sword, but Dako called the main character aside. The main character was curious about what she wanted. Dako wanted to clarify a few things with him before they entered. Her words started out harshly. Today is the first evaluation. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in you two. You haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, right? And for one of the first times, she smiled. Dako had promised to take responsibility if things went wrong. Ban tried to be positive. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Besides, we've both already started to change. You don't need to wait for the results, because they will happen exactly as I said. Doko prepared to change the subject and talk about Russell, who had appeared hiding behind one of the pillars. Before Doko could speak, she snapped her fingers. As soon as the sound echoed, Russell felt a sharp pain in her ears. Hearing her scream, the main character turned around, startled. Seeing Russell trying to eavesdrop on the conversation, Doko grew irritated and continued to snap her fingers. "Trying to listen to our conversation, are you? You're getting bolder and bolder." Van, the main character, was surprised, because Doko's finger snaps seemed to be at a frequency he couldn't hear, likely something only perceptible to Russell. Getting back to the point, Doko asked the main character if he knew the meaning of submission. The main character replied that it meant being dominated, but that wasn't the correct answer for Doko. From the perspective of the one being dominated, it can be uncomfortable, but some people find stability in the face of strong leadership in that sense. This beast seems to truly like someone who can completely dominate and control her, like Van. Van didn't seem to understand what she was saying, so Doko tried to explain it better. In other words, when this beast becomes uncontrollable, trying to communicate without emotion is useless. Even with this new explanation, Van's mind was filled with doubts, which irritated the girl. Grinding her teeth, she told him to stop trying to understand and just memorize her words. Sighing, the main character agreed to keep that in mind, and watched Doko turn to join Light, who was already waiting for them to enter the tower, with the main character in the lead. The group approached the entrance. Placing his hand on the door, Van asked if everyone was ready. Light was the first to nod his head. Followed by Russell and Doko, the main character enthusiastically began to record. "First-year students of the special admission class. Special number 11. The second exploration begins now." Then, he pushed open the tower doors, releasing a powerful light that enveloped them. Immediately, they were transported to a place where the floor seemed to be melting, enough to give anyone a severe case of vertigo. Looking at the auroras in the sky and the various square walls, Van wondered where they were after being caught in so many strange situations. Doko thought they would start on the first floor, but realized that wasn't the case. If you could see it from above, you would notice they were inside a gigantic labyrinth. While Light was investigating the area, the main character looked at his pendant, confirming they were on the 5th floor. Light was relieved to be on a normal floor. This made Doko question if he had grown complacent. While the two argued once again, the main character noticed something. Russell was staring intently in one direction of the labyrinth. From there, she was certain she could smell a monster. Hearing that she had found a creature instead of the path, Van felt a sense of apprehension, but what happened next shocked him. In the direction Russell was looking, something began to appear as if it were computer data being transmitted. Immediately, Light drew his sword, asking Van what that thing was. The main character knew this was something different from what they had encountered on the first floor. It emitted an unpleasant noise and had a distorted appearance. It was almost as if it were glitching apart. Without hesitation, Russell unsheathed her claws and attacked the creature. She hit her target, which dissolved into data. Immediately, Van received a notification about what Russell had struck. He had obtained several concepts: 0.1 points of failure and noise, 0.2 points of demonic spirit, 0.05 points of malfunction, and 0.01 points of inversion. Just as Ban expected, this was a glitch phenomenon. When a signal was interrupted, both the graphics and the sound became distorted. This inverted force created a strange sense of fear that transformed into a monster, as this was a completely different creature. From the ones they had encountered before, there were many unknown concepts he didn't know how. The concepts of glitch and inversion worked. For now, the glitch had inversion, so it seemed quite useful. It would be interesting to collect it lost in thought. Ban didn't realize he was being attacked, but with a blast of energy, Doko saved him immediately, frowning. She scolded him. Ban and Ivan stay focused, defeating these things while escaping the labyrinth. It's going to be quite complicated with Doko in the lead. They advanced through the labyrinth, taking care not to get separated on the complex paths. As the main character ran, he received a message: they don't look like creatures that would appear in room 5, but it's not that surprising. Ban was already satisfied with having obtained several fragments of inversion points. While escaping, however, remembering that he needed 100 points made him wonder if the effort was worth it. The protagonist stopped running when he heard Rickle scream. The girl, who was facing one of the glitches, was advancing carelessly but was stopped by the protagonist invoking the chain made by Ivy. He didn't let Rickle fight alone. To prevent her from entering a state of rage, hearing Ban ask her to stay by his side, Rickle agreed immediately. While Doko defeated several other glitches, she argued with the two, "Hey, stop flirting and keep moving," protecting Rickle. The protagonist invoked another chain. He was setting aside the concepts on the walls, for now to focus on the battle. With her keen sense of smell, Rickle managed to warn the main character when monsters were about to appear using the chains. The main character managed to collect inversion points by defeating the glitches after running for several minutes. They still hadn't found an end to the labyrinth. Doko then revealed that she had memorized the entire path they took while running, and both she and Ban felt that although the place looked different, they had been there before. She concluded that it wasn't a normal labyrinth but one that modified itself in real time. Faced with this situation, Doko assumed the only option was to destroy it completely. Seeing her take a battle stance, the main character noticed something with his ability. Ocular, he was so focused on collecting inversions that he had ignored an important detail. Doko wanted to destroy everything, to reveal anything that was hidden. But the main character stopped her walking past her, and placing his hands on the labyrinth walls, he explained his reasoning. Logically, a path that is constantly changing makes no sense. This means there must be some trick. Hidden within the walls, the main character felt along the entire wall, until he found a spot that sank when pressed like a hidden button. Ban received half a point of illusion for discovering the secret button, a concept that couldn't belong to humans, with the wall in front of him disappearing. The main character smiled, celebrating that he was right, his risk had paid off, and a path ahead of him was revealed. Rickle was curious to know how Ban had done it. A Slade thought it was amazing that he had discovered the secret of the labyrinth. The main character scratched his nose, trying to hide his pride and truth. He had noticed it a little earlier, but ended up not saying anything because he forgot while collecting concepts to hide this fact. The main character made up an excuse. I don't like to waste time. I just noticed a part of the wall that looked strange. After they had been walking for hours, Dalia found Van suspicious but said nothing. She was more surprised by the fact that he had found a flaw in the magic that not even her power had detected. Watching as the main character took the lead to guide the way, Dalia told herself that, as she expected, Van was not just an ordinary talent. The quartet continued to advance through the labyrinth while defeating the glitters. This time, they encountered one giant elite flaw. Even though this was only Slade's second exploration, it only confirmed that their experience was different from that of other groups. Ruka thought the same. Even after defeating the elite monster and gaining many concept points, the main character stood still, staring into the void, which worried Ruka. She thought he might be injured, but Van soon reassured her. The truth was, he was worried. He was just a fraction of a mana point away from reaching 200, but that number refused to budge. Even after absorbing more than enough concepts over the last 3 hours, his mana still hadn't reached 200 points. It was a problem his life and body concepts had never faced. Noticing his state, Dalia approached and whispered in his ear, "What's going on? What's wrong with you? You don't look hurt." The main character was surprised by Dalia's sudden approach, something he had previously asked her to avoid. However, it wasn't just Dalia who was worried, but everyone else was too. The main character revealed the problem he was facing with his mana growth, which confused Dalia. Suddenly, Dalia laughed as if she were happy. When Van asked why she was happy, Dalia asked if he had hit a wall. At Dalia's words, the main character was shocked. She reminded him that he had been expanding his energy rapidly, as if he were absorbing everything around him, which made his growth rate enormous. It was like watering a plant continuously, without giving its roots time to grow, causing it to hit a growth limit. Listening to Dalia's explanation, the main character asked what he should do. Dalia didn't think that recklessly defeating monsters, as he had been doing, was a good method. Thinking of a more efficient method, she looked around. Her gaze was directed at Ruka, who was confused as to why the girl was staring at her. Dalia huffed in annoyance. It must be nice for someone to get some fresh air during the weekend. Instead of being stuck in here, I could be eating delicious food and going to clothing stores. Seeing Dalia's attitude, the main character tried to convince her. Hey Dalia, if you teach me, I'll learn diligently. I'll think about the trip, the food, and the shopping. So, Dalia finally agreed to help him, only because he quickly understood the situation he was in. Looking at their companions, Dalia asked if it would be alright since it would take some time. Slate didn't mind if it was to help Van. Likewise, it was fine with Slate, since they had just fought an elite, and still hadn't moved to the 4th floor. Seeing that everyone was understanding, the main character thanked them. Then, Dalia explained that the best method would be for him to receive the basic transmission of the mystic body art. The main character was confused, so Dalia explained in detail. Despite the grand name, it's just a basic martial art, so it's not difficult. Even so, Van was worried. Until now, he had only learned the basic principles from Dalia, but he had never learned a martial art directly. This time, it would be a true martial art. That's why he wondered if he could learn it properly before they began. The main character asked if they should perform something like the 9 Bows ritual, a master-disciple ceremony. Dako couldn't believe he was trying to make a big deal out of a martial art that even children learned. She told him not to worry, and just get ready." As Ban took off his shirt for better mobility and training, Dako was lost in thought. She was surprised to see an outsider performing the ritual. She acted as if it were nothing, but her mystical body art was something that couldn't be taught. Even if a student revered someone as a master, because it was a divine family art passed down strictly through the bloodline, Dako knew how shocked her father would be if he found out she was teaching the martial art to someone, especially someone she had just recently met. Someone from another world. While Dako was lost in thought, the main character called out to her. After taking off his shirt and revealing his muscular body, Ban asked if he really needed to take it all off. Dako couldn't believe she was teaching this shameless guy a secret technique of her family. She couldn't do this unless he became her husband. Oblivious to Dako's thoughts, the protagonist shyly tried to cover his body. Slade, who was staring at the main character's body with wide eyes, tried to tell Rusio not to look. He thought that for him, as a man, it was fine to look, but not for her seeing the two of them gossiping. Dako shouted for them to be quiet, initiating the training. Dako instructed Ban to sit down and calm his mind, so the main character did so. Moving behind the protagonist, Dako reached out her hand. From the moment she indicated that man, Van, was unlike any other man Dalia had ever met. She didn't even need to mention Van's exceptional talent for martial arts. But what surprised her the most was the potential he had to possess these abilities. She believed that if he, who possessed great qualities and abilities, were to grow systematically, he could become something unimaginable. She wondered how fast and how far he could go. At the same time, she wanted to see his talent, feeling the desire to not let him be influenced by others. She wondered what it was about this man that made her go so far for him. While Dalia was lost in thought, Van felt the warm touch of her fingertips on his back. Returning her attention, Dalia asked the main character if he was ready, since she had taught him the basics previously. The main character said he was ready, but asked if she wasn't going to recite an oral formula before doing something like this. Dalia didn't know that Van wanted an explanation of the technique, and began to laugh, finding his thought amusing. "Would you understand if I recited the oral formula of a technique? Instead of explaining the details, it's better to engrave it into your body." Remembering Van's thought about the master and disciple ritual, she couldn't help but laugh, asking where he had learned his knowledge of martial arts. The main character wondered if he would get a beating if he said he learned it from novels. Putting the laughter aside, Dalia prepared to begin. Unprepared, Van tried to ask for a moment, but simply felt an energy reverberate through his body. A few minutes earlier, Dalia had explained to the main character, "The divine manifestation technique I am about to teach you will completely alter the nature of your chi, your magic power, and the very foundation of your body." Faced with such surprising information, Van was shocked. Initially, he thought that he would just be learning a basic martial art, so he planned to learn at a relaxed pace. But now he realized it wouldn't be so easy. Dalia, however, she reassured him not to worry. When you train your chi, it is natural for its nature to change. The magical power altered by the divine manifestation stimulates the body, and the continuously stimulated body consumes magical power to create a pure chi. As long as the body and magical power are trained, the pathways will grow naturally. Ben still had difficulty understanding, even after the detailed explanation, so she tried to simplify it. Magical power is filtered and converted into pure chi. As Drakor transferred the technique to his back, Ben felt his body burn. From the moment she touched him, he felt as if he was turning into a ball of fire. He realized that the magical power in his veins was being consumed at an insane rate. It was as if a path that didn't exist before was being forcefully created, while the protagonist gritted his teeth, afraid his body would catch on fire. Drakor placed a hand on his shoulder. "Ben, calm down." She taught him what he should do: follow the paths engraved within your body, and move the divine chi constantly. Move the flames. This is the beginning of the divine manifestation. Ben closed his eyes to hear Drakor's final words of support. "If you succeed in this training, the next path will eventually be found by you." Upon closing his eyes, Ben saw the blue flames inside his body, moving constantly. In the lotus position, Ben made the flames flow freely under his direction, running through every vessel and concentrating in his heart. After some time, Ben sighed. He was starting to feel a little more comfortable. With the technique taught by Drakor, he discovered that using raw magical power wasn't always the best way. When Ben opened his eyes, a notification appeared in front of him. He was surprised to read it. "You have discovered the new martial arts concept, divine manifestation. The depth of divine manifestation has reached 20 points due to the training in divine manifestation. Some of the negative concepts within your body have been eliminated. A positive surplus of life has been created. This potential surplus will promote the growth of other concepts." Receiving confirmation that he had acquired the skill was sensational. Furthermore, Ben also had his soul depth attribute increased to 440 points. In addition, the resistance attribute in his body increased, just as Drakor had said it would, after his body was filled with divine chi. The more Ben trained that blue flame, the more he felt the power of the concepts increasing. Beside the main character, since she had already finished passing on the technique, Drakor inquired, "So, are you satisfied?" Ben couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "The divine manifestation technique is incredible. Now you can think about the gift you want to win." Ben almost regretted it upon hearing Drakor's maniacal laughter. "I'm looking forward to it." However, Drakor wanted something at that moment. Tossing Ben's shirt back to him, she told him to wipe his sweat and get dressed, unless he wanted to climb the tower alone. Ben hid behind a wall while he cleaned up, and as he got ready, he felt something strange. He felt that if he focused a little more on his training, he could perceive the divine chi circulating in his body. Ben looked at his hand, able to see his internal vessels. "The more the divine chi increases, the more my body strengthens, and my senses sharpen." To think that such a martial art would be passed down at no cost. After a while, Ben rejoined his group. Remembering what had happened, Slade asked if he was also going to publish a video about what had just happened. Obviously, he wouldn't do that. While talking with Slade, Ben noticed that Drakor had crossed her arms in a strange way. Noticing his gaze, Drakor asked what was going on. The main character quickly changed the subject, asking them to move on. Jude and Slade couldn't help but tease him before leaving. "It looks like the view count is going to be high." A shirtless training art. As they walked through the maze, Slade asked if anyone was hungry, since it had to be lunchtime. Van also realized that he had delayed them, so it must be time to eat. Dalia, however, did not want to stop. Because they had been in the fourth chamber for so long, she couldn't eat until they reached the next one. Slade couldn't help but tease her. "You're like a military officer, imposing rules even for eating." Since Slade still had the energy to complain, Dalia told him to spend it looking for the exit. As soon as Dalia asked Slade to find the exit, the young blonde man found something right ahead. There was a large door. Apparently, he had really found the exit. As this was the only door they had seen on the entire floor, the group thought it could only be the path leading to the next room. However, Van asked them to wait a moment before going forward. Van's eye began to shine with a golden hue. To him, this was strange, since he had not activated any ability. However, from the grooves in the door, he could sense that there was another concept on the other side. Believing that the concept truly came from the back of the structure, Van began to walk towards it, surprising Slade, who wanted to leave to eat. Dalia did not contest Van's decision and followed him, calling out to the others. Van went around the structure where the door was, as did the others, but they found nothing. Approaching the main character, Slade asked if they had gone to the wrong place. Van knew that for the others, it might really seem that way, but to his eyes, that wall was completely filled with illusory concepts. Van reached out his hand, approaching the wall. Halfway there, his hand touched a glass wall that began to crack. With his touch, the crack spread rapidly, extending across the entire invisible wall. It was then that the wall shattered completely. Surprising everyone, Slade was shocked. What was that? What happened? The girls realized that Ban had found a new path in front of them. Through the wall that had been broken, they could see a spiral staircase, a shortcut to the upper floors. At that moment, Ban received a notification. "You have absorbed 50 illusions." The absurd amount surprised him, as it showed just how well that path was hidden. Finding it hard to believe he'd found the place, Ban forced a smile. This was incredible. He showed the shortcut to the group. Ban asked what they should do. Slade couldn't believe that Ban was still asking such a question. Doko had already made the obvious decision. As if on the same wavelength, the quartet ran towards the shortcut area. As they climbed the stairs, Ban fed his little snake, Ivy, with the 50 illusions so she could grow and become stronger. Ban shared a thought. "It seems the floor change is happening right here, since there's no exchange mechanism." Doko completed Ban's theory. "Perhaps the stairs themselves are the mechanism," she argued. To Slade, she instructed, "Make sure to walk in a straight line, up the side." Slade asked what would happen if a monster jumped on them. Doko didn't understand why he was worried about that, since they could simply fight. Using the identification stone, Hokal discovered they were already on the 8th floor. Ban couldn't believe they had skipped 3 floors at once, but Doko praised him. "You found a great shortcut, didn't you?" After the compliment, Ban couldn't help but confess. "Actually, I didn't know that much about the shortcut either." Light, who had read the manual, remembered that it said that finding a shortcut was great luck. But what made Light afraid was that the more floors they skipped, the harder the next one would be. He didn't understand why no one was worried. Dalia, for example, was thinking more about the reward than the difficulty of the next floor. In tears, Slade complained and begged, "Van, don't find any more shortcuts next time." Van couldn't help but laugh. As he agreed, Slade's complaints really stood out. Van didn't understand why Slade was so scared, since he hadn't behaved this way on the previous expedition. Clutching his sword, Slade complained sadly, "If the difficulty increases any more, it will be dangerous. The holy sword. If only I could use it." Slade seemed mentally lost, mainly because he was extremely dependent on his sword. Seeing how much he was complaining, Dalia asked if she should just break the sword, which only made him even more nervous. While the two bickered as usual, Russell found something. From where she was looking down, she saw the end of the stairs. It led to an exit. Since the student identification stone indicated they were on the 8th floor, Van believed the exit led to the 9th. Since he was in the lead, Russell told him to be careful. "I feel an aura coming from there, just like that time." Hearing Russell mention the feeling from when the irregularity appeared, Dalia and Slade stopped arguing. Dalia then did something unexpected. "It doesn't hurt to be careful. As soon as we enter that floor, draw your sword, light." Slade was surprised to receive Dalia's permission. He immediately drew his sword, adopting a confident and excited attitude. "Everyone, leave everything to me." The instantaneous change in attitude slightly irritated Dalia, although she couldn't do anything about it. As soon as they passed through the luminous gate, they arrived on a floor with stone walls and columns. Van looked around and saw no monsters, only a high ceiling. This made Slade wonder if they were in a rest area. Van doubted it, since there was no mention of this area in the guides. They then began to explore the place. Somewhere, an armed person was hiding. Suddenly, this person fired. Their weapon launched a blast of energy that created a magic circle. Upon hearing the noise, Van was startled. Suddenly, a gigantic sphere was fired in Dalia's direction. By the time she noticed, the sphere was already stuck to her. A powerful explosion occurred on impact, sending debris and dust everywhere. Van and the others had to shield themselves from the dust cloud, worried about Dalia. However, when she appeared, she was simply stomping on that bomb, complaining to Van, "Didn't you say that only you could use this kind of thing in the tower?" Van sheepishly recalled that he had indeed said that, but this made him believe it was a single-use weapon. Immediately, he looked around, searching for the bastard who attacked them. With his golden eye, he quickly discovered the enemy, who was hiding. Van pointed to one of the pillars. There. Before he could give the precise location, Slade had already charged forward. The hooded man looked toward the group, startled to see someone running directly at him. He couldn't believe they had located him. His stealth ability shouldn't be detectable by rookies. Excited, Slade swung his sword, slicing through the large pillar. The confused man tried to calm himself. He intended to deal with the swordsman individually, and then blow up the other three who were near the sphere. Van approached Dalia, asking if she was okay. He knew how dangerous it would have been if that initial attack had hit anyone else. Dalia acknowledged Van's words. It was at that moment, upon activating his all-seeing eye, that Van was surprised. Pointing at the sphere by Doko's feet, Van detected a powerful energy within it. In fact, it was an incredibly powerful level 30 magic bomb. Kneeling in front of the sphere, he told everyone to back away. With effort, Van managed to shut down the bomb's energy. He sighed, unable to believe someone had used such a device, an artifact of that level, but he was sure this person would pay for it. He knew this because Slade was relentlessly attacking the enemy. With blows that flashed as they clashed against the opponent's weapon, the intruder was forced onto the defensive, gritting his teeth the entire time. He could see the young man he fought was truly skilled, but he was waiting for something else. The intruder had already created enough distance to escape the sphere's blast. He glanced toward the group around it, but was surprised to see a boy throwing something his way. He paid it no mind, because the detonation would happen in 3 seconds. Bidding the group farewell, the intruder pressed the detonator, and it was then he noticed a sphere flying right at him. His jaw dropped as he wondered why the sphere was over there. Slade also saw the sphere and moved quickly in desperation. The man screamed, bracing for the explosion. The sphere missed him, instead hitting a pillar behind him and bouncing off. Focused on the sphere, he was shocked when it didn't explode. It was then that he was startled. The boy's sword was approaching. Slade calmly warned, "I don't know why you're shocked, but you shouldn't look away." During a fight, with a swift, unblocked strike, Slade won the battle. That man, however, was not yet completely defeated. Clutching the wound on his shoulder, he remarked, "This is strange." Slade was the one who found the situation strange. "You're human, aren't you? So why are you attacking us? How did you even get here?" Van approached, picking up the sphere. "Since I noticed your stealth, you didn't think I'd notice the bomb hidden inside the sphere?" He revealed the man's mistake. You were too confident in your tricks, Model, and that's why you're in this situation, betrayed by a faulty device. Perhaps you're the stupid one. Unable to retaliate, the man gritted his teeth. Wondering who these kids were, he grew extremely furious. How could rookies, still exploring the lower floors of the tower, possess so much power? As he screamed his complaints, he was startled by an attack that hit the pillar beside him. Doko was the one who had startled him, launching a blast of energy from her fingertips. She wore a sinister expression that could strike fear into the very soul of anyone who met her gaze. Before we have a calm chat, I'll need to make sure your arms and legs can't move, so that you don't try anything stupid. However, someone else had a more aggressive thought. Ruka, why don't we just finish him? We can't let him live. Ruka's words caught everyone's attention. Her hair began to darken as she gritted her teeth, becoming increasingly furious. If we don't do this, we'll all be done for. Fury consumed Ruka as she lunged forward explosively. Van moved to stop her, but her claws closed in on the man. Before she could strike, chains wrapped around her body, chains created by Van using Ivy. They ensured she was restrained. At that moment, a dark voice echoed, accompanied by a suffocating pressure. You idiotic failure. Looking around, Van wondered what that pressure was. Slade, however, had a suspicion. Doko knew exactly who was behind it. The constellation. That voice began to torment the defeated man. Watching the scene unfold, it seemed his purpose had become meaningless. The man, now struck by a dark energy, tried to apologize to the voice. Begging for another chance, he pleaded, I can still do it. But the voice didn't believe him. Surrender yourself, so that your companions can claim the spoils. Seeing the man being tormented, Light immediately asked what was happening. Ban ordered everyone to get back. The voice continued, for the Exodus, sacrifice yourself. The man shouted, trying to avoid his fate. Ban tried to escape quickly, but facing that energy, he realized it was too late. He couldn't avoid the explosion or get completely out of range. Once again, the blast swept through the air, filled with dust and debris. Worried, Doko looked in Ban's direction, searching for him. Laughing, the main character sat on the ground. Luckily, the explosion stopped 1 meter away from him. Almost fainting, he commented. For a moment, I saw the Samsara River. Worried, Ruth ran to him. Light did the same. How are you okay in this situation? At that moment, Ban knew he wouldn't be able to dodge. That's when he used the concept he had removed from the magic bomb, slamming the explosion into the ground to contain the other's shockwave. Stopping one explosion with another was new, even for Doko. It was difficult for Ban to pull that off. If I had been a moment later, it would have been a real disaster. Curious. Light asked what had happened to the man. The main character believed he was fine, probably sent back to the first floor, because they were in the tower. However, the dark voice disagreed. He no longer exists. He definitely no longer exists. The tower accepted this end. During the battle against you, you destroyed his very essence. Ban frowned and smirked, questioning the voice. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You caused the explosion. We just acted to survive. However, the voice sounded melancholic. I lost a member, but gained nothing. I should have taken precautions when the tower started treating you specially. Light couldn't believe it, and Ban quickly interrupted him. Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly. Who was that guy, and who are you? The voice fell silent, until it decided to say just one thing to the group. We are the Exodus. Your enemies. The main character was surprised and confused by these words, and with the mysterious voice's farewell. When the energy dissipated, Russell was relieved, although Ban was still grinding his teeth against the constellations. He couldn't understand how none of them acted normally. Despite this, Russell clung to the important piece of information they had obtained, the name of the organization, Exodus, which he remembered well. Light knew that organization. Exodus is the most famous group of pirates in all dimensions. The constellation must be one of their investors. Ban remembered that Professor Mina had already mentioned the Exodus pirates. Light didn't understand what was happening, since these guys were after them. Dako found it interesting. We would eventually encounter them as we climbed the tower. Wasn't it beneficial to have this experience now? Ban ended up agreeing, causing Light to frown. You two really get each other. However, Light felt that there was something wrong with one of the constellation's lines about the tower, and treating them specially. Their speculation was now confirmed. Is anyone feeling anything? Even Light looked worried. It was at that moment that Russell received a notification. Light did too, as well as Dako. All three of them. Leaving him on the sidelines, the others gathered to check the notification, which worried our main character. Did you guys get a message from the director? Dako denied it, but revealed something else had happened. Something that should have included Van too. The levels of the three of them had increased, and being left on the sidelines, Van felt a sense of dread. Dako's level had risen for the first time since they entered the tower. Could this be a reward from the tower for dealing with the constellation's attack? Zanella wondered. Slate found the idea frustrating, if it really happened as Dako imagined. Ruko, on the other hand, was visibly satisfied, seeing her stats increase so much. The trio sat there, marveling at how much they had improved, while Van and Ivan remained on the sidelines, slightly irritated. Seeing his teammates use their status windows for the first time, our main character realized they simply hadn't leveled up yet, because their average stats were already too high. Turning his thoughts back to himself, he wondered if the tower was ignoring him, since he hadn't received any notification or reward. To make sure, he activated his all-seeing eye skill, but then, he realized he was wrong. In the middle of the crater, left by the blast, he saw a concept hovering in the smoke and dust. A strange concept was floating there. It was floating exactly where the enemy had disappeared. The protagonist approached the concept, a gamble forming in his mind. Believing this was his reward, he touched the concept. Immediately upon touching the spiritual item, a powerful glow of energy erupted. Words upon words surged up Van's arm, transmitting vast amounts of attributes to him. Van was stunned to see he had gained 79 health points. It was an insane amount. Moreover, among the concepts, there were some he had never seen before. The first was the concept of metamorphosis, something that couldn't normally be applied to humans. The other was the star scar, a remnant of a pure star's brilliance, that remained even after its wielder was completely erased. Our main character figured the first represented a superior power of transformation, while the second was related to constellations. As Van tried to understand how he could use these concepts, Ivy appeared, clicking her tongue at him. When Van asked Ivy if she wanted the concept of metamorphosis, the little snake wriggled enthusiastically with a happy look. Sighing, the main character retrieved the concept. Okay, it's not like I was going to use this anyway. Go on, eat up, Ivy. Affectionately, the little snake devoured the concept of metamorphosis, and immediately, streaks of energy began to course through her body. Van's surprised cry caught his companion's attention, and they quickly looked his way. Ruko was the first to approach, asking what was wrong. Trembling, Van replied, Ivy. She turned into an egg. Our main character was now holding an egg with digital-like patterns in his hands. A notification appeared from it. Object has dominated a lower-level concept. Origin mutation in progress. Worried, Ruko asked if this had happened before. Van confirmed it had, but explained that last time, Ivy hatched immediately after turning into an egg, which wasn't happening now. Slate guessed it was because this was Ivy's second evolution. Dako crossed his arms with a teasing smile. That little one probably evolved as well. Ruko, who had taken the egg, felt a warm energy coming from it. It's so beautiful. Van bit his nails. Now what do I do? We've lost the only way to calm Rusio. In emergencies. Hearing Van's comment about Rusio, Slate grew worried. Since the next floor was a rest area, they were relatively calm. It was just as they were talking about the next floor that the transition was activated. Seconds later, they appeared on a floor that resembled a garden beneath a dome. A beautiful fountain with a jet of water stood in the center, while stone stairs led to higher gardens. This was the 10th floor, a place they had only heard stories about. It was said that sometimes there would be no food or drink if the climbers were unlucky, but this place was completely different. Walking through the area, Aiden remarked, "It seems we were quite lucky, indeed." Blade went over to some trees and collected several fruits called Fruits of Eden, which could restore stamina and increase an individual's potential. You idiot. You're supposed to eat these in the rest zones. Listening to his comrade's advice, Aiden took one of the fruits and took a bite. As soon as he ate it, he was amazed by its sweet and citrusy flavor. Beside him, Doug also tried a fruit, and she nearly melted from the taste. Aiden couldn't help but praise it. "This is delicious. I've never tasted anything so incredible." Doug followed his train of thought. "This is the sweetest flavor I've ever experienced. I feel a slight increase in my internal energy." Sitting on a bench, Russell calmly ate some grapes, and her hair even seemed to lighten in color because of it. Provocatively, Doug asked if they should eat all the fruits on the ground before moving on, or even pack some for later. But Blade reminded her they weren't allowed, and that the fruits would disappear once they left the floor. As Doug grew frustrated with the rules, Aiden tried to see if there was a way to take the fruits with him. Just then, notifications appeared. You have consumed a fruit of Eden, and the unique fruit of knowledge. From now on, the all-seeing eye can distinguish sins. The protagonist was confused. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he wondered if it was truly called the fruit of knowledge. So this fig-like fruit is called that. Despite gaining a new power, he tried to imagine what exactly it meant to distinguish sins. At that moment, Russell caught everyone's attention, saying she had found a mysterious box. Doug crossed her arms, explaining, "This is an achievement reward. Even on the lower floors, there must be something interesting inside, right? After all, we haven't exactly had an ordinary experience so far. Everyone finally recalled what they had faced over the past few days. They had faced constellations twice, not to mention several elite monsters in a trap zone. Aiden, remembering those hardships, thought that all of that had been factored into this moment, making him believe the reward would be well worth it. As he approached the gold-trimmed wooden chest, Aiden was impressed. Wow, this must be the achievement reward we've heard about. Since Russell wasn't familiar with it, he explained, there's a treasure in every rest zone to reward the achievements you've earned. Since this is a gold-trimmed wooden chest, it must be among the highest tiers of the lower category. Russell was confused about how the chests were graded, and Aiden continued. The treasure chests on the other floors are ranked by their material: wood, copper, silver, and gold. The better the material, the better the contents. Excited about the reward, Blade wanted to open the chest immediately, but Doug stopped him. Confused, Blade asked why, and Doug was blunt. Let Aiden open it. Blade was even more confused and was then surprised by her explanation. I feel like we'll have better luck if you open the chest. Russell immediately agreed. Desperate, Blade wanted to know why Aiden deserved it, and Doug made it clear. Because you're unlucky. While those two argued as always, Aiden opened the chest with Russell peeking over his shoulder. As soon as they saw the gleaming contents, they gulped in surprise. Ban recognized the item inside the chest, a magic wand for a magical girl. The wand inside the chest was a short pink staff with a bow and a large heart-shaped gem. Light, unfamiliar with such an item, believed it had no clear function. He soon imagined it was a ceremonial tool. Picking up the wand, Russell commented, it has a curious shape. Sensing the aura emanating from the object, Doko figured it must be an artifact, having a slightly better idea of what the item could be. The protagonist asked to borrow it from Doko. Just from the design, Ban knew that item was from his world, an item used by magical girls. Upon checking the object's attributes, he discovered that all of its concepts were related to magic, in addition to having an incredible 200 soul points. Watching Ban stare thoughtfully at the wand, Doko approached. Did you find something? After analyzing the item, Ban revealed his thoughts. I think it's a magical teaching tool for beginners. There seems to be an ego imbued in the item to teach its user. Slade was shocked to hear that an item could have an ego that taught people. Before his disbelief could grow, the wand in Ban's hand began to twist, as if it had a life of its own. As Ban recognized the item, he made a personal request. Can I keep this? Of course, I'll pay for it. Quickly, the protagonist's entire team agreed to let him keep the object. They recognized the efforts Ban had made so far, and felt the need to reward him. Placing the item in his inventory, the protagonist commented lightly, I have a feeling this little guy is going to help me a lot. After storing the items, Ban began to collect countless fruits. Slade warned him that it was pointless to gather more, but Ban created a basket with the fruits and handed it to him. Slade was tremendously confused. What's the point? Won't they just disappear as soon as we leave? Ban agreed that Slade was right as he picked up the golden jelly. He figured he could try something since he had nothing to lose. He did a few stretches while preparing. All right, I'll pay you right now. Dogo was a bit confused and asked Ban if he was paying with money as the protagonist picked up a new basket. He shook his head and affirmed he would not be paying with money. He tossed the new basket to Slade, asking the bewildered young man to follow him. Dogo and Rook quickly realized what Ban was planning, especially when they recalled how he had used the jelly a few days prior. The confused Slade approached the protagonist with the fruits. Ban sat on the ground and began to ask some questions. Don't you find it strange how only one fruit can be eaten, or how they vanish when taken outside? But what would happen if they were fused with other items? What would happen after they were consumed? Reaching out his hand, the protagonist began to separate the very concept of the fruits of Eden. As the golden glow and their concepts left the fruits, the protagonist moved his hand toward the jelly. If no one has tried this before, why can't we be the first? A powerful magic circle appeared around the jelly jar, beginning the transcendental fusion of the fruit of Eden with the basic elixir. Illuminated by the glow of the magic circle, Slade and Rook were instantly surprised. The jelly jar transformed into the 30-point elixir of life, its contents changing to look even more like golden honey. This new item now had the power to restore and strengthen the consumer's health and mana points. Infinite new possibilities were guaranteed. Prolonged use could amplify the effects, but excessive consumption at once would result in divine punishment. Slade was shocked to see what Ban had created. Holding the new elixir, even the usually calm Eustace was too stunned to question him. The protagonist stated they couldn't test it yet, due to the room's rules. To check its taste or effects, they would have to leave first. Excited, Stacy was the first to act. Then let's go now. Everyone agrees to go. right? She asked Slade, who, being well rested, quickly agreed upon seeing how eager everyone was. Blinded by the desire to try the sweet treat, especially Stacy, Ban couldn't refuse the decision to move on quickly. They were teleported to the 11th floor. As soon as they arrived, Stacy rushed to ask Ban for the elixir. Checking his inventory and seeing the elixir was still there, he gave a thumbs up. It worked! It's still here! Unexpectedly, Stacy jumped on Ban, hugging him to express her happiness. I knew you could do it, Ban. After Ban coughed to clear his throat, Stacy realized her embarrassing action and blushed deeply, just like Ban. But more unexpected than the hug, she shoved him away with an attack. You're too close, Slade tried to defend Ban. He reminded her that she was the one who had hugged him, but she quickly told him to shut up while Rushal gritted her teeth in jealousy. The protagonist stood up, scratching his sore head. I was even more surprised than you. Suddenly, Ban heard a hissing sound from nearby. He then realized that 3 shelled crabs had appeared. The monsters of the 11th floor were there. Their bodies and shells were covered in moss, and their numbers were as great as the tower spiders. Quickening his pace, Ban ran towards his group. Guys, they're here! Enraged, the crabs chased after him. Just as Ban got his friend's attention, 2 attacks flew past his shoulders, destroying the monsters pursuing him. Stacy had eliminated them. I was already upset that I couldn't eat the elixir because I'm full, but you all will do just fine to help me digest. Ban was startled to see his teammate already wanted to eat again. Before he could say anything, Stacy issued a challenge. Let's fight our way through the monsters until we've fully digested. Knowing how long they would be fighting, Ban blamed himself for not making something else instead of the elixir. 10 hours later, the group had reached the 14th floor. Furious, Stacy hammered the wall with her hand while complaining. Damn it, why am I not getting hungry? Stacy had dragged the whole group to the 14th floor, and though they were exhausted from fighting for hours on end, Ban could only sigh. Just like her, he hadn't expected their fullness to last for half a day, even after so much effort. Slade felt the same way. We pushed through 3 floors just to try and get hungry. We must be the only team to ever try something like this. But I'm still full, although I can't take another step. Seeing the 2 boys complain, Stacy crossed her arms. She thought for a moment before asking, maybe we'll get hungry when we reach the 15th floor? The boys nearly cried when they heard the suggestion. Ban begged her to stop. While Slade tried to remind Stacy that it was approaching midnight, the protagonist advised them to stop there, even if they had the energy for more. Upon hearing the suggestion, Stacy questioned why they should. In response, Ban pointed in one direction. Enraged, Rushal was scratching the walls with her claws. After fighting for hours, the girl was on the verge of entering berserker mode, and Stacy, looking at Rushal, understood that she could lose control at any moment. That was exactly why Ban didn't want to continue. Since they no longer needed dinner, Ban instructed everyone to clean up and rest until the next day. They could move on toward the 15th floor, when unexpectedly, Van created a portable bathroom, complete with a basket of shampoos and soaps. He asked everyone to use the bathroom first, which prompted Stark to ask excitedly what he was planning to do. He replied, I'll clean up afterward. I want to focus a little more on the manifestation technique, crossing his arms with a concealed smile. Stark was proud. I'm glad I taught you. The level of mastery completely changes the manifestation technique. Keep up the hard work. Immediately, Daku grabbed Chow by the scruff of her neck, pulling her to the bathroom. I'm going to give this beast a bath. This way, we won't bother you, our protagonist. Seeing that Slade had remained by his side, Van tried to send him to bathe, but this just made the boy nervous. What are you talking about? I'm a guy too. You want me to take a bath with them? What kind of nonsense is that? Van was surprised by the reaction. He couldn't believe that Slade still hadn't realized that his true identity as a boy had already been revealed. Shrugging, Van suggested another option. So you can just take off your clothes and take a bath out here. That comment only made Slade even more embarrassed, and as Slade reacted so strongly, Van decided to tease him a little. We're both men, so what's the big deal? Why all the fuss? Slade stammered, trying to find a response. Even if we are men, I can't do this in front of others. Rolling his eyes, Van asked what they were supposed to do. Nearly crying, Slade asked him to turn around. As he took off his armor, Slade fussed at Van. If you try to peek, I'm going to get mad. While watching him remove the armor, Van happened to notice a necklace around his neck, but didn't give it much thought. After everyone had done what they needed to, they slept and waited for the next day. When they woke up and began to eat breakfast, Slade was already worked up while talking with Daku about picking up the spear again. How did it come to this? Daku calmly reminded Slade of how well he had fought without using his sword, from the 7th floor to the rest zone, and that all the while he was getting more and more used to fighting that way. Van also agreed with Daku. encouraging Slade to use the spear. The only person who didn't encourage Slade was Rook, who ate his instant noodles with his mouth watering. With a downcast look, Slade claimed he couldn't use the spear anymore. Floor 7 didn't have strong monsters, so nothing happened. But we don't know what will appear next. Elite monsters could show up at any moment. Fighting without the holy sword is too much. Something could definitely go wrong. Hearing Slade's words, Daku became pensive. Realizing that his words made sense, she agreed to let him use the holy sword. Receiving Daku's permission, Slade became extremely excited. In an instant, he pulled out the sword and hugged it as if it were his precious. Holy sword, I will never leave you again. A worried Van approached Daku to ask if it was alright to allow Slade to use the sword. Daku didn't think she had any other choice. He's already at his mental limit. We need to indulge him for now. As the two were talking, the beast before them roared, clutching her fork and grinding her teeth in hunger. Even after having eaten so well, Daku didn't understand why she was like this. But Van had a guess. Perhaps she's on alert. Because we are too close. Daku shrugged and stepped away while complaining. First obsession and now jealousy. I'm starting to get worried about the future of this group. Breaking into a cold sweat, the protagonist asked Daku if she thought they could carry on. But she turned the question back on him. A few hours later, the group arrived on the 15th floor. There, they found an army of orcs equipped with spears. Raising their arms, the orcs roared their war cry and charged toward the group. Surrounded, the students brandished their weapons, preparing for battle. The first to act was Slade, who, with the holy sword, had regained his confidence. With a swing of the blade, he shattered the shafts of countless spears. Who do you think you're attacking? The protagonist couldn't help but be impressed by Slade's renewed attitude, something that also left him a bit worried. As he began to fight the orcs himself, he commented to Daku that they might have been in trouble if they hadn't let Slade use the sword. Seeing Van lose focus, Daku quickly warned him, "This is no time to be thinking about other things." Just as he was warned, one gigantic orc, several times his size, raised its axe to strike him. Daku quickly drew its attention, extending her arm full of energy. The energy blast flew past the protagonist and struck the giant orc hard. Ruka didn't stand still either, and with her claws, she tore into the orc, finishing the job Daku had started. As soon as the girls defeated the enemy, Van thanked them. Daku wiped her hands, telling him to be more careful, while Ruka bared her teeth in response. She continued to fight the orcs with such ferocity that Van realized she was about to enter berserk mode. At the same time, Ivo still showed no signs of waking up. This meant he would need to try again what he had failed to do last time. While thinking about how to restrain Ruka, Van didn't notice that a new orc was approaching from behind him. However, when the orc's attack came, he managed to raise his sword in time, defending himself on pure reflex. The hairy, bearded orc roared at the protagonist. "Ha! I am Konos of the proud rusted halberds legion. I'll turn you into paste." Before Konos could continue his speech, Slade attacked him from behind, exactly as Konos had done to Van, to shut the orc up. Even so, the orc withstood the blow and remained standing, forcing its body to keep going. Now so close to Van, it smiled. "You seem to be the weakest one here." Smiling through the dust kicked up by the attack, the protagonist showed no fear. "And how would you know?" Before the orc could answer, Van saw it get eliminated. Slade attacked again, and with a sharp gaze, he snorted. "You talk too much for a mere tower monster." After Slade's attack, what the monster had above its shoulders rolled onto the stone floor. With a cold look, he faced those on the other side of the room. To Van's surprise, Slade charged forward alone, shouting at the other orcs. Only Small Friar left. With the holy sword, confidence returned to Slade's attacks as he dealt the same fate to the other monsters. After dealing with the remaining group, he flicked his sword clean, sighing internally and commenting to himself, "I didn't think I'd find the same orcs I saw in my homeland here." But with the radiant sword, he was confident that such a savage race wouldn't stand a chance against him. In the midst of Slade's thoughts, Daku shouted, "Emergency!" When Slade looked back, he saw Daku complaining irritably. "What are you doing, defeating everyone without saying anything?" Clicking her tongue. Van had told everyone that eliminating the last orc would trigger the floor change soon. Daku continued and asked, "Didn't we agree to regroup before the room transition? Did you forget that?" Unexpectedly, Slade scoffed in response, and startled both Daku and Ban with what he said. "What are you worried about? As long as I have my holy sword, we'll get through the next stages easily." Light was confident enough to claim they didn't need to waste time on such a low level. With a mocking gaze, Light questioned Daku, "Or are you just upset because you didn't get to do anything?" Okay, I'll leave some for you next time." Light's words ignited the fury within Dako, who clenched her fist tightly, frowning and exuding an aura of irritation. She was ready to fight. Sensing the hostile atmosphere among the team members, Ban stepped between the two, calming them down. Looking at Light, Ban wondered why he had changed so suddenly, saying things he normally wouldn't, just as Ban warned that they needed to prepare. For the next floor transition, the ground began to tremble. A light enveloped the team members as the space started to shift and reshape. A surprised Dako and Light also braced themselves. Soon, several giant chess pieces began to materialize as the walls vanished. When the quartet realized it, they were standing in the middle of a giant chessboard with various pieces scattered about. Confused, Ban noticed that they hadn't been moved to a new floor. The floor itself had suddenly transformed. Ruka collapsed to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Ban rushed to her side, worried. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Panting, Ruka exhaled hot breath as she groaned. She grabbed Ban's arm, gritting her teeth in agony and muttering, "No more, I can't take it anymore. I can't suppress it any longer." Ban realized Ruka was on the verge of losing control, and this was exactly why she needed breaks, before floor transitions. At that moment, when things were already tense, an entity appeared, bellowing in a deep voice. "Was it you, humans, who eliminated my soldiers?" The orc with a large axe introduced himself proudly. "I am Kuros, centurion of the Great Legion of the Rusted Halberd." The great orc vowed, his eyes burning with fury over the loss of his men. "I will honor my fallen comrades with your corpses." Speechless, Ban realized this orc's subordinates must have been the ones they had defeated. In room 15. He was confused, thinking they might still be in room 15, or that it was somehow connected to this floor. Ban opened the tower's information window. A short sentence was displayed. "Rule of the 16th room, the weakest soldier goes first." Unexpectedly, the orc Kuros pointed at Ban. "Come, weakest human, step forward." He beckoned with his finger, taunting. "I, the centurion Kuros, will teach you a lesson." Knowing the orc was talking to him, Ban prepared to go first. However, Light stopped him. "Ban, don't worry about such things." Stepping forward, Light declared confidently, "You don't need to obey such pointless rules. Like these." Ban was stunned by Light's actions as he unleashed the full power of the holy sword, causing wings of fire to erupt from his back. Furious with the orc chief, Light yelled, "How dare a mere orc speak of rules to someone like me?" Clad in holy light, Light burst forward with explosive speed, charging the orc even as Ban told him not to. The orc watched Light charge and asked if he was the weakest human. Ignoring the question, Light shouted back confidently, "I'll finish you in a single strike." The orc watching him concluded, "You are not the weakest one." Slade brandished the holy sword, attacking the orc and striking him on the shoulder. However, against the stoic orc, the sword didn't even leave a scratch. A warning notification appeared. "Rule violated. Penalty applied. A drop in one skill. All stats will decrease." Slade's sword reverberated off the great orc's shoulder. In the young warrior's eyes, surprise was evident as the blade failed to pierce through, and a wicked smile formed on the orc's face. Before Slade could react, the orc launched an attack, tearing him in half. Slade didn't even let out a gasp. His gaze only revealed the immense surprise he felt before being eliminated. Ban was speechless. He watched the notification appear as Slade vanished. Player Slade has been eliminated. Trick Room. Unlike normal rooms, it was governed by special rules and orders. These rooms were more challenging than ordinary ones, but if the rules were followed, it would be possible to clear them and receive great rewards. However, any step that violated the mandatory rules would result in severe penalties. In front of Ban and Duko, these penalties were revealed with Slade's elimination. Ban felt that they were now in deep trouble. The difficulty of the Tower of Babel always matched the team's maximum strength. Once the difficulty value was set, even if the group lost members, it remained the same as calculated for the initial number of people. Therefore, it was always crucial to advance to the next room, only when the team was fully prepared. With Slade rushing ahead and being eliminated, Ban felt that their expedition in the tower was already doomed to fail. He even cursed Slade mentally. The orc placed a hand on its shoulder because, although Slade's sword hadn't pierced it, it had still caused a small, open wound. The orc looked at its own red-stained hand. Centurion Cures gritted his teeth as he laughed. "You are an absurdly strong human. You went straight for my life and still managed to wound me before losing your own. I enjoyed fighting you." The orc took a step forward and, overflowing with energy, began to grow in size as it issued a challenge. "Come, human, face me. Face me, Centurion Cures. I am ready for anything you want to throw at me." Gritting his teeth, Ban wondered if breaking the rules had also strengthened the orc. Duko sighed. not expecting things to reach such a point. I knew the sword affected his mind, but I never thought he'd become a complete idiot. Scratching his head, Ban had to agree with Dooko's words, which were unfortunately accurate. Ban hadn't known Slade for very long, but he had never seen him act so irresponsibly and impatiently. He truly couldn't understand what had happened. The only possibility Ban could imagine was that restricting Slade from using the sword throughout the entire expedition had caused a backlash in him. Dooko didn't know if Ban was right, but she was sure of one thing: we can't trust that sword. He will certainly make one mistake at one crucial moment again, because of it. With a dark look, Dooko swore, "As soon as we get out of here, I'm going to put him through some serious training." Ban then looked at the orc, asking Dooko to also focus on clearing the floor, but she refused. With one person eliminated, there's no reason for us to continue the expedition. However, Dooko conjured her own sword. Charging towards the orc, she revealed her plan. "Let's use this chance to break as many rules as possible and find out just how heavy the price is." The orc laughed upon seeing another human, not the weakest one, step forward. It shouted at Dooko, "Just by looking at you, I know you're not the weakest one. You're ignoring the rules again." Dasha looked at Van and Rachel. She gritted her teeth, as the decision was hard to make. This time she stepped forward with determination as she spoke to Van and Han. "I will apologize first. Van and Han, try to handle the beast by yourselves." While Dasha stepped in front of the orc as it raised its axe to eliminate her, she reminded Van, "Don't forget what I told you before we entered the tower. Understand?" Van tried to stop her, but the orc, overflowing with energy, had already reached the young woman. Dasha attentively waited for the orc's attack. At the last second, she drew her sword. The rule violation notification appeared once again, along with the applied penalty. At the same moment, the orc attacked Dasha with its axe. She took the blow and counterattacked in kind. Van stared wordlessly at the outcome of the confrontation. Dasha began to fade away as the notification of her elimination appeared. Despite defeating the second human, the orc screamed in pain as its hand flew off along with its axe, a result of the attack from Dasha. Gritting its teeth, the orc yelled, "Kron, that scrawny human, how dare she take my arm?" It fell to its knees in front of Van. Sensing the boy's presence, the protagonist wielded his sword and commented, "You probably got a nice power boost from the penalties. But, of course, you're in no condition to fight now." With a cold gaze, Van declared as he raised his sword for the two people who were sacrificed, "I'll make sure you're eliminated and move on." Gritting its teeth, the orc asked frankly, "Is the weakest one finally stepping up?" However, smiling slightly, it concluded, "No, I don't think so." Van was shocked as he felt the chaotic aura emanating from Rachel, who leaped past him to attack the orc. Rachel bared her claws, reaching out as she roared fiercely. Van looked back, watching Rachel's advance in silence. Witnessing that she had gone completely insane, Van quickly dropped his sword to stop Rachel. The protagonist grabbed her by the wrists, halting her advance. Rachel gritted her teeth between growls, trying to get past Van, who was holding her back. "Stop, Rachel. If you break the rules too, we won't know what kind of bonus that thing will get." Van was talking about the orc, the very one Rachel was furiously trying to attack. But his words weren't reaching her. This left him with only one alternative. Quickly raising one of his hands, he created a circle, a magic circle. His intention was to plant positive emotions in Rachel's mind. Despite failing last time, Van tried once more, to infuse various emotions into the beast's heart. Confident he would succeed, he made his magic circle glow brightly. As soon as the circle vanished, Van checked to see if Rachel had awakened from her madness. Unexpectedly, she fell to her knees, gasping for air. Rachel clutched her throat, as if she were suffocating, screaming in pain. Faced with this, Van didn't know what to do. Worried, he couldn't understand why her condition was worsening while he was trying to save her. The orc he had ignored smiled maliciously. It gathered all its remaining strength, enduring the pain, and, with its remaining hand, it grabbed its fallen axe. Van tried to help Rachel up, who had stopped screaming, asking if she could speak normally now. However, Rachel just continued to growl. Her fury and madness had not subsided in the slightest. Ben felt Ruka grab his shoulder. Before he could do anything, she threw him to the side, saving him from the great orc's axe. As he fell to the ground, Ben gritted his teeth, realizing that the orc centurion had attacked. The next thing he noticed was the notification that appeared. Attack failed. The rules are gone. Ruka moved quickly, getting in front of Ben to protect him from the panting orc. Damn it. I wanted to eliminate both of you at once. How frustrating. The orc looked at the human woman who appeared before him, was surprised, and muttered, "This woman. Don't tell me." Even acting on pure instinct, she still protects him. The orc's gaze turned to Ben. He commented unexpectedly, "Hey human, you are truly lucky. You have the best partner possible." Before he could finish, sharp claws silenced him. Ruka didn't allow the orc to finish his words and destroyed his upper body. While she protected him, Ben placed a hand on his right side, feeling pain. If Ruka hadn't acted as a shield, the orc's attack would have split Ben in half. Knowing they would both be in danger if this continued, Ben took out a healing potion and shouted, "We need to heal our wounds before the floor change begins." However, somberly, Ruka didn't answer. A fierce and crazed look dominated her. Turning quickly, she unexpectedly attacked Ben. The protagonist fell to the ground, startled. In front of him, Ruka placed her hands on the ground, releasing an extremely malevolent and terrifying aura. It showed that her state of rage had never been neutralized. Ben could see that the furnace inside her was burning even more intensely. As he tried to understand what was happening, a glow appeared around them. The room change began, and soon the duo found themselves back, in a setting like the previous one. They were not alone. Heavy footsteps caught their attention. In room 17, they encountered masked goblins. It was a tribe with countless members armed with clubs and axes. Upon seeing such monsters, Ruka's loss of control intensified, as did her fury. Worried, Ben frowned and quickly reached out his hand to try and stop her. But before he could, she charged forward fiercely. Seeing the beast woman attack, the goblins raised their weapons and advanced on her. Snarling like a wild beast, Ruka extended the claws sprouting from her fingers and bared her fangs. In front of Ben, the battle erupted with ferocity. Annoyed, Ben clenched his fist and punched the ground. He felt like an utter failure. He didn't know why, but he couldn't stop the furnace. Even though he had asked Ruka to trust him with a smile on his face, he had trusted too much in his own abilities without checking things properly. With a completely careless mindset, thinking about everything that had happened so far, Ben's self-judgment intensified. Why didn't I think a little more? I judged and tried to handle Ruka's rampage my own way. Maybe I was just an arrogant fool. With a dejected look, Ben believed that nothing else mattered. Since Slade and Arco had already been eliminated, the expedition could be considered a failure. Ben lost the will to try and stop Ruka. Being eliminated and sent back made more and more sense. Facing a goblin's bow, he didn't even move. The arrow was fired, and he accepted his fate. However, someone else refused to accept it. Unexpectedly, Ruka jumped in front of Ben, taking the arrow for him. Seeing her stand between him and the goblin startled him. She pulled the arrow out, threw it to the ground, still ready to continue fighting. Getting to her feet and gritting her teeth, she intimidated the goblins, showing that she would not give in. With all her instinct, Ruka growled fiercely. Screaming at the top of her lungs and releasing all her feelings in the form of fury, Ian partially understood the emotion in her voice. It was a protective instinct. As Roselle charged once more against the goblins, Ian remembered the words she had said to him with a smile. Before climbing the tower, she'd said, "I'm counting on you in there, Ian. I'll listen to everything you say. I trust you, Ian." Despite knowing the expedition had already failed and that everything was a disaster, Ian took a potion from his inventory. Upon drinking it, he recovered 2 points of health, 1 point of stamina, 2 points of mystical energy, and 1 point of charm. With his natural healing speed boosted by the potion, Ian stated decisively, "I won't let things end like this." But even though he hadn't given up, he didn't see things improving. Roselle continued to attack the goblins with all her might, all her energy. Despite needing to bring her back to normal, Ian didn't know how to achieve that. Besides, recklessly messing with the furnace didn't seem to be the answer. Ian tried to imagine what Roselle was like when she wasn't in this mode. Berserk, because of the furnace, she usually seemed more like a completely dependent cub. However, the Roselle that Ian was seeing now looked like a beast charging toward its own end. It was then that Ian realized something in his own thoughts. Roselle, being a beast. Just because she's a beast doesn't mean she can't be tamed. Only those born purely wild were like that, but Roselle wasn't. Ian had clearly seen Roselle's normal side, her human side. He tried to figure out why Roselle didn't understand him. If she wasn't wild from the start, maybe there was something wrong with the approach he was taking to try and get through to her. Ian remembered a question. "Do you know the word submission, Ian?" The word spoken by Dante brought a sudden understanding to Ian. At that moment, he had wondered if submission was related to governance, but that wasn't the answer Dante wanted. Dante had explained, point by point, what Ian didn't understand at the time. From the point of view of someone who is ruled, it might seem unpleasant, but some find security in a strong leadership. In that sense, that beast seems to want someone to whom she can submit. Someone strong and dominant who controls her. Looking Ian straight in the eyes, Dante had taught him how he should act. When she stops understanding your words, you must stop trying to speak gently to her. Ian hadn't believed Dante's instructions at the time. However, now, things seemed to make sense. He realized that Roselle could still communicate, but his method was too weak. His voice couldn't reach her. It was then that he decided to follow the only path that could truly reach her and make her stop fighting. Roselle, still in a full-blown fury, continued to charge against the goblins, oblivious to Ian's thoughts. At that moment, Ian leaped in front of her. He blocked an attack by putting his sword in front of his body. He then brandished the blade, forcing Roselle to back away. He shouted, "Roselle, that's enough." The last goblin was confused, having been saved by the very human who was trying to kill it. "Roselle, this is the last goblin. If you defeat it, we'll be sent to the 18th floor. If that happens, we'll be eliminated quickly. So let's stop here. Let's heal and prepare first." Roselle, though grinding her teeth, didn't immediately charge forward. Seeing its chance while the human was distracted, the last goblin attacked with its axe. Ian interrupted its movement and its teeth with an annoyed kick. He then growled at the goblin. "I'm dealing with something serious here. Shut up for a second." Fleeing to a corner, the goblin whimpered, like a newbie, as it looked at Roselle. Again, our protagonist noticed her movement. Roselle had gotten up and was charging again. Seeing that she refused to listen, there was only one alternative left for Ban. Taking out a rope and coiling it like a whip, he growled with eyes brimming with irritation. "Since it's come to this, I have no choice but to use this." Ban threw the rope up, making it spin. Russell was drawn to the rope. Ban fiercely pulled it in her direction. The rope cut through the air like a whip, and as it struck the ground, it created waves of energy charged with Ban's power. He shouted, forcing Russell to retreat. "Get back!" Russell roared furiously at the attack, and unexpectedly, the hue of her hair weakened slightly. However, she was still enraged and saw Ban pick up a chair with a cold stare. He placed the chair on the ground. As she gnashed her teeth in fear of the chair, Russell heard Ban's command. "Russell, sit," Ban ordered, slapping the chair and pointing at it. The command made Russell shriek even more furiously. However, she was shrieking while seated on the chair. Obeying, Ban sighed as if he were dealing with an angry fool. He slammed the rope on the ground, shouting silence. At the shout and the crack of the rope, Russell, with tears in her eyes, flinched. Ban unexpectedly held out his hand to her and requested, "Russell, give me your paw," despite grinding her teeth. This time, in frustration, Russell extended her hand. To Ban's surprise, when she touched his hand, he realized she had retracted her claws. This made him praise her. "Good girl, very good." Extending his other hand, Ban patted Russell's head, caressing the girl. She replaced her furious gaze with one of surprise. To Ban's astonishment, a glow appeared in Russell's hair. It caused her to quickly return to normal. Feeling Ban's gentle touch on her head, the now conscious Russell blushed deeply as she lowered her head. Seeing her able to speak once more, a surprised Ban was relieved. "Ah, Russell, you're back. You've finally come to your senses." In the middle of his sentence, Russell quickly stood up. Unexpectedly, she embraced Ban, whispering a vow. "You are the first, and you will be the only one in the world, my master." Ban felt a powerful shock jolt through his body. The protagonist fell, with Russell landing in his lap. He wondered what had just happened. Immediately, a notification window appeared before him. The concept of submission has taken root. Nanny's assistant, Russell, has become a being governed solely and exclusively by Ban. Reading this, Ban felt the whole situation was insane. Sometime later, Russell woke up again, now lying with her head on a pillow. A shirt was covering her. Russell sat up hastily as she remembered what had happened, only to hear Ban's voice beside her. He was tying up the goblin. "Oh, you're awake, Russell." Tears of worry streamed down Russell's face as she quickly rushed to Ban's side. She needed to check if he was injured. To reassure her, Ban showed her how the elixir had worked, explaining that he made her drink it, the potion, while she was unconscious to heal her wounds. The ignored goblin listened as the beast who had decimated his kind declared that she felt no pain anywhere. However, despite feeling no pain, Russell felt terrible. "You saved me again, Ban. I ended up being a burden to you once more." Ban placed his hand on Russell's head once more, patting it gently as he told her not to worry, giving her a comforting look. He remembered, "I promised I would do everything I could. I'm sorry I was late. I didn't correctly understand the messages you were sending me. If I had realized a little sooner, we could have resolved this much faster." Russell took Ban's hand from her head and held it tightly. While guiding his hand to her own cheek, she showed a gentle smile, and with her eyes closed, whispered affectionately, "It's all right. I'm grateful that you didn't forget, and kept that promise in mind. Thank you for stopping me. Ban, no thank you for stopping me, master. Ban was shocked to hear Rucha's words, and blushed intensely. He quickly tried to correct her. That's not right, this master thing. However, as if she cared for nothing but the love for her master, Rucha contradicted him. What's the problem with calling my master master? Ban put his hands on his head. There was a huge problem with that situation. They were classmates. She couldn't say things that sounded like master and servant so openly. He tried to imagine what his family would do if they found out a girl his age was calling him master. He would definitely to be hung upside down and punished. The family's disapproval was imminent, as Ban was lost in thought. Rucha asked if her master was okay, stuttering. He asked to talk after a pause, but ended up shouting when he saw her trying to snuggle up to him in the end. Rucha managed to link arms with Ban, and there she told her story. I was born as a beastkin, but I'm different from other beastkin. My ancestors were great, and my father was the bearer of a contract with a constellation. Rucha revealed that her father regretted making that contract, but the constellation had no intention of letting go of the family, who carried the blood of the great beasts in their veins, passing on a kind of curse, she said. The curse made her body burn emotions to gain power, but it also caused her to be ruled by those same emotions since childhood. Whenever her wild instincts awakened, the curse would burn emotions, as fuel spreading fury throughout her being. When she inherited the clan's legacy, few people could stop her, and since people were constantly getting hurt because of her, Rucha lived by suppressing her instincts and hiding her feelings. The more she did this, the more isolated she became. Ban understood Rucha's feelings, as well as the reason why she always seemed so passive. If any emotion served as fuel, she would enter berserker mode. Curious, Ban asked, is that why you joined the Union, to find the constellation that trapped your family? To this, Rucha denied it, stating that neither her father nor she wanted to get involved with constellations again. Blushing a little while, lowering her head, Rucha revealed that there was a much more efficient method to suppress the burning of emotions, something she had been looking for. Curious, Ban moved closer to the girl, who secretly revealed the method is to form a bond of subordination between master and servant. By obeying the master's command, this is an instinct engraved in the soul of beastmen. They become completely submissive to the chosen master, and the master's command takes precedence over everything else. Telling all the details, Rucha revealed the reason why Ban was able to control her berserk mode, and at the same time she asked, as long as you wish for me not to lose control, the berserker furnace won't burn emotions. Again, changing the subject, Ban ended up asking why Rucha chose him out of all people. The young woman had a clear reason for this. The master's soul level must be far superior to the servant's. Only someone with an exceptionally sublime soul will do. Without meaning to brag, Rucha ended up commenting, my soul level is quite high, probably because I was born with the constellation's curse. Because of that, it would be practically impossible to accept anyone else as my master. The protagonist listened as she talked about how her frustrating journey began when she couldn't find anyone strong enough in the Union. Even with students coming from all dimensions stopping to think, Ban remembered that when he first awakened his authority, his value was over 300 points, and at the present moment, Ruthiel's soul depth had reached 200 points, while his had reached 460. This perfectly fulfilled the conditions of the Beastmen. After a brief minute of silence, Ruthiel continued to surprise Ban. When I first saw you, I thought I could serve you as my master. I have been thinking about this since we met, hiding a shy smile, which left her face completely flushed. Ban thanked her. I'm so happy you made this decision in time, thank you so much. A bit self-deprecatingly, Ban commented that this decision was a bit heavy. However, Ruthiel wouldn't let him go. Grabbing him by the arm, she declared, there's nothing to be done. I've always held myself back until now, but I don't have to anymore. Now I can smile more, cry more, and act with more courage. Surprised, Ban saw Ruthiel express the most sincere smile, full of gratitude and affection. This is all thanks to you, even if this is a bit heavy. You need to take responsibility for me, okay, master? Ban was silent for a moment before finally agreeing. Ruthiel stood up when she heard the answer, asking, shall we go now, with confidence? She wanted to climb the tower alone with him as much as possible, because she wanted to test what it was like to control Sero's furnace freely. Before they started doing anything, Ban realized he should give something to Ruthiel. Extending his hand, he created the symbol of the wild instinct. Giving this power to Ruthiel, he declared, this is the wild energy I've gathered so far, including the orcs we defeated a little while ago. It's not much, but I want you to have it. With her eyes shining from the light, Ruthiel was impressed with the amount of energy she was receiving. Still surprised, she asked if Ban was really giving it to her. Smiling, the protagonist nodded. He took Ruthiel's hand, passing on the power of the wild instinct. While thanking her, if you agree, I will gladly give it to you. Then a great incandescent glow illuminated the room. When the wild instinct was delivered to Ruthiel, a small connection of light soon formed, going from the tip of Ban's finger to her finger, looking at the mark on her finger. Ruthiel was even more surprised. She smiled happily, holding her own hand and shouted with confidence, "Let's go fight right away. I am not afraid anymore." After Ruthiel regained consciousness, the pair advanced using all their energy. But in the end, they didn't get very far and lost in the 19th room. The biggest reason Ruthiel was frustrated wasn't because she had been eliminated, but because she couldn't spend more time alone with Bon. When the two of them left the tower, Professor Yumina greeted them, congratulating them on their work. Confused, Yumina commented to Ban and Ruthiel, "I tried to ask the two who left earlier for details, but they went straight to the training room. Before I could speak with them, by the way Slade was being dragged, did something happen between the two of them?" Pressing his temples, Bon vaguely explained that there was no problem between them, reassuring the professor. Curious, he asked how much she had heard about the situation, over a snack of tea and donuts. And Yumina revealed, still surprised, "I heard about the part where you captured an intruder. When I found out and saw the footage, I was really shocked. I didn't expect the attacks to continue week after week. Nobody predicted such a thing." It was evident in Yumina's sad gaze how worried she was. Encounters with intruders had a much higher chance of being fatal than any other phenomenon. Irregular. This time everyone had returned safely, but it would be no surprise if that didn't happen again. Attributing the result to luck, Ban questioned if the professor had any idea about the reason for the invaders' attacks. Thinking deeply, Yumina pointed out he definitely wasn't affiliated with the academy, but seemed to have some qualifications as a climber. Probably because you all became promising rookies, they wanted to eliminate you before it was too late. Ban was surprised at how the professor called it exactly, and Yumina revealed that people connected to a constellation naturally attracted the attention of other constellations, especially in their case, which was unique. Refusing a contract with a constellation showed strong determination in addition to great potential, leaving Ban speechless. And Yumina concluded, "Many constellations want you, or at least are watching closely." Remembering the recording that Ban had made, Yumina asked to confirm if the one who attacked them was part of the Exodus. The Exodus was a notorious group of dimensional pirates and the largest to invade the tower, as it was supported by constellations. According to Yumina, the constellations that supported the Exodus were extremely radical and known for being violent. The new information left Ban surprised and worried. Yumina was warning that they shouldn't make contracts with the Exodus, as that would only put them in the path of the monstrous potential he had demonstrated. Sighing, Yumina felt relieved that Ban and the others had escaped, since the Exodus had gone so far to get rid of them initially. She had hoped that Class 11 wouldn't be noticed, at least until the end of the first semester. As the professor fell silent, Ban tried to remember the methods used by the invaders. They resorted to simple tricks, but ones that, if they hadn't been noticed, could have caused enormous suffering. Ban knew that they had only survived the invader because of everyone's high stats. A group of common rookies would probably have been wiped out in their place. This situation really irritated Ban, who wondered darkly how many people the Exodus had eliminated like this. And there are still constellations supporting them? They've tried to interfere with us since the last expedition. It's the fault of the constellation that Russell suffered so much this time, and now they're acting again. An unexpected fury took over Ban's expression as he swore not to forgive, be it the Exodus or the constellations, and to get rid of both. Yumina, who was silent, frowned, worried about Ban. That's a really scary expression. Realizing he had gone too far with his feelings, Ban quickly apologized. However, Yumina felt the same way. Yumina expressed her concern with the situation. "You were all caught up in this. As your supervisor, I should be helping you grow without interference, but it's frustrating not to be of much help," Ban reassured her, because no one could control what happened in the tower. Changing the subject, he asked what he should do with the video from the tower, which was already edited. Yumina was not intimidated and ordered, "Just put it online." Their plan failed, and as soon as the video is out, they won't be able to do anything for a while. Let's humiliate them. After smiling at the professor's comment, Ban stood up. Having already spoken about everything necessary, he was preparing to leave. Before he left, Ban commented, "Nothing good comes from getting involved with constellations. This has only happened 2 times, but I'm already tired of it. I don't think I'll make a contract with them." Yumina thought such a decision was wise, but she still wanted Ban to take advantage of a good opportunity, so she stated that among the constellations, there are those who care about their contractors. Confused, Ban turned, looking at the professor who began to sweat profusely. She quickly changed the subject, saying it was nothing. "But before you go, I have a suggestion." From afar, Draco was frowning irritably. "No, you are absolutely not going anywhere. This worm still needs more punishment." Slade was on the ground, completely defeated. Worried, Ban tried to calm Draco down, saying that punishing him so severely wouldn't help either. Draco dragged Slade out of the destroyed arena Because Ban wanted them to discuss what had happened in the tower before they went somewhere for fresh air. Slade, in tears, tried to get up. Ban. Was what I did really that bad? Ban didn't even blink and answered, yes, you messed everything up. Ban even pulled Slade by the cheek, giving him some extra punishment while complaining. If you hadn't messed everything up yesterday, we would have reached the 20th floor. Russell and I only made it to the 19th, thanks to sheer luck. Upon hearing Slade claim he had only made a small mistake, Daku became enraged again. She clenched her fist furiously, forcing Slade to hide behind Ban to avoid being hit once more. She shouted, "You're calling that a small mistake? It seems you haven't reflected enough." Trying to use Ban as a shield, Slade cried out, No, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Everyone, I'm sorry. I was too overconfident yesterday." Seeing how repentant Slade was, Ban asked Daku to forgive him, panting slightly. Daku averted her gaze and then declared, "It's fine, but I want 2 outfits." Ban was confused, but Daku, who was hiding her blushing face as she remembered Ban's physique, commented, "You promised me in the tower, don't you remember, that I could expect any gift I wanted," as Ban accepted, letting Daku choose what she wanted. Russell was jealous, and Slade felt left out. Sometime later, in the City of Flowers, Ronica, the group found themselves in a clothing store. Daku held a black dress up to her body and asked Ban, "Does this loose-fitting outfit look good on me?" As Ban reassured her, stating that it suited her well. Slade, who was also with them, thought to himself that his own combat gear was even looser than her dress. Daku wasn't sure what to choose, but she decided to go with Ban's suggestion to try on another outfit. Ruka, who was observing them, had dark eyes, as if she were spotting her prey. Annoyed, she grumbled to herself, "How dare she treat my master like a servant?" Next to Ruka, Slade called out worriedly, "Ban, I think you should pay attention over here too." Daku was blushing without even realizing it, a smile on her face that she rarely ever showed. In Daku's mind, although she wasn't familiar with the style of clothes he picked, she liked them simply because Ban had suggested them. It had been a long time since she had gone shopping so freely, especially like this. As Daku smiled happily, someone was lurking nearby. It was Ruthiel, watching her from afar. She commented loud enough for Daku to hear. "You greedy pig!" Daku yelled angrily at Ruthiel, causing her to run to Ban for help. Ban didn't understand how they could start a fight so suddenly. A moment later, Ruthiel reached out her hand and brought a piece of candy to Ban's mouth. Seeing this, Daku became extremely irritated. Blushing, Ban tried to push Ruthiel away, saying he could eat it himself, but she insisted on feeding him. Crossing her arms, Daku questioned, "So, can we assume the problem with this beast going berserk during battles is resolved now, right?" Eating the sweets served by Russell, Ban answered with his mouth full, "Yes, that's right," smiling and lovingly holding Ban's arm. Russell snuggled up to him, commenting happily, "Yes." Ban handled it perfectly, despite the situation between them. Daku called the result a victory, since Russell would be under control upon discovering that Russell's problem had been resolved. Slade realized that now he was the only problematic one on the team at the outdoor cafe. Ban asked Daku how hard she had forced Slade to train for him to openly call himself problematic, but Daku corrected Ban's comment. "He's not a problem, he's a serious ticking time bomb." Daku drew everyone's attention to her opinion. Slade's sword was a serious problem. Looking at the swordsman, she asked, "Do you have anything to say about what happened yesterday?" However, even Slade knew that his actions hadn't been natural. Leaning back at the table, he sighed dejectedly, "I'll try to fight without the holy sword if possible." Upon seeing him place this condition of not fighting with the sword, Daku became irritated, even worrying Ban upon seeing Slade lay his head on the table. Hiding his face, Ban wondered why he wasn't open to not using the sword. He thought, how long would Slade hide his own problems from the group? In the end, Ban could only sigh and enjoy his iced coffee, because he couldn't force Slade to reveal everything. However, in the midst of his cold sips, Ban received a thought transmission from Daku. "How long are you going to stand there just watching?" Surprised, he looked at her. "How intimidating," she reminded him. "You two share the same room, don't you? What's the point of having a handsome face if you don't use it? Flirt with him like you did with the beast." Ban almost choked on his coffee, coughing hurriedly at Daku's words. Oblivious to the mental transmission Ban had received, Russell quickly asked if he was okay. While Russell tried to take care of Ban, Daku continued to send him thought transmissions. "If you keep tiptoeing around him, he'll continue to be stubborn and hide things, won't he? You managed to charm the beast, so why not Slade?" Ban finally looked at Daku again and replied, "I just wanted to get along with Russell. It's not what you're thinking. Besides, Slade is a guy. What do you expect me to do?" Daku looked away, annoyed. She avoided his gaze as she backed him into a corner, reminding him that he was the one who wanted to support those two. I'm doing my part, but you need to do your part too, instead of just standing there doing nothing. Almost rolling his eyes, Ban stated that he was already planning to do something. Changing the subject and addressing everyone, Ban opened an information window, commenting, "Guys, have you heard about the off-campus activities, the special ones next week? I'm sending it to you via message, so take a look." Upon hearing Ban's words, John remembered that these activities were about trips to other dimensions. Ban confirmed the information, commenting that they were large-scale activities where students and teachers traveled together. As it was the first time Dako had heard of such a thing, she asked if the union always performed public services of this kind. Seeing the information about the trip, Slade started to get irritated. His attitude shifting, he asked, "What is this? Observing the lower dimensions in the name of the poor souls who can't defend themselves? The objective of this special activity is to stop the monster wave. Why do you talk about the lower dimensions as if they couldn't exist, without the care of a higher dimension?" Ban agreed with Slade, and Dako, at his side, commented, "If he wants to become a leader of all dimensions, I think this level of perspective is essential. You don't have to twist your thoughts so much." Slade, sighing, hid his irritation, frustrated because all these activities were just a preliminary education for those who wanted to become deities. Van remained silent. He had been sensing something for a while, seeing how Slade held a deep grudge against the higher dimensions. He could imagine that something must have happened on the planet where Slade lived. Setting aside Slade's story, Van stated that he needed to tell them something else. He then shocked the three at the table with his words, "Starting this week, I will be participating in the magical combat classes of Professor Yumina. So, I'll be training for now." The trio at the table shouted in unison, "Why are you telling us this? Only now." A few days later, in the training room, Van found himself sitting on the floor, with the magic wand in his hands. Van said to it, "You can speak freely now. I'm listening." Seeing the wand remain silent, Van smiled grimly, intimidating it. "Hey, if you fail again today, I might have to break you. It's been 3 days since I got you, and you still haven't given me any concept of magical language. Perhaps it's because you have a strong ego. But what's clear is that you're not cooperating." Van saw time running out. Professor Yumina was treating him like a magic apprentice because he had obtained a magical artifact, so he couldn't allow himself to be humiliated in the next day's class. Van threw the magic wand to the floor. Picking up a hammer, he sighed. "Time is running out. I'm still struggling with the concept. There's no other way. I just need to destroy you and absorb the concept from your remains." Van raised the hammer with a dark look, bidding farewell to the magic wand. "If you end up breaking, the fault is yours, not mine. Goodbye." However, the moment before the hammer struck the magic wand, it screamed, "Wait!" The magic wand hastily revealed its voice. "You, human, you just looked inside me without warning and think you can just talk to me now? Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are to try and break me?" Confused, Van picked up the magic wand, asking what it meant when it said he had gone inside it. "Are you talking about my Babylonian code ability?" the magic wand shouted, annoyed with Van. "That barbaric power! Why would I acknowledge someone who uses such a brutal authority? Magic is the path for those who follow the noble, elegant, and absolute laws of the cosmos. And yet, you tore me apart without even asking for permission. Someone like you could never become a sorcerer." Forced to cover his ears from the wand's screams, Van told it to be quiet. Holding it upside down, Van glared at it with wide eyes, telling it to stop making noise and quickly hand over the concepts it held. The wand wondered how it had ended up with such a brute. The magic wand gave in. It shook hastily, ejecting a small sphere of light with words swirling around it. Upon capturing this concept, Van received a notification, absorbing 1,100 units of magical languages. The depth of the all-seeing eye, all-hearing ear, and all-speaking tongue has reached 165. The wand, dejected, commented that it had always imagined it would create a mage who would shake the world, but now it was being usurped, falling into a pathetic existence. Reminding the wand that it wasn't even human, Van questioned what life it was talking about. New notifications appeared. The complete transformation into Candida. Magical language is now possible. Furthermore, an elemental notification appeared. Fire, water, wind, earth, and other attributes can now be generated, amplified, and artificially controlled. Reaching out his hand, Van created a magic circle with 5 elements. Now he could understand the language of magic and its structure, something that was impossible before. Finally, he could participate in Professor Yumina's classes without any worries. Looking at the magic wand in his hand, Ban realized it was more impressive than he had imagined. Worried by the young man's interested gaze, the magic wand began to tremble. Curious, Ban asked, "What is this?" "Surprisingly, you're more intact than I expected." Trembling as its surroundings grew dark, the magic wand cried out, "This doesn't make any sense. Why would they do this to me? Why?" Ban, very confused, stared at the magic wand as it began a monologue. "I was never just a tool." Worried, the protagonist saw the magic wand getting closer and closer to a backstory he didn't want to know, but he ended up hearing the unexpected. The magic wand screamed as loud as it could, I used to be human." A silence fell over the training room due to the magic wand's shocking revelation. Seeing the disbelief in the boy's eyes, it screamed even louder, "I'm telling you, I was human." Ban couldn't believe the magic wand, since its words seemed to be taken from a novel or a comic book due to the huge cliché. However, with courage, the magic wand asserted that she wasn't making it up, and that she had truly been a living being, a human of flesh and blood. As eyes appeared in the heart-shaped crystal of the magic wand, she screamed, "Those people, the ones I trusted, betrayed me and trapped me inside this wand. They implanted false memories in me to reduce me to a pathetic being." Confused, Ban questioned why her memories were returning at that moment. The magic wand, held by Ban, revealed that when he absorbed her powers, the core of the spell that sealed her memories and powers had apparently been broken. Still not completely believing it, Ban asked if her memories and powers had truly been fully restored. However, the magic wand replied that she was not yet at full power, as she had been sealed for a very long time. Rolling his eyes as if he didn't believe it, Ban didn't care much internally. He wondered, still skeptical, is she an object that needs to be sealed for ages? Well, from the moment we found it, this wand's stats were already impressive. The wand found in room 10 had 200 soul points. Thinking about this statistic, Ban realized that the wand was on the same level as Ruka, who was born with a really high level among their race. While Ban was surprised by other things, an aura of revolt emerged around the magic wand in his hand. Without him noticing, the wand ignited, in dark flames as she shouted, "I will have my revenge. I swear it. No matter what happens, I will recover all my power. I will go after all of them." Ban tried to calm the magic wand, until he heard what she was saying. He let go of the wand, which rose up, brimming with energy. As the wand made its oath, it began to change shape in front of Ban. Reforming in the air, the magic wand transformed, and with a flash of power, it became an imposing magic staff, like a spear holding a sun. The complete transformation shocked Ban, but upon grabbing the staff, he saw the wand once again curse those who had imprisoned it in that form, as if it were its mantra, its reason for existing. Ban felt that a high school student's magic wand had transformed into a gothic teenager, and now the magic staff was called Tears of Salon, and its stats were 350 points in both mana and soul. The name caught Ban's attention, as did the stats, which had skyrocketed once again after much complaining. The staff grew tired, it tried hard, but it couldn't remember the names of those who had wielded it. For the staff, the memories it had unlocked seemed to be its limit. Surprised by the staff's comment, Ban asked, "So there's still room for more growth? This isn't a beginner's item, is it?" Being called a beginner's item, the staff became indignant. "What a beginner's item? You called me a beginner's item. Don't say such stupid things. Do you think I'm insignificant enough to only be able to teach basic magic? Don't even think about using me for low-level quests." Ban realized that the staff Ceylon, upon recovering, part of its memory had changed its attitude when he called the staff by its name. Ceylon Ban didn't leave it confused for long, but soon revealed that this was the name that had appeared on it, and so he offered a deal to the staff. He proposed, "If you help me properly, I will also grant your wish. That way you can recover your power, your memories, and complete your goal." Hearing the proposal, the staff fell silent. The next day, before the magic combat class, Ban met with Slade, Rutil, and Doko. Rutil quickly grabbed Ban's arm, asking excitedly, "I really can't go with you. I think just being by your side is fine, right?" "I'll be quiet, please." Slade clung to Ban's other arm, crying after thinking for a few days, not using the holy sword. "It feels wrong, doesn't it? Why take that risk? Where would I find something better than my sword?" Ban quickly pushed them both away. Angry, he shouted, "No, that's not happening. No way. Doko, take them with you." And Doko smiled mischievously behind Rutil and Slade, snapping his fingers as he commented, Hey, I didn't like how these two were acting lately. Maybe this will make them better." Grabbing Rutil and Slade by their shirt collars, Doko dragged them away as they cried. One last appeal for Ban to save them. Having been left alone again, Ban sat on the sofa, able to rest in peace. Opening a status window, the protagonist began to study the structure of the teleportation card. The student, one embedded in the necklace given to him when he entered the Union. The binary codes represented concepts related to spatial movements. To use them, Ban would need to extract only the variable element, the coordinate. Feeling a bit clever, Ban smiled to himself. With his current understanding as well as the power of Ceylon, it combined well with coordinate generation. Spells he didn't understand before could now be easily decomposed and recomposed by him. Configuring the information on the teleportation device, Ban entered some previously memorized coordinates and added an activation point at the end. A magic circle appeared around him. Impressed with the result, he then disappeared, teleporting instantly. Ban reappeared in another place, startling a young witch who was resting there. She watched him celebrate, a little speechless, as curiosity forced her to ask, "Teleportation?" Upon hearing a voice, Ban turned around. A young blue-haired woman wearing a pointed hat with a buckle stood up looking at Ban, as she asked just now, "Did you use teleportation?" The protagonist smiled, claiming he had used the function on the student IDs. However, the girl questioned him as if she already knew the truth. "You changed the coordinates, didn't you?" Despite his surprise, the protagonist confirmed that he had, stepping forward and looking her right in the eyes, which made the girl a bit uncomfortable as she asked how he had done it. Timidly, Van replied, "Well, with mana, obviously." This only made her more curious. "You read and deciphered the entire vast student identification code?" The girl grabbed Van's shirt. She questioned him firmly. "How did you manage to alter only the specific coordinate needed for the spatial teleportation?" As if it were an interrogation, she pressed him. "How did you interfere with the code created by the headmaster?" Frightened, Van wondered why he was being interrogated so suddenly, worrying if he had done something wrong. More importantly, he wondered who this girl was and if he had ever seen her before. Startling Van, Yumina appeared right behind him, making him tremble. Van quickly turned around to see the professor. Standing there, she commented calmly, "You found your way here. Very good, Van. Oh dear, I told you to join the magic class but forgot to mention where the classroom was. I thought I might have to come and find you. But you found the room all by yourself." Hearing the professor's words, the young mage who had been interrogating him looked at them with a curious gaze. Yumina noticed the girl's presence and greeted her. "Oh, Aira, you're here as well. Well then, shall we all begin together?" Thanking her with a bow, young Aira agreed. Van stood beside Yumina, who was smiling silently. Sighing, Van thanked her. "Thank you for stepping in, Professor. That's the first time I've seen someone be so aggressive since I met Doku." Smiling in relief, Yumina commented, "I'd also prefer to avoid any events that might add other heroines." This left Van a bit confused, as Yumina prepared to start the class. On a plateau high in the sky, inside a covered arena, a few selected students were gathered with Yumina standing at the pulpit. She called for everyone's attention. "Everyone, a new student is joining our class. This is Van, from Class 11. Please, give him a warm welcome." Seeing a few people applaud, Van introduced himself with a slight wave. "From now on, I hope to learn a lot from all of you." Somehow, Van already found himself in this situation. Although all the students there clapped and greeted him, they were secretly burning with hatred, because he had been chatting so cheerfully with their beloved Professor Yumina. Looking around, Van counted only 9 other students in total. It seemed that only a select few could truly wield magic in addition to their innate abilities. As he looked around, Van's gaze fell upon the mage who had questioned him earlier. Thinking of the girl, he tried to recall her name, Aira. She was sitting all by herself, which confused him, making him wonder if she was on bad terms with the other students. However, Van then noticed something that dismissed his initial thought. From Aira, a vast amount of mana radiated outwards, burning as brightly as a sun. Meanwhile, the aura from the other students was merely a light breeze. There was a massive barrier between them, the very thing that kept them at a distance. Van remembered that Doku, from the special class, had mentioned someone who might be even stronger than Hortema. Looking at the blue-haired girl in the pointed hat, Van wondered if this person could be her. As Yumina prepared for the class, a girl with short golden hair raised her hand. "Professor, I have a question." Yumina prompted Miss to ask it, and the girl quickly inquired if this new student could also use magic, as he hadn't attended any classes so far, and Yumina didn't hide the truth, telling everyone something that was quite surprising. He had obtained an artifact during a recent exploration, and the artifact chose him as its owner, awakening his talent for magic. Everyone was left speechless, their eyes wide with shock, and their collective surprise and confusion made Yumina realize something. This allowed her to make an announcement. "Ah, it seems you haven't subscribed to the channel yet." Seeing even Yumina promote his video channel left Ben speechless. Some students, however, were confused by the idea that an artifact could awaken magical talent in a person, let alone choose them as its owner. It was something they had never heard of before. and Yumina listened to everyone's comments. She simply maintained a silent smile, keeping her thoughts to herself. All of you are incredible. Talented enough to be selected by the union, but you've probably never heard of a case like this before. After all, being born with magical talent is extremely rare, so it's understandable that this is hard to accept. But for students with latent talents, things like this happen all the time. Misty, after hearing the explanation, raised her hand again. Professor, then can we ask him to show us some magic? Without using the artifact, of course. Ben was surprised by the girl's request, who wanted to see what it meant for a latent talent to awaken. Yumina tried to defend Ben, but he spoke up. I'm fine with doing it, Professor. Even Yumina was surprised by Ben's words, as she knew he had acquired the artifact only 1 week ago. As Ben stood up, he asked the girl for her understanding. I've just started learning magic, so please keep in mind that I'm not ready for anything too complex. Despite his calm words, Ben maintained a smile on his face, making Misty suspicious as he walked to the center of the classroom's arena. As he thought about which spell to use, he knew there were several he couldn't perform yet, so he decided to use the most basic one. Ben decided to use the air element. Raising his hands, he summoned it forth. Focusing on the image in his mind, he shaped the magical attribute, making it spin and expand like a tornado. In the next moment, Ben introduced fire, surprising many as he combined the wind and fire elements. Ben created a fiery tornado that raged in the center of the arena, causing many students to back away in fear of the swelling flames. At Ben's command, most were shocked and commented aloud, "He's not using any incantation. That's more like a physical ability than magic." However, Misty, who was watching intently, knew that this was definitely magic. It was a type of magic that didn't require an incantation. Ira watched Ben's magic in silence while many others chattered loudly, their minds racing with different thoughts. She made no comment. After Ben finished his demonstration, Yumina clapped her hands and asked him to wrap it up quickly. Ben extinguished the flames and the wind, and Yumina clapped with a smile, praising him. That was an incredible demonstration. The lack of an incantation was astounding. But the power was just as impressive. It's hard to believe he just started learning magic, isn't it, everyone? In response to Yumina's question, everyone fell silent. As Ben walked back up the bleachers, he overheard some frustrated students. So that's what a special admission talent looks like. Damn, he might be better at magic than I am. Misty, who was beside the frustrated young man, reassured him. It's just some silly elemental magic. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Curious. Ben glanced across the arena, his eyes landing on the blue-haired girl, to see if she would express any reaction, but seeing her maintain a neutral expression, he ended up huffing in anger and looked away, thinking to himself that this kind of thing was annoying, and with that, the reception concluded. Yumina asked everyone to prepare for the start of class, while Ban mused to himself that the girl was strong enough not to care about his abilities. Ban sat at the back of the class, and when he was preparing to leave, someone grabbed him by the shirt. Unexpectedly, looking to his side, he realized that Era had stopped him. The girl was there to question him once more. You still haven't answered the question I asked before. Seeing Ira talking with the special admission student, some of the other students grew curious. Not realizing he was being watched, Ban tried to pull away from Ira. I thought I already answered you before. However, she still insisted. You analyzed and interfered with the entire code that the headmaster designed. Confused, the protagonist asked if that was something so difficult to do. Era was being quite invasive with her questions. I would understand if you had obtained authorization to edit the teleportation coordinates, but how did you do it? Seeing Era pressuring Ban again, Yumina approached them, calling out to the girl. Still holding Ban so he couldn't escape, Ira asked Yumina if she needed anything, trying to act casual. Yumina revealed that she actually needed Ban, as he had a counseling session scheduled. Furthermore, Yumina assured Ira of something, leaving her surprised. Ban never received any kind of permission for modifications. Those permissions are granted only to tenured professors. Hearing the professor, Ira commented in frustration. So he really did it with his own abilities. Confirming the girl's thought, Yumina asked if her answer had cleared up any doubts she had. Then, she bid farewell to Era, asking Ban to follow her.